22,000.
Yeah, I can play it. 1 second.
Saying it himself, there's not enough fuel to leave Earth orbit.
Let's hear.
It is commonly believed that man will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18, and you'll see that Elon Musk just said.
All right, Bart, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, written by von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought an old copy of his book,
okay,
and it was written by him and quoted by him.
Okay, so if it's on the internet, Steve will find it.
What's the purpose of this discussion?
You don't know.
The purpose of this discussion is
that we didn't go to the moon.
Allegedly,
you're just
that's
proving
what I'm
if you're acting like you don't know, it just proves that you're acting during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
So von Braun, he's saying von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fueled
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build, can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that, so Steve can find it?
What clip?
That one I didn't include, but
how can we find it?
Just go to Sabrell.com. It's one of the links of the book.
I don't understand this conversation.
Well, read this article.
We did it.
I understand that's your position, that you did it and you went and you walked on the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple fuel trips?
I don't know. I never heard him say that.
Well, we got a video allegedly.
Okay.
Well, and look at
when did he say
the
that?
clip of Elon Musk.
I want to see the clip of von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun clip. Let's stick to one thing.
Says he doesn't have it.
Well, if you go to Sabrell.com and then go to Moonman links, look for the one that looks like old 1950s color. And there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that,
no, wait. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Where do we go?
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Just keep going. Keep going.
Maybe you can find it on YouTube. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build, it's with Disney film, can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of D18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at D18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay. This is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay. At least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said. So SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, says NASA.
Right, and
Starship
they
cannot
carry twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include, that you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and ferry the fuel first. And now you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
So we did do it. Is what you're saying?
I don't know why you
Go ahead,
keep
play it.
acting surprised.
Go ahead, play it.
You're just proving you're acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said
pause it.
I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So,
Might
okay,
be
who's this
some
guy?
Issues
Yeah.
in how people communicate about it. Like there's some architecture problems that people are unwilling to talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, you know what? I just want to go say the thing that nobody's saying. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, they said, be careful, Destin. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it and I decided, you know what? This is the truth, and this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to tank up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, well, how many rockets do we have to do
Who is
that
this?
with? And they're like,
Pause.
6. And then I start, because
Who is this?
He's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA.
What's his name?
I don't know.
That's would be important. to know.
That guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day.
Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Okay, so he's saying it's going to take multiple.
Let's finish playing the video.
Yeah.
I know people. I start calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. And okay, so I was like, some people are like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? Then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, you know, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to account for like nominal schedule slip and boil off. And this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you had any questions.
I found the von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve.
Okay.
Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
Okay.
Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right. This will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun.
A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So 3 people just said, von Braun said it twice, that you have to make ferried fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You had him say it on camera. You had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. You know, my bank webpage says that my money is backed by the faith in the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right?
So, Charlie, what do you make of that video of von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? And because it would take, he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and then you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V,
Mm-hmm.
That's where it
How many
ends.
to Mars?
Well, a lot more than to the moon, that's for sure. I mean, how are you going to get back?
Well, I guess you just need twice the rockets.
Yeah, but how are you going to get those rockets to the moon to refuel?
You need 20,000 rockets for each one of those rockets. You just make a string of rockets between here and Mars, right? And you just go along the string and you just fuel up every couple million miles.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
We got a couple new guys in here. Postorama, he was in the debate text earlier. You might want to speak.
Oh, he's a character. He's in my DMs. Maybe you'll quit yourself better in here.
He has questions about the rocket issue that they were just talking about.
Oh, okay. Shoot, buddy.
I'm putting him on the spot. He didn't actually volunteer to speak, but I'm just inquiring if he wants to.
He seems to communicate in memes in my DMs, so I don't know.
And we got Cider Philo. Kind of reminds me of this old show. It was called Cinderfella, which was a male version of Cinderella. In case you guys don't know, Cinderella she had a magic thing where she was dressed in a gown and she had this pumpkin carriage. But the fairy godmother told her, if you don't make it home by midnight, all your stuff's going to turn back into a pumpkin and your dress is going to disappear.
Yep, I remember that one.
Yeah, kind of like when you're on your way to the moon. Like if you calculated 16 rockets, but you really needed 17, you're dead.
You just blame it on your wicked stepsisters.
So, yeah, so Postorama, Cider Fella, and anybody else in here, do you guys think that they actually went to the moon? And that they followed this multi-rocket mission? Or do you think that they just took one rocket straight to the moon? Or are you pleading the fifth?
Yeah, when you guys were playing that, I was thinking, I wonder what it must have been like living in, the 50s and the 60s, and you'd hear something like that and you'd think, oh yeah, these really smart guys are doing this stuff and they're figuring it all out. And like, I feel like if I'd lived in that time, I would have been like fairly inclined to believe them, I think. But then like these days, you wonder, how could you possibly still think these people have any idea what they're doing or that they're serious in any way, shape, or form? Like, the government has just lost all credibility on all fronts. I just don't even get it how in 2025 you could still take them seriously. I just don't get it at all. So yeah, if any of these people take them seriously, please speak up. I need to hear what that's like, because it sounds like it'd be fun, like to actually think, oh yeah, we've got people in charge and they're doing stuff, and they know what they're doing. Like that would feel really secure and safe and stuff, it must be fun.
Well, got to remember what was all going on in the 1950s and 60s. All the technological improvements. We had everybody started buying automobiles. They could afford to buy an automobile. Indoor plumbing became standard in housing. You know, we went from radio to television. We went from prop airplanes to jet age. So everybody was like, "Oh, we're doing all these great advancements, right?" So they all
Yeah, that's what I
bought
mean.
into it.
Yeah, it seemed like, yeah, we really were doing stuff. Yeah, and we were cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
I hear
but
you.
it's different today. Today we already have all that stuff. We were born with it from day one. And then we look at the moon landing and go, wait a minute. We've got computers now that fit in the palm of our hand. How the hell did they do this in 1969 when the fastest computer they had there filled an entire room?
Yeah, I mean, they were good bluffers at the time. Yeah, I mean, but how could they? Yeah, but obviously it did not stand the test of time. I mean, most clearly their story does not hold water in any way, shape, or form to any thinking person. I mean, it's just completely absurd. Yeah.
Well, Dandelion, that audio came from an interview for the first time, a debate. What kind of debate? Though they kind of weren't debating. Was Bart Sibrel, the guy that did Astronauts Gone Wild, and a guy that claimed he went to the moon, right? The Apollo 17 or 18 or astronaut. And the guy just kept saying, "What are you saying? We didn't go?" Like he was like stuck in a script, man. Like he couldn't. And then when he talked about the moon landing, he talked about it in the third person. It's the weirdest thing. It's like he's almost like I wouldn't even call it acting. Like, just like, I don't know, Rain Man level, just saying like the same, just repeating the same things over and over again in the same way. Very inorganically, I might add. So,
Yeah, like
so it's
he's
very
never
strange.
had to deal. Yeah, like he's never had to deal with any kind of real scrutiny, like face to face. He just expects people just to toe the party line and accept the
Did you
fairy
hear the
tale. What
part where he
you
was like,
never read the
did,
fairy tale?
did you hear that? Like, you don't think we went to the moon? You didn't hear him say that?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
How do you end up at the debate? Would he get lost? He took the wrong turn on a block and ended up in that
Yeah.
building? Like, what do you think you're there for? But to be acting like that, like, when you're an hour into the conversation and know, I hope that why you got on the airplane in the first place, it's just very weird. It's just like, which makes me think like the people that concocted this idea, we were talking this morning, like who concocted it, did they really think that they were going to keep getting away with it? And then like, didn't they know eventually they were going to get caught? And that the people who came up with it, most of them got to be dead by now. So who's maintaining, the fairy tale, right? Because this has to be constantly, worked on to maintain it. But all those people are dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're waiting for to make sure
Now they got
everybody who
flashcards. They got flashcards, bro. So the first side of flashcards says space smells like, and then they flip it and it says burnt steak.
yeah, they're waiting for everybody to die because that's because if you have people die during the commitment of a fraud like the Apollo 1 astronauts, that now becomes felony murder.
Oh yeah, they totally. Yeah, someone should definitely be adjudicated for the Apollo 1
Yeah,
felony murder for
and
sure.
Florida has the death penalty still, so they would be subject to the death penalty.
As they should be.
So that's why they're just waiting for everybody to die, so nobody can be held accountable, and then they'll tell us the truth.
And that was just part of it. That was just the one part I heard. They also go over the moon rocks. They go over the radiation and some other stuff. So I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm gonna post a link to the interview / whatever in the chat. But the guy, his name is Danny Jones. I've seen some stuff he does. He interviews some, he interviews some wackos, people with some crazy ideas, and he does entertain them, no matter how the crazy thing they say. But if they claim that like they have evidence of something, he actually makes them produce it. So in the case of Bart Sabro, he said Werner von Braun said blah blah blah. He made Bart actually produce von Braun saying it and everything he was claiming. So like, good on that guy for actually holding everyone's feet to the fire. Unfortunately, astronaut guy gets to make a lot of claims he can't back up. But he's old. We'll let the elderly people get a free pass, I guess.
Yeah, I've heard people complain about Bart Sibrel, that he's a gatekeeper because, he won't go beyond explaining the obvious fraud of the moon landing, the clear deception that has zero basis in reality, but won't go beyond that to, I guess, flat Earth. I don't know if he's made a direct statement about flat Earth or not, but I'm not going to be too mad at him or, be cool if, anyone who would actually continue on from the obviousness of fraud to see that they're, yes, obviously producing these fake globe images, and the whole purpose of the whole Apollo fraud was to perpetuate the globe delusion. It'd be cool if everyone got to that point, but, people are willing to do whatever they're willing to do. I'm not going to be too mad at them. Did Bart Sibrel ever make like an actual statement about flat Earth, or is it just his silence that's the problem?
I think he has said it's a psyop or something stupid like that, or it's a distraction, or he won't even address it, as far as I know. But is it like, Bart Sibrel said a lot of dumb shit over the years. He's tightened it up, I guess. At least in this interview, he tightened it up, because he'll say a lot of things. Like he said, I remember he said like a year and a half ago that he had information, a confession from somebody that he was going to release, and it was never released. So he does make some crap up from time to time. So it's not that I don't think he's just a guy that got lucky and came across some information. I mean, a lot of this stuff, like anybody could have come across it. It was in the public. It's publicly available what Von Braun said, what Musk said, what this other guy said. All that stuff's publicly available. The only thing Bart Sibrel did is he stuck a microphone in their face and asked them the question. That's the only thing he did. That he had the balls to ask them. As far as like, there's people way better than he is as far as debunking the moon landing. I mean, I don't idolize Bart Sibrel, let's put it that way. So whether he's for flat Earth, against flat Earth, I think Bart Sibrel's for Bart Sibrel. That's what I think. I think this is a money-making operation for him, and always has been.
And there's a lot of people like that.
I like how that clip was presented without saying who the players were, really. And then finding out that the other guy across from him was an astronaut that supposedly went out there and did it just made it all the sweeter. Because he sounded so stupid.
He's talking in the third person. That's the weirdest part. The analogy I used this morning is like, if I asked you, like, what did you have for, but like, hey, dude, did you make breakfast this morning? What'd you do? And you were like, well, frying pans have fires underneath them, and then you take and then people take eggs and they put them in there, and the heat cooks the eggs. No, dude, I asked you what you did. I don't need you to tell me the mechanics of frying an egg, right? Like from the third person point of view, and that's what he does when pressed on everything. He just gives like this, like he's given a seminar on the technical details instead of like, well, this is what we did. It's like from just like reading the manual, it's really weird.
Right.
strange.
Well, you know what? I got to give him props. Listen, I got to give him props because at least he read the manual. Unlike that one guy when he was asked about a leak and he said, "Well, I guess you have a leak."
And the same guy that was talking about the rockets smarter every day, he's the one that asked Don Pettit that. It's the same dude, the exact same dude.
Hilarious.
And that dude, we're rehashing a lot of stuff we talked about. Reality Criterion is probably banging his head against the wall because we already talked about this morning. His dad worked on the James Webb Telescope, and he grew up with all these NASA people, like his dad's colleagues, and going to company picnics and all that crap. So he knows all these people personally. They known him from since he was a little kid. You know what I mean? So he's connected. He's part of their little subculture or whatever. So he said, like, if you ask these questions, you might change your relationship with the people at NASA. What are they trying to tell him? We're unquestionable? Danny, you're part of the secret club, dude. You can't question the secret club. Can't make the secret club look bad, Danny. And Danny was like, fuck that, red rum. Now, the whole Apollo detectives crew, not just Bart Sabral, all of them don't like flat Earth. It's just very funny, like, how they can sit there and go over how NASA basically faked the initial 30 years of their operation and fooled the entire public, but, they can't keep it going. Like, what made them turn the corner where they stopped lying, right? When did they stop lying? 72? Was it 77? What year did they say, oh, now we're going to start telling the truth? We actually are doing these things. When was that? Seems like they have cognitive dissonance to me.
Yeah, they're probably just doing what's comfortable, convenient, or profitable for themselves. Like you said, there's a lot of partial truth tellers like that who they perceive flat Earth as a hot potato or something that's going to invite ridicule and so on, and they don't want to do anything that's going to challenge, the operation they've currently got going on, especially if that's profitable.
Well, I mean, just honestly, what would happen is people would hand wave dismiss them and go, oh, they're flat earthers too. Oh, well, now we don't have to listen to them. They're flat earthers. That automatically disqualifies them for any statement they say being accurate or truthful. That's how bad we all know in here. That's how bad the bias is. That it's like a scarlet letter, which is that says a lot about how people are, I hate to say it, they're just straight brainwashed. And it sounds kooky, like everybody's brainwashed. Sorry the bearer of bad news, but when you have automatic reactions of the entire swaths of the population just to hearing like flat earth like it's some trigger word. Flat earth? Trigger word. Don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. What is Obama really saying when he says that? What does that mean? What is he alluding to?
He means dissenting voices don't count.
He's like, some dissent isn't worthy, right? It's just not, I don't have to address that. It's cute, but it doesn't have to be addressed because it's so absurd. When
I
guarantee you, flat if Obama came in this chat, he could not defend the globe for even 3 seconds. Now think about it. You have an idea, and you think your idea is so solid, you can't even defend it for 3 seconds, and you think the counter idea is so ridiculous you don't even have to address it. And you don't think you're brainwashed. Or at least mentally conditioned with Pavlovian responses. Yes, why would they lie? Look inward, dude. Look inward. That's where the answer is. Look inward. That's really... There are people in here lying that they saw Kurt from a plane all the time. And go, why would they lie? Look in a mirror. Look inward. Ask yourself.
Yeah, your government lies to you constantly, and have been doing it for hundreds of years. Why would they lie? Why would the sociopaths lie?
Like, it's more we're talking about, like, the government can violate the laws of physics at will. And it's like, should we even care that they're telling the people that buy these stories? Should we even care that they're telling them that? Because if they can't figure out that the stories they're hearing are so preposterous, like, am I my brother's keeper? Like, do I gotta like protect people that are low tier and then fight me when I try to tell them, hey man, this is a bunch of nonsense, and they're gonna fight me about it? I mean, we sit here just give out information for free, our time, and get disrespected, ridiculed, name called. Like, okay, sorry to give out free information. Sorry it hurt your feelings. Okay. Yeah, Post-Norama. You're pretty much expert at frickin' whining. So why don't you uncork your mic, put on your big boy pants, and actually whine to our faces.
Is he whining to you in the message?
Whining in the chat.
Oh, I guess I wasn't looking
Whining
at
in the
that.
lobby.
Oh, okay.
According to Ron K, I can't talk about anything other than flat Earth. He DM. I don't know if you heard earlier. I mean, I'll just take a screenshot of my DMs because it's so freaking retarded.
Oh, I see. He has it in parentheses there, like as if he's not actually saying it. Yeah, say it right here. We've just been talking about the moon landings for quite some time here, so clearly you're allowed to speak. Post-Norama.
Yeah, it's still Speculation Sunday.
Can you check my mod log? The mod warned me because he was salty. I had booster roll and couldn't mute me. So he muted me without a reason. I think he is Justin. He sent me a meme about her. Hey, Big Man, am I being ignored? Just a question. My answer, I don't micromanage. So what do you do? And so he punches a bunch of memes. Screenshot. Honestly, you don't have to respond, but you're basically admitting you're too lazy to manage basic management issues like this or give any clarification with a rank as high as admin and moderator. you're admittedly letting staff go wild with mute commands with no management.
Staff gone wild.
Well, hold on. Where's the form? I want to be reported. Where's the form? Report me. Report me to the owner.
Yep, Indio's not managing enough.
Where's
Complaint.
Monkey's forms? I'll find it.
Yeah, those were good forms. I don't know where they are.
We have complaint forms. Don't go anywhere. I'm finding them so you can complain formally. Here we go. Yes. I will DM you the complaint form. Yes. Fill that out in triplicate. It has to be triplicate 3 separate files because we have 3 separate hard drives as filing cabinets.
Yep, we want a carbon copy.
Yeah, we've disabled the digital copy function, so I need actual originals.
And we'll get back to you once all your papers have been processed.
Yes, has to go to the proper channels. Up the food chain, so to speak, to the right office. Then their secretary will call your secretary and arrange a review of the form. I don't want you to think we don't do anything around here. This is a high level bureaucracy.
So Indio, we
What
got
up?
a lot of people right now. Like, do you think we could comment on that highest IQ guy's Twitter to get a claim on the globe from him?
Where? Who? Where? What are you talking about? I haven't seen it.
All right, I'll show you.
Can you post it in the chat, a link or whatever?
Yeah,
Highest IQ guy?
yeah.
Oh,
And I want to get a claim from
Bar
him on
guy,
the.
a former bar bouncer, 200 IQ guy with his theory of everything. That guy.
I'll show you. He's making a lot of claims. Like, you'll see. I'll show you. You'll see.
We know is that IQ tests were developed to detect retarded children. Getting a high score only means you're likely not a retarded child.
Oh, that just reminded me. Yeah, like the high score that made me think of arcades. Like, wouldn't that have been cool if they had like an IQ video game and then you could have like the high score? It'd be so fun. You could have your little initials up there.
It would be AAAAA at the top.
So we're going in live stream voice text.
Yes.
This guy's making
Open your
a lot of
Bible?
claims. Well, his main claim right now is that I believe on Jesus Christ because I'm the highest IQ and I claim that Christ is God. So he's making other claims, but that's the main one. But I want to hear him claim either globe or his proof.
Is there
He's
any validation his IQ is actually 276?
yeah, there is.
Rose highest.
On his account, you can see his
When did he? How old was he when he tested?
Let's see.
And where did he get tested?
Okay, so verifiable below. Here's the verifiable link, apparently.
Yeah, I'm looking.
All right, right there is that verifiable. World's highest IQ record holder. Certification.
210. It's not 276.
Yeah, you can see all these certificates, official world certificate, certificate of accreditation from, I don't know where that's from, but another
I'm
certificate.
getting like a bunch of AI claims. I haven't. Hold on. I think.
Yeah, are you just seeing things that he's showing you pictures?
Well, the link the most recent link is a link of all his creditations. Credits.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Andrew Tate was also the most searched guy on the internet. So like that shit doesn't matter. Hold on, let me look on Yandex for this guy.
I mean, they got
maybe contaminated freaking Google. Their International
South
Non-Olympic
Korea.
Committee. What does that mean? The International Non-Olympic Committee. And it goes to some fucking junk website. So I went from CBS42.com, says a link to the International Non-Olympic Committee, which is the URL is i0.wp.com, gigasociety.net.
Stop the cap.
Exactly.
Yeah, this looks fake as hell. Not to mention,
He's got
Here's the
360,000
I
followers.
think that Twitter post is an IQ test.
Yeah, I played around with the IQ tests, and if you're gonna score that high, you basically don't have time to read the questions, and so you just have to like choose the answers as fast as possible until you get to the end. And so you kind of have to memorize the pattern, and you can get really high that way if you memorize the pattern.
And it's a Newswire story, a press IEN press wire, but CBS and a bunch of these networks scrape those news sites, but you buy the article. These are paid articles, usually for businesses to make announcements about products. Giga Society, Facebook, LinkedIn, Korea Times. Let me say Korea Times. Trying to validate this.
But if he doesn't make a claim, like, he's full of shit anyways.
He
He's
has
a-
it
he's
in,
either-
he has it in his profile. He has it in his profile that he has the highest IQ in the world record holder.
I mean, but if he doesn't make an Earth claim, like either flat or round, then it's fucking useless, bro.
The World Memory Championships. What the hell is that? They don't, and it says he got an IQ score
it's
of
really good at memorizing.
270 something in the World Memory Championship, but they don't do IQ scores. So, a lot of cap, dude. Let's see if he's in Mensa. We'll just check, dude. That's pretty much the standard of whether you're have genius level IQ if you're going to claim it.
Oh, he's literally what? He reposted. Proud to welcome the world's highest IQ holder to the team, RealBet.io. He's sponsoring gambling. That's insane. And he's saying he's a Christian. Like, yeah, that's insane. Look at this. What kind of highest IQ person who is a Christian supports gambling?
IQ is not a good standard for intelligence, and when you're dealing with these really high numbers, like I said, most of it's fake. Like, you literally cannot read the question and therefore cannot actually answer the answer like correctly. So either you randomly assign the number, like the A, B, C, or D, randomly, or you memorized the values by giving it numerical values and then having memorized the numerical sequence of the correct answers. And you do that by simply looking at the tests beforehand. You're not supposed to be able to do that, and you're supposed to get a new test that you haven't been able to memorize. But the world is a shady place, and sometimes you can get away with cheating the test.
Oh my god, dude is fake as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now.
Yo, I get out of Google. The United Sigma Intelligence Association, a psychometric validation of Hyung Yu Kim's IQ 276, and it has this long ass article about it. Then, if you just go to the main site, the United Sigma Intelligence Association is a UK registered non-profit, non-governmental think tank established by Dr. Young Yu Kim, the official world record holder, the title of world's highest IQ. Dude, I've heard of manifesting it, dude. He's really trying to manifest. He's like, I just spam the internet.
Yeah.
And I got the
Yeah.
highest IQ, and everyone will believe it.
That's what I'm saying. What the hell, bro?
Dude. Look, if everybody falls for it, then he does have the highest IQ. He has to get it so the entire world believes it, and if nobody doubts it, then he does. He wins by default.
But yeah, he's betting on crypto odds.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh, dude. Thanks for bringing that in, dude. That's pretty funny, man. That's almost as funny as that astronaut. Who has a higher IQ, the astronaut or this guy? Oceanorama, I only got this to say. Your sarcasm detector is fucking broken. You need to go get it repaired immediately. He thanked me for the forum. Unbelievable. Well, I
That's
appreciate
hilarious.
your appreciation.
I look forward to filing his form.
I know my fingers are shaking just at the thought. He said he doesn't need it now. He said that he needs it for the future. He said, thanks for sending it. He might need it in the future. So he was at least polite. But cannot text sarcasm for shit.
Well, yeah, and because you proved that you proved you're a good manager by producing a form. Yeah, so now he doesn't have to complain anymore.
Another kind of question is any of us this guy? Rest in peace, Globe on Twitter. Is that any of us here? Nope. Okay. I like his content, but some of it's kind of like
wacky shit, bro.
Yeah, some of it's kind of the wacky flat earth shit.
Yeah, he kind of posts everything.
Yeah.
He's not very discerning on what he like puts out there. But there's a few that are like that.
If you know any Twitters of the guys here, feel free to send them. I'll appreciate that.
I like his name. Yeah, at the globe is dead. That's cool. It's real definitive. I like it. I mean, it's just so obvious at this point that the globe model is totally dead, totally failed, a total joke, has no basis in reality. But, you know, like what you were discussing earlier, like how much should we keep providing free information to people who don't take it seriously and who continue to produce the response they were trained to, which is ridicule flat earth and worship NASA. You know, I mean, they're just doing what the majority's doing. They're just following the crowd. I mean, they're not doing anything special. They're just doing what they're expected to do, like little trained SEALs, you know, so that's what most people do. I don't know. That's how it always has been, and I guess that's how it will be for the foreseeable future, that most people prefer to go along with the crowd and take the comfortable path, even if it's clearly wrong, and they don't want to question anything. So, I mean, I don't get as upset at those people as I used to. I'm more upset about the people who, you know, are orchestrating those people, who are using them, who know that human nature can be harnessed for good or evil and choose to appeal to the basest instinct of people, to continue to deceive them, to use and abuse their trusting nature in order to do things that are actually counterproductive to their own survival and those around them. You know, those people I'm upset with, but, you know, the dupes, I mean, I don't know. It's not really worth getting upset with them because they're just doing what they've been programmed to do. They're just doing what comes naturally. I mean, they could, mid to low intelligence persons with very little creativity or ability to think outside the box could be harnessed for good, right? So, I mean, they could, with a decent leadership, they could be, that same tendency could be used for a good purpose. So it's not inherently bad to want to go along with the crowd, to want to follow authority blindly, and so on. It's just with that same trait, you're unable to actually evaluate that authority to see whether it should or should not be trusted. So it really is up to the people who are leading them. It's them who should be held accountable. The ones who are leading them off a cliff, those people.
I was actually talking about that with somebody today. About the new form of protest is like going into their spaces, right? And then when they give you the mic, basically calling them out, like government officials, on how they murdered, raped, pillaged, lied, and stolen, and done all these things to not only the domestic population but foreign governments. Like, that's the thing. Like, these people need to be named and shamed. They're insulated from actually having to answer for what they do. I mean, even that astronaut that we were listening to earlier, he you know, they're not treating him like he's a he's a liar that deceived like generations of people. into a fantasy. Like they're just like, oh, he's just an old man. Yeah, we're questioning what you did. It's okay, Grandpa. Drink your tea over there, right? Instead of berating him, interrogating him, just because he's old, don't mean like he's still a man, right?
Bro, if they did that, he'd probably break. Like if we got him in a room and recorded him, yeah, it'd be insane. But then
Oh,
the
which
global
guy is
youth
that?
cry elder abuse.
Did I ever post the link to that, Danny Jones? Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, you posted it. I saw it. I don't know if that
I'll
person who
post
was
it again.
asking
Get the
was
guy's
there.
name. Name of the guy. Charles Duke. That guy. The youngest person to walk on the moon.
Oh yeah, that's gross. And this was recent, this conversation.
On December 1st.
How old is he now?
Well,
Born October 3rd, 1935.
he'd be like 91 now.
90, it says, yeah.
Dude does not even have a cell phone, bro.
In 1965, NASA announced it was recruiting the 5th group of astronauts. Duke spotted a front page article in the Los Angeles Times and realized he met all the requirements. He went to see Yeager and the deputy commandant, Colonel Robert Buchanan, who informed him. This is a wiki article I'm reading. Quite the tale. And you can do anything in America. You can even go to the moon. They were informed him that there were 2 astronaut selections in progress for NASA and 1 for the USA Manned Orbiting Laboratory Program.
Sure, NASA just randomly picked people for this program instead of carefully choosing them.
Yeah, so they just took it out of the general population.
And was he a Freemason before or after he joined NASA?
It's funny. But a front page article. I'd like to get a copy of the front page article. This is a job for AI. It's all AIs. They're already planning. They're already saying like search engines are losing. losing revenue because people are using AI to basically do the search for them, which is what I'm doing right now. So
Yeah. The AI can collate the information a lot better.
and not be distracted by ads, little flashing lights that like people. Ooh, do I need dick pills? Let me think about that. Oh, let me go back to search. So I didn't get an image, but I got a synopsis. Oh, actually, no, I got a link. Let's see if this works. Yeah, maybe. It's not looking good. Papers. Oh, it's an actual. I have to go to the University of Wyoming to get to look at the actual newspaper. Maybe I can get on the Washington, D.C. site. But it does have what it said in the articles. It was in a bunch of newspapers. Headline read, NASA's recruit new pilot group, or NASA recruiting new astronauts, and it was in a bunch of major newspapers, the same way they do it now, where they repeat the same story over and over again everywhere, and said, citizenship, U.S. citizen, age, no more than 36 years old, born after December 1st, 1929, height, no more than 6 feet tall, education, bachelor's degree in engineering, physical or biological sciences, experience, jet pilot experience, at least 1,000 hours. Now, that announcement was made on September, you're not going to believe this, September 11th, 1965, on a Saturday. Well, that's when it was run in the paper. How many jet pilots could there possibly have been in 1965? And why would you need, I mean, there couldn't be that many.
Yeah, it makes me think of the Sherlock Holmes story, The Red-Headed League.
I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they want this one specific guy for this one specific purpose, but then they run a newspaper article and pretend that they're, recruiting just like that. Yeah.
I'll just try to fish them out of the population.
Yeah, to make him think he's really special, right? Isn't that what they do with the astronauts?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
You're so special. You're astronauts. They're really special these days.
Can you like easily figure out like the military had jets? There were probably some jet airplanes, but there couldn't have been that many jet pilots. I mean, 1965. How many jet airplanes could there have been? 1965, there were 351 qualified jet pilots who applied for NASA's 5th astronaut group.
Yeah, Grok is telling me there was about 13,000 to 15,000 jet fighter attack pilots across all military services in 1965.
How many?
13 to 15,000. But
Dude,
that
Gemini's
number
telling me
rose during the Vietnam War.
55,000 active duty pilots. That's cap, dude. There's not 55 fucking thousand pilots, bro. Of course, it links to a Reddit post. Ugh. Sometimes you have to turn off Google search in Gemini. It gets a little stupid. Ooh. There's a working at NASA Reddit /wiki / working at NASA /wiki astronaut. Are you looking for a job? Looking for a flat Earth astronaut? Lots of internship programs. Contacting NASA, education at NASA.gov. NASA's Become an Astronaut page. Yay. Let's try it. Man, this is good stuff here. Remember what we just listened to. Become an astronaut. NASA's astronauts have been traveling to space for more than 6 decades and living there continuously since 2000. Now NASA's Artemis program is preparing to land the first woman and the next man on the moon. The Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System, SLS, rocket will carry... I guarantee they name that because they just want to use the acronym all the time. So it becomes meaningless crap. The SLS rocket will carry humans farther into space than they have gone before and boldly go on the Starship Enterprise. Oh, that's another script. For missions to the moon and eventually Mars. Requirements: be a U.S. citizen. 2. Have a master's degree in a STEM field, including engineering, biological science, physical science, computer science, or mathematics from an accredited institution. Have a minimum of 3 years of related professional experience obtained after degree completion or 1,000 pilot in command hours with at least 850 of these hours in high-performance jet aircraft for pilots. For medical doctors, time and residency can count towards experience and must be completed by June 2025. To be able to successfully complete the NASA's long-duration flight astronaut physical. The master's degree requirement can also be met by 2 years of work toward a doctoral program in related science, technology, engineering, or math field, completed Doctor of Medicine, osteopathic medicine. Bob the Science Guy, come on. Bob the Science Guy right there, osteopathic medicine, or related medical degree. Completion of current enrollment that will result in completion by 2025 of nationally recognized test pilot school program. Must have skills in leadership, teamwork, and communication.
India, do you know how much
Generation
couple?
astronauts will explore and conduct experiments where humans have never been before. The lunar South Pole.
India.
Is there a 24-hour sun from the lunar South Pole? I'm just wondering. Ask for a friend.
India
Sorry.
Do you know how expensive it is to get a couple 100 hours experience in high performance jet aircraft?
Yeah, it's called a military career.
Yeah, because some of these military jets are anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 an hour in maintenance and everything, flight timing. If they wanted like several 100 hours, we're talking in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, and they just don't let anybody fly those things, right? You're
Yeah, you got to pass the simulator tests quite well before they'll put you in a real cockpit.
Well, there's also other airplane that they'll have you fly, right? Like a lot of people, because my friend did it. My friend was in the Air Force, and they baited him. Oh, you can fly jets. He was nowhere near flying a jet. He ended up fixing planes, right? So, like, to get to the actually flying the jet, even if you go through the pilot stuff, there's a whole bunch of other planes you can fly, and helicopters. Right, the jet pilots, that's a whole nother thing altogether.
Yeah,
That's the ultimate gatekeeping.
exactly. They probably let all the rich kids get there first. My daddy knows the senator, so I'm going to get into this program.
Exactly. I know the secret handshake. Or I can give good head, or something like that. Get report for training at Johnson and spend the next 2 years learning basic astronaut skills like spacewalking, operating the space station, flying T-38 jet planes, and controlling a robotic arm. You can't make this shit up, man. Oh, frequently asked questions. I'm out. Age restrictions 26 to 46. I'm done. My experience is not a requirement. Oh, there's a different path for military applicants and civilian applicants. Who would have thought it? Active duty military personnel must apply to the astronaut candidate vacancy announcement via the USA OBS and follow the instructions provided by the respective military branch. If selected, military personnel are detailed to NASA for a selected period of time. They make $152,000 a year. I wonder what's that in the federal payment. You know how they got like G7, G11. I wonder what their designation is. Hey, how long do you think NASA just like selling classes? Like they'll open up like an astronaut school just in case. Elon Musk flight astronaut school. Maybe I should just open the astronaut school. Flat Earther astronaut school. Teach them how to swim, how to use scuba gear.
That would be a hilarious name for like you're teaching people how to scuba dive, but you're like you name it like astronaut training.
What's up, Elijah? Where the fuck you been?
What's
You
up,
sneak in
y'all?
here? I guess
Yeah,
sneak in here and not be seen, man. I see you.
I've been popping in and out looking for you guys.
Everything good?
Yeah, man.
Oh, cool.
Just chilling, had a good weekend. Out with some friends.
Oh yeah, area man. Weekend was pretty good. So
Out with those godforsaken globe earthers, you know.
yeah, dude, I'm gonna post it again in the chat. You got to check this out, Elijah. You probably didn't hear what we were talking. Did you hear what we were talking about earlier?
No, I just came in.
Moon landing crap. So
Uh-uh.
there's a guy named Danny Jones. He has a YouTube channel. He had Bart Sabrell, the astronauts call him Wild Guy, and an actual Apollo astronaut on at the same time. It's freaking cuckoo, man. They don't get into it because the dude's old, but I'm just saying. You have to see it, dude. It's impossible to describe.
All right.
Dude was in straight acting mode. Like he was like confused about why they were there. Like, how did you get there, man? You don't like. You mean we're just, dude, you don't think we went to the moon? Like, bro, how did you like? You don't even know you're in a debate. Like, what the fuck? How'd you end up at the debate if you don't even know you're in a debate?
Right. I hate when they act like that.
And he kept doing it. And then when he talked about like the astronaut stuff, he was like talking in the third person.
Yeah, that was supposed to be an Apollo astronaut.
I'm gonna have to watch. I haven't watched. I only watched the segment with the rockets. So Elijah, you get a kick out of this. To go to the moon, Von Braun said it would take 3 rockets larger than the Empire State Building. What was it 3 times the size of the Empire State Building? Because they would have to put them into orbit. They have to put the main rocket into orbit, but it would be out of fuel. So they'd need more rockets. They'd have to use the other rockets as cargo ships to bring up fuel. The smarter and a bunch of people have also done this calculation. SpaceX says like 15 rockets. NASA says like 22 rockets just to go to the moon, right? Because they need the fuel. They need to bring up fuel because it's going to be so heavy to get it into orbit. It's going to use all the fuel. And then they asked the astronaut, "What do you think about it?" And he's just like, "Derp, derp, derp, derp." fucking funny.
Come on, it only uses up 97% of the fuel.
Oh, only 97. Oh, thanks, you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna do when you get there? You used all your fuel to get there, and now you gotta send more rockets there to bring more fuel to refuel. It's unsustainable.
I'll DM it to you. I put it in the chat, but I'll just DM it to you.
Yeah, he said. Yaga Bruno said return flight was powered by farts. I think that's hilarious because the ISS has no methane scrubbers, so their air is just 90% farts. If it were true.
The dirty fishbowl, man. That's the best analogy. ISS should be a dirty fishbowl by now.
Yeah, humans shed so much skin cells and hair. That stuff would be floating in front of the lens of the camera all the time. You wouldn't be able to get shots like they get.
We should make an ISS. We should use like vibe code, like one of these AIs to like make us an actual ISS simulator.
Oh, that would be great. How it would actually look.
Like, why is the screen black? Oh, because this is like 9 years in. The camera's coated with dead skin cells.
The whole station would be disgusting.
Yeah, there was a huge goof like that in one of the space TV shows, you know, the Orville, where they had to abandon the ship for a long time. And he picks up a bottle of booze or something and blows the dust off it. Well, the dust typically comes from human skin cells. So why would this bottle on an empty spaceship have dust on it?
What do they claim the ventilation is? How many cubic feet per minute? How long does it take to exchange all the air out?
The most bizarre thing is they pressurize the ISS to 14.7 psi.
I thought they used the lower pressure. I thought they were saying they use like 10 psi or something.
Yeah, they claim they
That's
use
that's what I would have thought, but nope.
Well, then they could just have contradicting statements, because I've heard NASA people say that they use lower pressure, but they're all over the place anyway.
Yeah, never a straight answer, as always. Wait, isn't it weird how like people give NASA a free pass? They'll say something like, "Oh, I don't know, that's not my department." But then NASA simultaneously, anything they say, they're like considered super genius experts that can't be questioned. But half the time they can't even answer the question. More than half the time. Oh shit, you ain't kidding.
Yeah, I thought it was really brilliant when Smarter Every Day asked Don Petit, like, what happens when those O-rings break? Well, then we have a leak. This is supposedly the guy who was like in charge of this thing, like like accredited for having been the most amount of like on the spaceship, the ISS, supposedly at the time when he asked him, and he was like the chief engineer and was supposed to know all this stuff, but he didn't know anything, and he was like, I guess I'll have to like, we have a manual or some protocol for that. These are rubber rings. The heat, the cold, the temperature you're forcing this through would eventually lead to failures, but they don't need to account for that.
Yeah, they just. I don't even know what to say about that.
They probably accounted for it somewhere in the manual. We don't need to learn that to go up and be in charge of this thing. We assume it's somewhere in the manual.
$13,700 cubic feet of air in the ISS. Let's see.
And that logical is bringing a really funny point, or the chugga chugga chugga, how they claim all of their bodily fluids are recycled so that they can drink them again the next day as coffee.
Does every single astronaut get their own little pee cup, or do they have to share?
Yeah, imagine them testing this to see if it worked. They're peeing in the machine, and then some guys on the other side drinking it. Like, oh no, it's still pee. It didn't work. It's just funny.
I asked how the ISS was first pressurized. Here's the story. They were first pressurized by launching its core modules, Zarya and Unity, already pressurized, then connecting them with pressurized mating adapters to create a sealed Earth-like environment, allowing early crews to live and work inside using systems like oxygen generators and CO2 scrubbers for life support after docking. CO2 scrubbers actually exist? Or is it just like some magic word they say, we have CO2 scrubbers? Yeah, how do they work?
Yeah, that was the problem with the biodome. They were building up too much CO2, and it was weakening the concrete structure.
Yeah, why weren't they using the CO2 scrubbers there?
Maybe they didn't have the budget on NASA, couldn't afford them.
Yeah, they have all sorts of weird technology. Like, you look at their suits, like the gas tanks they use supposedly lasted for like 20 hours or something, but they're tiny. Why aren't we using this super magical gas tank technology to dive?
Air containing CO2 is pulled from beds of zeolite, a sponge-like mineral with pores that physically trap the CO2 molecules. The system uses two beds. While one captures CO2, the other is regenerated. This involves heating the zeolite to release the trapped CO2 in water vapor. The released CO2 is vented into space, and the water vapor is condensed and recycled for the crew. Well, shouldn't it just be orbiting with the ISS? Shouldn't the ISS now be like surrounded by CO2 gas, like a big bubble of CO2?
Actually, it should be that dry ice. It should be help keeping it cool in the
Oh,
sun.
shit. Yeah, should be covered in dry ice and then outgas every time it enters into the sun. So the ISS should look like a comet every 90 minutes. Or
Yeah.
every 45 minutes, sorry.
Yeah.
How are they regulating the heat?
Really good engineering.
They're supposedly traveling in the thermosphere heated up by the sun's radiation. So there's no external way to vent that heat.
How many humans are typically on the ISS per year? 5? Is it 5 at a time? Let's just say 5. Was the ISS been up there 20 years?
Yeah, I'm reading 7 people.
Okay, let's go with 7. Just gonna try and figure out how big the cloud is around them. This was started in 99, so 30 years. 25 years, let's say.
Yeah, they claim they're effectively in a vacuum, and so there would be nothing but heat buildup.
2.45 to 10.5 metric tons.
Lol.
That's how much 7 people would have exhaled in 25 years. Depending heavily on diets, carbohydrates versus fats. A person exhales 1.5 kilograms of CO2 daily, equating to 250 to 550 kilograms yearly. So 7 people over 25 years is a significant amount, but still a small fraction of total human impact.
Yeah, they generate about 2.6 metric tons a year of CO2.
Yeah, but it's in orbit with them. They can't just like open the thing. Okay, so they open the thing and let it out. Yeah, now it's traveling with them, right?
Yeah, the same speed as the ISS.
Yeah, they say they vent about 200 to 400 kilograms a year of CO2.
It's of course going to spread out away from the ISS. There's nothing containing it there. Platter, they claim they're using electrolysis to get the oxygen, but that puts them at a net negative for water. They just don't actually. I've never seen them account for that negative.
Dude, the freaking AI answer is hilarious. Yes, the CO2 that the International Space Station vents does go into orbit, but it's immediately dispersed and doesn't stay as a local cloud. It's either processed and recycled, converted to water and methane, or vented as a gas, becoming part of the tenuous outer atmosphere that the ISS orbits through. effectively joining the same orbital environment, but quickly diffusing. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
That nonsense makes a lot of nonsense.
So now it says, I changed the prompt a little bit. When it vents carbon dioxide, most of it stays in orbit with the station, but over time it disperses into space and eventually gets caught by the Earth's upper atmosphere due to atmospheric drag and other factors. So the gas drags the gas. Remember that. Eventually, the CO2 molecules will lose enough orbital energy due to drag and fall into denser layers of the atmosphere, where they burn up or become fully mixed with the atmospheric layers closer to Earth. Does CO2 burn? The vented gas initially travel at essentially the same orbital velocity as the ISS. This means the CO2 molecules do not immediately fly away, but initially form a diffuse cloud around the station's orbital path. My God, AI is stupid, man. Listen to what the AI said. I said, shouldn't it turn the CO2 turn into dry ice? It might seem logical for the CO2 to freeze given the extreme cold in space, but it generally remains a gas due to the extremely low pressure.
Because water under low pressure turns into ice.
I'm looking at the phase diagram for CO2, and below it's about 60 degrees, negative 60 centigrade. Well, no, below negative, that would probably be like negative 80 degrees centigrade. It's always a solid at all pressure ranges. Getting a lot of different phase diagrams for CO2. This is kind of whacked out. Hmm.
So this guy thinks the moon landing was real. Alex Bodge.
No way.
Oh, can we not watch a cartoon together, like, and admit that it's not real? Like, bro, you need your glasses on.
Dude, when people go, do you think the moon landing is fake? What's your evidence? I just go, where do you want me to start? Like, I could just start anywhere. Just mention one thing about the moon landing. Anything. The photos, the pictures, the landing, the telemetry data, the people doing it. Like anything. Mention anything about it. It's so bad. It's just so bad. Ugh. The freaking. They gotta go pick up the cameraman, Flatman can. They left them there. They gotta get the freaking Elon Musk is gonna start Uber X. Oh, well, that's already taken. X Uber to go get the guy.
Don't forget AT&T had to install the phone line for the call, so they were first.
Okay.
Maybe that's why the space shuttle blew up. It hit the wire.
Probably.
"27 minutes ago, bro. Let's get this guy in here."
But Indio, why would they lie?
I asked, why would they tell the truth? That's my question. Lying liars lie about lying.
I said,
I blocked that dude for some reason.
I said, get your ass in here, pussy.
I think I blocked that dude. I blocked that dude for some reason. I gotta figure out why. Hold on. I usually block people when they just are just trolling and they're just like having a conversation by themselves. They pretend they're interacting, but they're really not. They're just getting on a soapbox and narrating. I ain't got time for that shit on X.
NASA would have stopped at Apollo 10. There'd have been no reason to fake 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17.
How was that?
What?
Okay, that's just his opinion.
I mean, I would like to
Production
see.
argument from incredulity.
What? Fun fact, it was actually taken upside down. How do you take an upside down picture in space? Where's the up and where's the down? Fucking retards, bro.
And if you
This
ask
this
NASA,
picture of the Earth is real because it was actually taken upside down.
Well, don't you know there's that baseline that they give that 23.4 axial tilt off of, so that's how they know up, down, upside down, left, right, out in outer space.
but if you ask NASA who took that photograph, they won't tell you.
You know it's an aspen tree because of the way it is. You ever seen that? Let me show you. Hey Rodney, let's go on a little nature walk. Let's go on a little. Can we edit this to change it to flat Earth? Let's go on a nature walk. You can tell it's round just by the way it is. This is the
Are you
funniest
reading this guy's
video.
posts?
No, I sent a video. New thought experiment here. This was the funniest video growing up in high school, like 10 years ago.
Okay, remembers this. Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg. Batmobile lost its wheels and the Joker got away. Hey, that's pretty funny right there, I'll tell you. Okay, see who remembers.
What kind of redneck shit is that, dude?
It's the funniest video ever.
Okay, if you say so.
Whoever has like an AI subscription, we gotta make this a video for Flat Earth. There you go. Now you don't have to watch the whole thing.
Friends, I'm back, friends. Sorry it took me an hour, but I'm back. How's everybody? Seems kind of quiet in
Been
here, like
gone longer
always.
than an hour, man.
Hey, it's my friend.
It's Vlad again.
It's my friend.
Yes. I'm more of Indio's friend. I like Indio and AI Arden more than anybody here. Fuck you all, the rest of you. No, I'm just joking. You guys are all cool. But I prefer AI and Gemsy, you're fine, but you said some stuff the last time we talked, like you were gonna mute me and shit, and I was like, oh bro, if you mute me, man, we're not friends anymore.
I live in the same province as you, motherfucker. You better like me too. I love you, brother.
Why are you lying, Vlad?
Man. But this guy's a real Canadian.
don't lie,
I'm a
bro.
Russian. Don't mess with me, man. I will come take over your territory.
What happened, Vlad? Why are you
Russians-
lying?
the
Are you
Russians.
learning from the girl to lie, or what's going on?
What do you mean, Gems? You said you'll mute me last time we
No,
talked.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Maybe you were high. What I
What
said
were you
was,
saying? What did you
asked
say?
me,
Yeah.
you asked me about who muted me, and I said I didn't mute you. And you said, Jesse, will you mute me? And I said, I mean, if I have to, I would mute you, but I don't.
Exactly. No. See, you say you'd mute me.
It's not the same thing.
That's the same thing. That hurt my feelings, Gemsy, because you said that. I remember it. I took it to heart. Gemsy would mute me. I'm like, Gemsy, out of all the people in this place, God damn.
That
Well,
he was
what about
he
the
was
part
being
when I
honest.
unmute you?
Like if I was doing something I shouldn't be doing on stream, I would want him to mute me, and so it's not personal. Like if I do something that's against the rules, I should be muted. That's just
Hey, listen,
reasonable. You're not
friends.
doing something against the rules, so he was not saying he would mute you. He was just
No, but
saying if
listen,
you did
friends.
something against the rules, yeah, he would because he follows the rules.
There you go.
Right.
And Drace gets it. I'm
Okay,
surprised that Vlad
listen.
doesn't get it.
Listen, I'm sorry I bring up orange juice all the time. I'm sorry grape juice doesn't like me. I'm sorry.
I like grape juice better than orange
Orange
juice,
juice?
but
What about apple juice?
it's so sweet. Grape is
Any kind of
grape
juice?
is better.
Hey, listen, friends. I saw this one thing on Instagram. It was like a 7-part episode on Insta. It was an AI thing created, and one of the main characters was an orange juice box. And you can only imagine how funny it was. Like, I don't know if you guys saw it, but it came across my feed. I literally had to watch all 7 episodes, and it was just hilarious. We're talking about like I can't say stuff because it gets really, really fucked up. But let's just say one of the main evil characters was an orange juice box. It was hilarious. Did anybody else see it?
No.
I take it as a no. Yeah, bro. But if when you guys come across it, I wish I saved. You can't really save this type of stuff because I guess you get red flagged or some shit.
Get muted.
And muted, yeah. But especially when you talk about juices, man, don't talk about any kind of juice, apple, orange, or grape, because all of a sudden the mute starts coming out. Just joking. I love saying juice box. Oh man, I'm writing a fine line, friends. Am I not? Hey, listen, friends. I've been sober for like over 2 months now. Can you believe this?
Good. Sounds good.
Yeah, your liver thanks you.
Well, no, I'm talking about like from marijuana. I've been sober from alcohol for years now. I'm talking about marijuana sober.
What about parasites? Are you sober from parasites?
Congratulations, Vlad. I'm happy to hear that, brother.
Oh, thank you.
Now you need to just go celibate for a year and you'll be fine.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. Jesus Christ. Not with the hot girl I'm seeing, bro. Ain't no way. I left her house last night, 3 in the morning. Can't. You guys If I showed you guys the picture, you guys would be like, yeah, he can't. There's no way he can stop.
3 in the morning is when the parasites are more aggressive, though, so
Yep.
Really?
they're manipulating you, bro.
Gemsy, oh my god, I don't want to get into descriptions, but the things that me and her were doing last night, bro, I'm not gonna even talk about it.
Bro, you let her touch your butt, bro? What is wrong?
Oh,
Come
It
on,
was the
guys.
you giving you a rim job?
opposite. It was the opposite. It was all the other way around, friends.
Fuck up, bro.
Nobody,
That's not any better.
Come on.
nobody touches my butt. Hey, you guys, he started it, man. So I didn't want to get into
Let's
it.
just get off your sex life, dude.
Oh, come on, man. It's the best.
Yeah,
I'm just joking.
you keep it to yourself.
Oh, man.
Don't kiss and tell, man. It's classless.
Well, nobody's really telling anything. I said let's not talk about it. Somebody started.
Still did.
Damn. You know. Let's okay. Let's start talking about the juice boxes and what's the next thing the juice is gonna do. I'm just joking.
The juice is gonna raise your glucose levels in your blood.
That's true. Hey, but you got to be kosher, oive.
The juice is going to sour.
One day you're gonna wake up in a bathtub full of ice.
That's gonna be bad.
Missing a kidney.
Well, that depends on what my blood type is, right? Because they don't usually target people that don't match a certain blood type. It's usually universal donors that get targeted for like organ like takeaways. Yeah, because you can't just fucking, you know what I mean? Just nilly-willy swap organs. But friends, I only had 4 hours of sleep, and then I went to work. So I had to wake up for 10 in the morning, and I'm like, I'm getting kind of tired right now, man. Friends, I think I'm gonna eat and then pass out. I hope everybody else is having a good day.
See, if you were celibate, you'd get more sleep.
Yeah. You know what I did. You guys, fuck. I've been talking about that. I stayed away from girls for like over 8 years, my friends. Literally. And then when I was ready for a girl, this girl came along, right? And I'm just catching up, my guy. Just catching up. Hey, she's my soulmate though. She's not like some random. I promise you. Like literally, I told Jamesy this story a million times, but if you guys want to hear it, I literally like my life was turning out great. Everything was great. Everything is happy, and the only thing I'm missing is like a kind of a partner in my life. And then I told God, "Yo, buddy, show me the way."
Sorry, that wasn't for you.
And then 2 weeks later, he showed me the way. What's up?
No, sorry. I said, oh, God, because I read something. It wasn't because of what you were saying. I didn't want you to take that the wrong way.
Oh, no, I didn't. We didn't hear it. You didn't even clip in. At least I didn't hear it.
How do you know it wasn't the devil listening to you and he gave you the girl?
Well, no, because listen, see this. Why would the devil bring me my soulmate? And you're like, oh, Vlad, how do you know she's your soulmate? Well, bro, do you guys know what the sidereal cycle is? Let's get into that.
No.
Like the sidereal cycle? It's spelled sidereal.
The position of the stars at a certain time of the year?
Well, I mean, it's like the actual position of the stars and the sun and the moon. Yeah, the sidereal cycle. Yeah. Like it's not the tropic horoscope, like the tropic zodiac. It's where it's referencing off the 0 degrees of Aries and then dividing the whole sky in like 30 degrees per zodiac. Right? No. It's none of that nonsense. It's literally the positions of everything in the sky. Yeah.
What about your position on the ground? Does that count?
Yeah, because then it determines your rising, right? Like the time you were born. and the position you were born determines your rising sign. And the rising is very important because, you know, you'll know some shit. Any other questions? Oh yeah, numerology. Numerology matches. We're both Year of the Cat. And the thing is with Years of the Cats, we're one of those signs that are like hardest to have like any compatibility with any other sign except our own. So that's why I know she's the one.
Disqualified.
Oh, no. It's everything, man. Friends, it's everything. Okay, so my Jupiter's in, no, her Jupiter's in Pisces, and my Venus is in Aquarius. And she's like an Aquarius moon, and I'm a Sun Pisces, friends. And that's a big deal. That's a huge deal. You'll know when you get there. Oy vey.
Just marry her.
No, man. And nobody wants to get married, which is great. We're just living in the moment, enjoying the moments. Lots of them.
Is that why God gave her to you?
Well, yeah, I gotta live life with a. I'm not gonna live life with a fucking dude,
To
am I?
not marry her? To not have
Well,
babies?
no. Well, I don't want to have kids. I already have one.
Oh, so you do have kids. So you do want to have kids. 'Cause you did have.
No, I have a 14-year-old son. Remember that? Baby mama drama is already enough. Oy vey. Never married her. But hey, is everybody a flat earther here? Is there any globers I could destroy? Just for like old time's sake?
Yes.
Where? Where's the glober?
Yes.
Yo, you guys are all flat earthers. Flat earther here. I don't know. Who the fuck is Iago Bruno? Flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat. No. Plain and truth. He doesn't have a tag. He has the listing pass VC verified. But he has Earth is flat. It's not complicated. So he's a flat earther. Flat earther. Flat earther. Flat earther. Definitely flat earther. Flat earther. Flat earther. Damn, friends. I think we're all flat earthers in here. Oy vey. That's why it's so quiet in here. Wait, Arizona Bill, what's up? Oh, you have the flat sign. So yeah, you're flat. Flats. Everybody's a flat. I guess we're gonna have to talk about my love life. Oy vey.
I guess so. Not.
That's a joke. It's rhetoric, rhetorical. I'm joking. I'm not gonna. I don't kiss and tell, Free ball and bear. Oh, sweet Jesus Christ, bros! Unmute this guy. Oh, we got people. We got hits. Who's free ball and bear?
Who just came in?
Free ball and bear and Lao Tzu. But Lao Tzu's a fucking flat earther.
He's one of us.
Yeah, but what about free ball and bear?
Free ball and bear.
Yeah, he has no tags. You guys gotta unmute his ass.
Free ball and bear. Okay.
He's a free baller, and he's a bear. Oh, sounds kind of homosexual if you think about it.
Sounds like you're taking a lot of risks in life.
I did the damage.
Hope you don't have to jump.
Hey, did you unmute his ass?
Yeah.
Hey, Free Balling Bear, you there? Gotta mute your mic and say hello to the
You
panel.
don't want to have to jump anything higher than 10 inches if you're free balling.
I guess he's shy.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, there he is. Hey, friends, right there. Oh my God, we're gonna have some fun, boys. Oh, we got
Speak
another
now.
one. Oh, we got another one. He left. You guys gotta promote this shit more, man. Just like old school.
Yeah, Vlad, just make some business cards, and every customer you make a pizza for every day, just tell them, hey, you see this pizza here? It's flat and round. And this is my Discord right
true.
here.
And that's my Discord right here, yeah. That's true. And then fucking get fired the next day.
Yeah, that's fine. It's doing a service for
No,
the community.
I'll never get fired. Don't worry, I'll never get fired. Don't worry. I'm just joking. I'll never get fired. I tell everybody there's this flat at work. Every one of them knows. And none of them say anything in return because, you know, when I just explain to them, they're just, okay, it's actually the ones that are like today, these guys are all like thinking about it. I was like, huh. Oh. I'm like, yeah. But friends, I swear to God, I'm nodding off again, man. I had only 4 hours of sleep last night. What's up, Free Balling?
Yo, I just came to listen.
Oh, man. Are you a Glober or a Flat Earther?
Flat Earther.
Nah, there's no way. Why do you have a Free Ballin' Bear type thing? You're like a ballin' bear.
I'm free of the ball.
Ah, now it makes sense. Okay, somebody give him a Flat Earther tag. But before
yourself.
Yeah, but before you get the Flat Earther tag, my guy, can you give us 3 reasons why the Earth is flat?
Well, we see too far, for one. Refraction is ridiculous. Refraction distorts objects. I don't believe people are standing upside down on the other side of the world. And this celestial theodolite deal is pretty compelling.
Okay, well, friends, how do you guys? I know India's right here. India, how do you think? How do you feel about this guy? Does he deserve a tag?
I mean, we don't give that tag for at least 24 hours, man.
He said
How
that
you don't know
refraction
the
is
rules, fucking
ridiculous.
Deccan?
Because I'm a silver. I'm a nobody here, man.
How
I don't
long
know
you been on the
nothing.
server? You had to be at least server for fucking 24 hours before you get that roll. He's been on the server longer. Yeah, you can give you the flat earth roll. Doesn't really give you anything. It's just
No. He said refraction is ridiculous. Is that what does
Well,
that
no,
mean?
the way he explained, he explained it where it's like the distortion. It doesn't increase your vision; it distorts your vision. There you go. That's what he meant.
Yeah. Plus,
When
on a
Glober
globe,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say that. Plus, on a globe, you have to believe that when there's more refraction, and the most amount of visual distortion, that we see farther, and it looks clearer. That seems pretty ass backwards. The more refraction there is, the further we can see. I don't buy that.
pretty stupid. I agree.
Yeah.
The only evidence for globe refraction is a flat Earth. That's crazy. Hey, dude, light bends around the ball. Oh, how do you know that? Because the Earth looks flat. Fucking dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
Seems like a cool guy to me, guys. Man, that's crazy. More flat earthers than fucking Globers now, eh?
Wait till 2026, man. 2026 is coming, brother. We got a lot of shit going on, and there's a lot of. While you're sitting there playing, hide the sausage, other people are working, Deccan.
And I like the sausage hiding game. It's so much fun. I got a lot of catching up to do. Almost fucking broke it at one point. It's like, holy shit. But hey.
Well, Drace is doing stuff. I'm doing. Like, there's a lot of people doing different things on their own. That's why I love you guys, man. This whole group of people. It's just everybody just like they're self-directed on their own shit. You know what I mean? No one needs their hand held. It's freaking pretty cool.
Oh yeah. I like to just shit on Globers. Oh, what do we got here? Mr. VLTK. What's up, big guy? This is VLTK is a flat earther or a globe earther? Anybody know? He's only VC verified. Oh, these people don't have mics. I bet they're like, well, I don't have the mic. Oh, okay. Oh, he knows me by my name. No way. Friends. Crazy. Hey, isn't it Speculation Sunday? Well, I mean, now it's Speculation Monday morning, but still Sunday, depending on where you are.
It's still Sunday in Hawaii?
All right, so we can still talk about the Jews. No way. I speculate the Jews is fucking everybody. I'm just joking. Woo! Oh, I'm just joking. Don't come. Hey, but you know what's crazy though? This is a real one though. Guess who's been spotted in Israel, in Tel Aviv?
Hmm?
Guess who's been spotted walking around in Tel Aviv?
Jesus?
Fucking Jeffrey motherfucking Epstein, friends. You guys didn't see that one yet?
That's probably AI.
Nope.
I don't care if it's AI, dude. People should be trying to shock the conscience at this point. A child trafficker without frickin' clients? How does that work?
Exactly. And he wasn't really suicidal.
Who's he trafficking him to? Frickin' imaginary friends?
Right.
Hey, Snuffleupagus wants a 13-year-old.
But yeah, that wasn't an AI, my friend. That was literally like, I think it was video, multiple different shots. Like nothing ever happened.
You got any video of Jimmy Hoffa?
No. But I'm pretty sure there's other people. Like, you know how they hit Hitler? Well, he didn't really die, Hitler. He was fucking just imported into, what is it, Cuba?
Cuba.
Or
Argentina, people say.
Or wait, hold on. Robin Williams.
Michael Jackson.
All these quote unquote people that get suicided, they're not really suicided. They're just given permanent vacations on like these Long Beach islands.
They're going to the extra continents and beyond Antarctica. Beyond the Little America in Antarctica.
Yeah. Speculation Sunday, boys. Let's do it. Let's go speculate real hard. That's right.
That's another one, Mr. Charlie Kirk. That's all fucking stage. Don't talk about the juice boxes, you know.
Oh, Charlie was taken to Valhalla.
Oh yeah, that's the one. And it's funny where Valhalla was on the map. Did you guys see the quote unquote the guy that killed him? He had a map behind the picture, and on the map there's like a dot where there's a fucking thing that says Valhalla. Maybe he's there. Crazy stuff.
Not maybe.
Probably. Speculation Sunday. Friends, this pizza's amazing. I just reheated a pizza that's like a day old. Fuck me. I like amazing pizza. Crazy. I should open up my own restaurant. It's too much work. Unless Gemsy gives me the initial capital, maybe I'll do it.
I'll borrow it from you and then loan it back to you.
Gemsy will never eat there.
Yeah,
I'll sell it.
Gemsy can't be sure you don't have brain worms and there's parasites all over your restaurant, so he'll never eat there.
Bro, I showed Gemsy the parasite cleanse that I take. He's like, there's no way he has parasites now. It has fucking green walnut husk in it. Fuck me. It's fucking...
Yeah, speaking of that, dude. That fucking video, huh, Gemsy? That was badass. And then...
oh yeah, the one that you sent me like a year ago, and I just watched the other day.
Just watched. But it was good though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
About
good.
what?
Yeah.
About what?
Parasites.
About how
brainworms,
parasites that you get from your girlfriend manipulate your behavior.
Really, eh? Well, what if I gave her the parasite cleanse also, and we all take the parasite cleanse? Then what happens? That's right, Gemsy.
You know how you know when you tell the Globers come here and they say you guys are flat earthers? Ew. That's the parasites right there. Because they manipulate you to feeling disgust against certain norms. If someone goes goes against your norm, you feel disgusted.
I'll post the video. Yeah.
I don't know, main hurt.
This isn't speculation, Deccan. This is like clinical research, man.
Well, I get you, but I have no parasites. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Not you, normies. Normies
yeah, I
have
know that.
parasites that make them feel disgust if people go against what they perceive to be the norm.
Oh, the normie parasite.
They have actual brain worms.
Oh, makes sense. I think people should take parasite cleanses. Gemsy,
Dude, it
let's
was
start
more
a
than a
parasite
year ago,
cleanse.
Gemsy. Freaking 2024 September. Come on, man.
Yeah. Gemsy, you don't pay attention to India's messages? Man, what kind of friend are you?
Bro, that chat gets flooded with so many links and I'm just click some of them. I cannot click all of them.
Yeah, if you watch everything in there, you'd be doing nothing else the rest of the day.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I just go in there to try to steal memes and then show it to other people. You guys share some good memes over there? Sometimes. Then I was doing a search in my user ID, and then I found that Indio tagged me a year ago. I was like, damn, I didn't see this.
Dude, I thought you were just like fucking around, Gemsy, when you first started talking about that. I'm like, Gemsy doesn't seem like he just talks about dumb shit. So I started looking into like brainworms and shit and parasites because I knew about that fungi that takes over the ant and turns it into like a zombie ant. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anything like that. And then there's
For
like
humans?
rabies and toxoplasmosis and all these other parasites that actually will change behavior. So I'm like, that shit's got to exist in humans somewhere.
I think it's actually the parasites took over people in high places, and now they're injecting their next generations into everybody else. That's the way it works now. It's the parasites running the world inside the vehicles, which is your body or other people's bodies.
So why don't we parasite cleanse everybody, man? What happens if everybody cleanses parasites? What happens?
Can you actually make everyone do one thing? I don't think so.
Or what? Wearing masks?
You can almost make everybody believe the Earth is a ball. Almost.
Mm-hmm.
What if that's a parasite?
I think it is.
Well, definitely.
Definitely a mind
Yeah,
virus of some sort.
Just drink some borax. That'll clear out your intestinal parasites.
The borax definitely helps. I mean, it's boron, right?
Well, friends,
Boron.
I could read you off the list of the concoction that I'm drinking, but I already listed it off to Gemsy. Gemsy, you can
Yeah,
repeat it if
please
you
don't
want.
recommend that while we're on the live stream consuming anything.
I don't recommend. Not medical advice, friends. That's what I do.
Yeah, just say either you take it or someone
Oh,
you
I
know
take it.
takes it.
Tincture.
For internet or for entertainment purposes only.
Fuck
Yes.
yeah.
We did it in a video game.
Hell yeah.
There's a video game about it, and that's where we were doing it. Our
And
characters
it cleared out
were
all my
taking it.
parasites. Well, the crazy thing is, I don't think I ever had parasites because if your immune system is strong enough, parasites don't last in it.
India, I came across doing research about diabetes and that kind of stuff since my condition and whatever.
Yeah.
And there was some people like these random researchers saying that type of diabetes was caused by parasites in multiple parts of the body, like the pancreas, the liver, the intestines, the gallbladder, and the brain. It will actually cause your
anything
body
about
to. Well, that's the difficult part. That is the difficult part, though.
But what if
you don't have to take anything to get rid of your parasites? You know that, right?
You could do frequencies, like a machine, wave.
No, just
wave
cleanse.
machine.
Don't eat anything for 72 hours, like once or twice a month.
I've done that.
you still have parasites?
Dude, parasites are eating you as long as you're around. They got something to eat.
If you don't feed them, they'll eat your organs.
Yeah, man.
Really?
So, how about things like hold on a second. I'm gonna deafen the freaking bots, dude.
parasites is they also got hyperparasites inside them.
What if junkies like they got a parasite that was getting high?
Actually, some parasites are addicted. Are actually junkies. They're addicted to alcohol and some other substances.
I wouldn't doubt that. The alcohol thing, definitely.
Yeah, if you have too much candida in your system, when you eat carbohydrates or whatever, it converts the carbohydrates into alcohol. Makes you drunk.
Parasites are actually junkies. Like junkies manipulate people to, get stuff to get their fix. Parasites do the same thing. You're addicted to sugar.
I think the sugar is a big thing as far as, Did I ever show you this thing about the babies and the breast milk?
No.
So apparently, there's a protein in human female breast milk. It's not found in any other animal. It's not found actually anywhere else in nature, as a matter of fact. It's only found in human female breast milk. And it's not digestible by human beings. You can't break it down. Do you know what can break it down? A certain type of gut bacteria can break it down.
Yes.
And that gut bacteria, it forms kind of like a film or like a barrier, a biofilm inside your stomach. It's like another layer of protection in addition to your stomach lining. It only allows certain things to pass through your stomach lining, but it needs to be kept alive through the human breast milk. So, you know how babies, they get colic now more than they used to because they're not breastfed and they have gastrointestinal problems and all these things. So, turns out the incidence of this bacteria is dropping in human. They've been testing human beings to see if this exists. And there was a doctor who was dealing with neonatal preebies, right? Babies born way too early, like way too early. He was like ICU doctor. And he started giving them the bacteria, right? Cultured bacteria that was from, because it wasn't naturally occurring in their body, because their mother didn't have the bacteria. It has to be passed down from mother to child. So the mother didn't have the bacteria, so the child didn't. But so these childs would have problems, and then they'd give them the bacteria, and they went from something like 3 child deaths per year to 0. And that lasted for 4 years until the FDA found out that they were doing it and they stopped them. And then their child fatality went right back to where it was. So, yeah, I'll post.
About the bacteria, because
have you heard about this, Jemsy?
I've heard similar stuff, but not specifically what you're saying, nor the name of the specific bacteria. Because I know that there is organisms that definitely do that help you digest foods and break down like those. Like they help your body. That's why they put chemicals in certain things to actually remove the good bacteria, so then the bad bacteria can be introduced and they take over your body.
Is that bacteria? Is it in goat's milk?
No, the bacteria.
It's not in the milk. It's supposed to be in your body. Yeah,
it's in humans, but the bacteria eats It's called an oligosaccharide. You can't digest it, but the bacteria can. But if you don't have the bacteria in the first place, you're basically drinking breast milk for fucking no reason.
Pesticides, herbicides, and a bunch of other chemicals. Glyphosate kills the good bacteria in your body. It kind of resets the terrain, and then other stuff can take over that terrain. Yeah, post that. I want to check the name of that bacteria. I might be able to find it. Maybe find some source. Probably try it myself.
It's called bifidobacteria or something. There's something that, like, I don't know why it didn't. I don't embed. They're indigestible for the nursing child. However, they have a probiotic effect and serve as food for an intestinal bacteria called bifidobacterium.
Live stream voice text? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I posted it. I'll be right back.
Also, a lot of foods and a lot of products have cultures of bacteria that are actually not good for you. And they colonize your body, especially when the good bacteria was taken out of your body with pesticides, preservatives, herbicides, and then you eat culture foods that are not that have the bacteria that is not good for you. So they take over. And then a lot of the sudden you cannot digest certain foods. Like the example that Indio is given. You gotta save this link and see if there's like a commercial name for it. There might be. It might be available in some countries. I bet you in the US it's not available. I'm speculating. Hey, who's that? Witch? Who's feeding some noise?
Fast attack.
Acid Tech. Okay, Acid Tech, I might have to mute you. Every time I'm trying to... There you go. Acetek, I'm gonna mute you. If you need to mute, let me know. Why are you guys so quiet? What's going on? Anybody in here? What India share is super interesting if you guys look into it. This bacteria called Bifidobacterium. You can get it from your mother. I mean, she has it. If she's a healthy mother, she has it. You get it from her vagina when you're being born. And it will help the baby in the development of the brain. And it also helps with the metabolism of carbohydrates, which is super interesting. Because type 1 diabetes is not being able to metabolize carbohydrates, which is interesting. At least for the type of research that I'm doing. So antibiotics can get rid of this bacterium that is necessary for healthy babies.
Well, so I eat a lot of carbs in my life. I'm still pretty fit, bro. What do you say about that?
Who asked you?
I don't know. I was asleep halfway through. I woke up. What were you saying?
Are you're able to metabolize the carbohydrates? That's good.
Yeah. No matter how much I eat carbs, man, I'm not gaining weight, man. I'm trying to gain weight for like the longest time. I just ate like 5 slices of massive pizza.
And now you feel like shit.
You know, I feel good. I think I'm going to take a nap for like 6 hours, 7 hours.
6 slices of pizzas? That's a whole pizza, dude.
Oh no. I didn't eat one.
You left one for the cockroaches?
No, I don't have cockroaches.
I mean, there's bacteria in the air and in the table, even in the box. The pizza box, so they gotta eat.
I don't have cockroaches.
Alright. Food eating bacteria. At least you leave some of the food for them.
Man, it's -10 outside. Holy shit.
I found one of these strain products of this specific bacteria. They have multiple strains. It costs $80. Hey Vlad, do you have $80 that I can borrow?
No.
You mean no?
I need more.
Just sell some of your Bitcoin, dude.
I need more money.
No, you don't. You got money. You told me the other day you got money. Just kidding, bro. I'll
Yeah, I'm going to sleep. I'll talk to you later.
go to sleep, bro. Have a good one. Holy guacamole.
Mighty, now's your opportunity to present the winning globe argument.
What?
Well,
what are you talking
okay.
about, dude?
Yeah,
Well, let's just let him get his thing out. So we know
I want to hear what he's just. I just want him to get it out so he can get it out to the audience and everybody can hear
if the surface is flat like you observe it to be, then what?
Are you gonna let me finish my sentence this time, or are you gonna keep?
Well, you're talking, dude. So just
Well, let's
say
do
it.
this. Let's do this. I'll try to get my point across one more time, and if you mute me again, then there's no point continuing. I'll just laugh in silence and
You'll keep
see how
coming
you
back,
guys
dude.
are
It's not.
scared.
You're gonna keep coming back. So just keep.
I keep coming back because I like seeing people clown you idiots. It's funny, and that's why I come
Is
back.
that what's happening right now? You being unable to present an argument?
Yeah, well,
Clowning
you
us.
keep muting. It's really hard to get a point across, and you do.
Yeah, we've given you like 100 chances now. Just get the argument out.
Okay, watch how
We'll
you're going to
stop
mute me.
meta
Then.
whining.
Okay, watch this. I'm going to call you guys muting me in a second. Okay, so when you're standing on a surface of the Earth, right, and you're looking at the sun disappearing into the horizon, and it's going down and down and down, setting off of the horizon. So you know it's going off the horizon because you see it disappearing below the horizon, right? It's not getting further away in distance. It's changing the shape. It's going down. Okay. So then it disappears completely, and it's getting dark, and you don't see the sun anymore. But if you go on a tower that's standing right next to you, and you go up, 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 up in elevation, suddenly the sun comes back into vision. How is that possible on a flat surface?
Okay, well, why? What are you claiming is the cause of this?
Earth curvature, obviously.
Okay, can you substantiate that?
Yeah, because on a flat surface, when something's disappearing across the horizon, you can't see it if you go higher in elevation. But on a curved surface, it's disappearing behind the curve, and that's why you can't see it. You go up in elevation, and you can suddenly see it.
Well, that's just a declaration from you. Could I actually see some justification of this curved surface that you're claiming is there?
Why does it need justification? It's pure logic.
Well, because you say it's there. Okay, so how much is there? Let's say over 10 miles.
Well, it doesn't matter. The distance doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, it does matter because you're saying the curvature is there. So how much is there? Over 10 miles, let's say.
Why does it matter?
Because we want to make you stake a claim so that you can then justify this
You're
claim.
trying to get into semantics because you're losing.
Is there a specific curvature or is it just a vague curvature?
And you stick to the logic. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. You've said the cause of this phenomena that you're claiming is curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
So now you need to substantiate that there is indeed a curvature of the Earth to be the cause of your phenomena.
I just gave you one.
We're going to get into the specifics of your claim. So is it a specific rate of curvature?
My question, right? Is that?
Well, no, it's because we're seeing if you've got any justification for this argument. So is it a specific rate of curvature? What's the rate of curvature that you're claiming?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it does because you need to justify that this rate exists. So it does matter. This is your argument, dude.
It doesn't matter.
Are you unaware that this is your argument? You've just said that the cause that you just claimed is this curvature. And now you're saying the curvature isn't important.
Yeah, it's not important. The distance to the curvature is not important.
So your entire argument is not important.
Why?
Because your argument is, I see the sun do this because of Earth curvature. Okay, let's discuss that Earth curvature. No, that's not important.
No, I said the distance to the curvature is not important.
Yeah, the specifics of the curvature, that's important because that's what you're claiming.
Specifics of the curvature. It's the specific.
Yeah, it's the specifics of the curvature. So how much curvature is there over 10 miles? What's your rate of curvature?
You're trying to gallop this other subject because you can't answer this
other subject? This is the cause. Yeah. This is the cause you're claiming.
No, you're trying. I asked you a clear question. Very simple logic.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about curvature. You want to take curvature off the table.
I am
is that
talking
right?
about curvature. You're gonna have to explain what I just
explained. What rate of curvature and where's this been measured or detected? Well, it does. Has it ever been detected?
You're trying to divert because you can't answer the question.
It's not a diversion. It's an examination. It's an examination of your argument. It's not a diversion. I'm directly addressing your claimed cause, curvature.
Again, you can pretend the distance is whatever you want. I don't care. I'm fine with whatever.
Pretend the distance. Does it not have a specific rate of curvature?
It doesn't matter for the example.
No. Does it or does it not? Is there a specific rate of curvature? Is there a rate of curvature that we can understand and know what the claim is or not?
We can discuss that after you answer my question.
Well, I'm challenging your assumption that the cause of the phenomena you're seeing is this curvature. That's your entire argument.
What other cause?
So if you can't justify the cause, well, what other causes have you considered other than this curvature that you can't even describe?
Well, what other things that I've considered?
Yeah, what have you considered?
I've never considered anything besides it being a.
You never bothered to consider anything else other than this curvature that you don't know the details of.
Well, I know the details of it, but it's irrelevant for the question.
Okay, so what are the details of it?
Well,
What's
why
the
are you
rate?
trying to stick into semantics when it's?
Because we want to know if it's true. We want to know if it's true.
Well, okay. So first, explain to me how this works.
No. We want to know if the curvature claim that you're making is true. Therefore, you have to tell us what this rate of curvature you're claiming is.
Because I understand what the game here is. You're trying to get
it's a game, so you can't substantiate. Well, is there a number, or is there not a number?
And then when I give you the number, you're just going to jump to a completely different.
Then when we give you, okay, what
these oil rigs? They're this and this distance away, and they're not disappearing.
What are you saying? Are you saying the observations don't match? Are you saying the observations don't match the number that you'd give us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're going to try and take it to a completely different direction from
So
what.
Do the observations match the numbers?
Well, they do, yes. If you.
So that oil rig example, that you gave us.
You jump.
Yeah, the one you just brought up.
It's funny.
The one you just brought up.
Yeah. So
does that number match the observation?
Yes,
the curvature
the reason why you can see the oil rig is because
it does.
Yes, it does.
So where does it say the geometric horizon should be again for a 1-foot observer?
Again, you're trying to get into semantics again and talk about
No. This is the number.
Horizon.
This is the number that you mentioned.
The reason I gave you the example I gave you.
See how he's wriggling away.
It's because it doesn't matter.
See how you're running away from now, whether it matches.
You're already posting the shit on side chat.
So the observations don't match the number that you're claiming, and that's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why it's irrelevant.
You're not taking refraction into account, and thank you for proving
refraction.
Yes.
What do you mean? Why are you saying refraction?
Because you're showing me a picture of an oil rig, which is clearly, you haven't calculated.
You said the numbers match the model. So why are you now saying refraction?
Because you have to take into account things like refraction. These are atmospherical things you have to take into account when you're calculating distance and looking at an observation from a distance. But I don't want to get bogged into that. It's not.
And that matches what model?
That would be funny.
It's because the calculation to the horizon.
So what model did you use for the oil rig example to say that it matches?
You see how you jump into the oil rigs every time when I give you this example because
you brought up the oil rigs.
No,
you brought up the oil rigs.
The oil rigs because that's what you like talking about.
Yeah, you brought up the oil rigs.
I gave
so you dug your own grave. You made your own little.
Any math. You don't have to do any math at all.
You dug your own little punji stick hole to fall into.
Anything. You can use whatever numbers you want. It's not going to.
Whatever numbers you want because it's not real. It's just fantasy. So we can just make up any bullshit numbers we want. That's how you think. That's why you're arguing for the globe.
You can't do it.
You can't get into the specifics. You can't say the specifics of your globe because you're terrified of them because you already know the oil rig observation alone doesn't match that number.
Okay.
That's why you're spazzing out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm spazzing
out. So a 1-foot observer should see a geometric horizon where?
Yeah, we're not going to play this game. You're not
going to play this game. You can't say it. You can't address your own belief. You're terrified of it.
And I'll answer your question. Okay, how about that?
No, you're dishonest.
No.
You're emotional. You're too emotional. You can't discuss it. You just made an argument based on curvature.
You're evading the question and asking.
You just made an argument based on curvature.
I'm the one who's
Yeah. You're coping. Because you just made an argument about curvature, and I asked you to talk about it, and you tried to run away immediately.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened, right, Cyclone?
Yeah, you can't tell us what the rate of curvature is supposed to be. You say it can be any number. Doesn't matter, because you don't care about the truth.
I gave you
don't care about reality.
Any number. The reason why I gave you that example is because numbers are irrelevant.
It's because you know the globe model doesn't match reality. That's why you don't want to adhere to it.
Yours doesn't match reality either, just as I just explained, right?
You already know that no one's ever observed or measured or detected any curvature
your world
ever.
Doesn't match this example either.
And this is why you have to keep talking through me, coping, just being
you're not
a little nerd.
Okay, I'll wait here in side chat until you have an answer for me. Thank you.
I bet it upsets you that you only experience a flat, motionless Earth.
Yeah, it really, really aggravates me. When I drive to work
I know
every day,
it does.
fuck, why is the Earth flat?
I know you try to convince yourself. Why is that horizon so flat? You're lying to me, horizon. Why does this ground not seem like it's spinning?
Guilty as charged. You're totally onto me.
Yeah, they've made you delusional, and you're desperate for it.
Who's they?
There's nothing more sad to see. You're
they?
desperate to believe.
Who's they? Who's they?
You're desperate to believe.
You're not even gonna say
The little
who's they.
talking heads on TV. Whoever bought you into this delusion that you're now defending shamelessly.
Who is it? Who is it? NASA?
Who is it?
The government?
NASA.
Your teachers, your mom.
Is that who you believe? Is it NASA?
Everyone's just lying to me.
From your perspective, though,
No, they're just wrong.
listen,
And you're gullible.
from your perspective, though, the Earth is flat and motionless, right?
You're just trying to divert the argument again.
Oh, you can't answer the question that you experience.
I can answer your question. Yeah, of course I can. If you can answer mine.
Okay, so what is it? You do experience the Earth from your perspective as flat and motionless? That's right, right?
Yeah.
You
So
say
when
it's
you're
too big
standing
to
on
see the curve.
when you're
See,
standing
you can't
on
do it. See, you can't do it.
sunset, and then it goes beyond the horizon. Yeah, that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
you
the
see the
horizon
flat
on it?
motionless Earth,
Hey,
innit?
Wolfgang, let me ask him a question. What's the
Also,
horizon on the flat Earth?
where's the container, by the way?
Okay, what's the horizon on the flat Earth? Look, you said if the
Why do you
sun
butt in,
sets on a
Indio?
flat Earth, when you go higher, the horizon wouldn't extend, right?
I never said horizon wouldn't extend. By the way, we had this discussion like multiple times already, Indio. You always butt in and try to.
Yeah, okay. Your meta
opinion.
doesn't. I don't care.
because
I don't
they
care.
suck at
I don't care.
standing up for you.
He's
I don't care,
upset.
dude. I
He's
don't care.
upset.
So you call Indio your priest to like. Oh,
Okay,
Indio,
no one's a
he's
priest
owning
here.
us the facts. Please come and help us. And
That's projection.
Yeah,
That's
like, you're
projection, my friend.
Speaking of priest, man, you need to
actually,
exercise.
I don't have
right
anyone
now.
talking for me. Do you see anyone talking for
You
me?
said the
Yeah,
sun go. You said the sun. No, I wanted to talk.
Why
I've been
does
waiting
Indio
for a
have to come in
while. I
and
wanted to
save
say
his
something
child
about
from
your
being destroyed?
original thing that you said can't be addressed.
Well, I'll finish.
I'm
my
going to address it.
Cyclone, and then you can continue.
Sorry, Indio. I've already got him triggered, so he's going to be incomprehensible and manic
I
for
know.
the next 40 minutes, at least.
I
I'm
just
so
want the
triggered because
statement
I'm
about the
going through
horizon. You said when you go up, you wouldn't be able to see the sunset again. Why is that?
Did I say you wouldn't be able to see the sunset again?
Well, why don't you repeat to us what you said in the beginning?
Well, how are you going to take Psycho's place then? Are you going to tag him out?
Just repeat it to us, dude. Or did
I
you
just-
forget already?
I just want to know who I'm debating. You know?
I'm on your
Dude.
side, Mighty. You're embarrassing us. Stop.
Dude, we
You're embarrassing
just
us.
really want the fucking your original thing, the thing you said he's not answering. We want that.
Okay. You want that?
Yeah,
So that's you, Indio. Okay. So Cyclone's out of the debate. Let's continue with Indio then. So
Dude,
I said,
fuck with your meta, dude. I'm gonna just mute
He's
you.
so funny.
Continue.
He's so triggered. He's so triggered.
I'm not gonna allow this, dude. I'm telling you right now. You're fucking every third sentence. Some meta commentary on the conversation is fucking boring. We don't need a play-by-play, Howard Cosell.
okay. So what I said is you go higher in elevation and then you can see the sun pull back into vision after it already set on the flat plane.
Okay.
Flat being the surface, not a flat surface. Okay.
And that what creates the horizon on a flat Earth?
What creates the horizon?
Yeah, what is the horizon on a flat Earth?
You already asked me this last time. You're going in circles.
Well, I'm asking you again because that's the thing. You said when you go higher,
Yeah.
you can see the sun again. That wouldn't happen on a flat Earth?
What? No, because if it's setting behind
Okay,
the
so
horizon,
that would mean the horizon would be in a fixed position, and when you go higher, it didn't move.
yes, correct. If you go higher, the horizon wouldn't
Oh,
move.
where's the horizon then on this fixed position? Where's it fixed at? Is it the edge of the Earth?
It doesn't matter. You can picture it.
It does matter. It does matter. Where is the horizon? The edge of the Earth?
Again,
we want to
doesn't matter.
determine on whether what would happen on a
the
flat
edge of the
surface.
Earth. What
If
is
we
the edge
want to determine whether it would happen on a flat surface or not, we need to know where the horizon is.
Where's the edge of the Earth? You said the edge of the Earth. Where's that?
I'm asking you if that's where you think the horizon is.
Why would I think there's an edge to the Earth if I think it's a sphere?
It's so funny. This is this guy's
Dude,
NPC loop.
Your hypothetical flat Earth that you made up in your head that the sun can't set the way it does on a globe, right? That hypothetical flat Earth you made up in your head. Where is the horizon on that flat Earth that you made up in your head? Because you're making a prediction.
Again, I already told you. Like the horizon.
No, you didn't, dude. You're making a prediction about the what a flat Earth would entail. You're making a prediction, and you won't tell us how you got to that prediction.
Okay, so the horizon is whatever apparent line you have where the sky and this Earth's surface appear to meet. That doesn't. It doesn't.
What
it doesn't
determines
matter.
that?
What do you mean? What determines that? It's what your eyes see. It doesn't matter. You can.
It
say
does matter because because you said that X wouldn't happen on a flat Earth,
Right.
and we're talking
Imagine-
about the horizon cutting off the sun. So we need to know where the horizon would appear to be at different elevations.
God. Okay, let me explain this again. The horizon does not change if you go higher in elevation. Okay, the horizon is still the horizon. What I'm trying to tell you is if you have a flat earth like a table and you take a popsicle stick and you stick a picture of a sun on it and you take it next to the table and you start making it sink down and down and down and you're looking at the sun set behind the table, if you go higher up the table, you're not going to see the sun suddenly pop into view. That only happens. No, you won't. If it goes behind the table and you go higher.
No, listen, bro. If you go higher, your angle is going to change.
No. If it
you're
goes
going to increase
behind the table.
So why are you interrupting? Behind the table? What are you talking about? Sun doesn't go behind the earth.
Below the table, below.
The sun doesn't go below the table.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because there's no evidence it does.
Okay, you see a circle, a really big yellow-red circle going down, right? It's cutting off the edge of the circle. The shape is changing. You see it going down and down.
What's cutting it off?
The horizon.
Okay, what's that?
Oh my God, you're bogging it down to this thing where
it's either the edge of the earth or it's some fucking optical effect, dude.
Again,
so it's either some apparent
edge of the earth on a sphere. That doesn't make any sense. What you're saying?
The whole sphere is the edge of the earth, dude. Every point on the surface of the sphere is the fucking edge, dude.
On a flat Earth, that would make sense. There's an edge because it can fall.
No, there's an edge on a sphere, dude.
Okay.
Edge means furthest from the center.
Okay.
The entire surface is the edge.
Okay. So if the entire surface is the edge, then why are you explaining the horizon?
So the thing that blocks the sun, that cuts the sun in half, that's the horizon, right? That's where the land is. That's where the earth is. And past that point, the earth is going down, curving away, right?
The earth is going down, curving away?
Yeah, curving away, dude. That's the apex of the curve that you're looking at.
No, the sun is...
The horizon is not the apex of the curve that you can see.
The horizon is not the apex of the curve? What does that mean? What do you...
The tangent point.
Dude, are you confused, bro?
I'm not confused. You're just...
No, you're just not listening. I bet you if I asked you to repeat back to me anything I fucking said, you wouldn't be able to.
Just let me ask. Why is it that every single time I join, you guys are like super riled up and acting like dicks?
Hey, how come every time you join, you do meta commentary that no one cares about? Okay, really simple. The horizon, that thing that cuts the sun in half, either it's the earth or it's not the earth.
Well,
which one is it?
Do you mean physically or like line of sight? It's not physically cutting the sun, if that's what you're asking.
It's cutting your line of sight to the sun, right? Physically.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So if I go out one day and 1 mile away, that horizon cuts the sun in half, and then the next day, the horizon's 10 miles away and cuts the sun in half. Did the earth change size?
The horizon wouldn't change.
It changes all the time. What are you talking about?
The distance to the horizon would not change.
It changes all the time.
If you're standing stationary?
Yes.
Why would the distance to the horizon change if you're standing stationary?
Because the horizon is not the edge of a fucking ball.
Oh, but it is.
Oh, but it's not. Because the horizon moves around.
The horizon moves around.
That's right. Where the distance the horizon appears to be moves. You can look in the chat. No Tanks just posted something, right? That's the horizon. See it moving around?
Your claim is the horizon moves around.
It's not my claim. It's what's observed in reality.
No, what you're observing in reality is atmospheric refraction and other.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because. Okay, explain to me how the horizon is moving around.
That's not an answer to my question.
Because my contention is horizon doesn't move around. You're always at the same distance to the horizon on a sphere, at least. I don't know how it works on your flat plane.
Okay.
Can you explain on your flat plane how the horizon would appear at least to be moving around? How does that happen?
Because the horizon is created by the meteorological conditions of the day. It's not created by the edge or the freaking curvature of the earth.
So you're saying basically that
and we know this from experiment.
So you're saying your claim is you're going to see.
It's not a claim.
It's a claim. It's definitely a claim.
It's demonstrable. It's not a claim. Okay. The oil rigs you didn't want to talk about. The horizon's 10 miles too far.
you can't even answer this question because you'd have to assume where the sun is and what the distance is and what the size is, and you can't even tell me that.
What are you
So how
talking
you gonna-
about?
What I'm talking about is, in order to claim that you know the sun is disappearing behind a certain horizon, you would have to know the distance, the size, and the direction it's moving to. And none of you ever claim you know the size, the distance, and where the motion of the sun is moving to.
Totally incoherent, just exactly the same thing you did with me.
Just ran
Anyway,
Why is that
funny
incoherent?
chat, guys. I'm gonna hold on, dude.
Yeah, run.
Chill out,
You know,
matey.
you know you got destroyed. You can go.
I'm
along.
gonna. Yeah, dude. It doesn't surprise me that you're that delusional. But yeah, I am going to be taken off, so I'm going to go on listen mode. But continue spiraling, Mighty, because it is entertaining. You're having a total meltdown. Yeah, good chat, good stuff, Indio.
Yeah, good to hear you.
I'm getting destroyed by this guy, so I'm gonna run away now. That's nice coping, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
your delusion
Mighty,
is noted.
Run
so
along,
Mighty, it's really simple. You think the sun's getting blocked by the fucking curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. And if the
And I can
horizon
tell you
moves
what the
around,
distance
that's
is to the sun.
impossible.
And
If
I
the
can tell you
horizon
how
moves around, that's impossible.
if the horizon. Okay, you have to assert that the horizon is indeed running around, changing positions every day.
We know it is because we have fucking hundreds of videos of this.
You have videos of this. I have videos.
Hundreds,
of space.
dude.
Wait. I have
Hundreds.
videos of space, and you're not willing to accept that as a.
Yeah, but we can't verify any of that. You can go to the exact same fucking spot where all these
You can't
videos were
verify any of
taken
that.
and take them yourself. You don't have videos of space, by the way. You don't. You have zero videos of space.
I literally gave
Someone
you
else
that
has videos of space. Someone else claims they have videos of space, and you are trying to piggyback on what their claim. Okay?
Go to YouTube. You'll see plenty pictures of space. Plenty pictures, videos.
Cool. I can go on YouTube and see pictures of fucking Mordor, Middle Earth, fucking Jack and the Beanstalk, fucking Yeti, Superman, Loch Ness Monster, elves, ghosts, aliens, fucking on and on and on, Santa Claus.
Flat Earths, dancing, moving horizons. Yeah, all that shit.
No, bro, no. I filmed this myself, dude. Why don't you go to the? Hey, bro, do this. Actually, go to the fucking beach. Maybe you should actually go do an experiment, do a test yourself. Yeah, heaven forbid. Heaven forbid you checked anything.
The problem is you're engaging these experiments with flat Earth goggles. You're not.
What does that even mean?
It means you're biased about your checking. You're trying to prove an already asserted agenda. Like you're trying to prove the Earth is flat, already assuming it's flat. So then you do all these calculations and all these.
Okay, you evaluated what I was doing with your fucking Globetard goggles. How do you know what the fuck I'm doing when I go make an observation?
And then you're like, oh look, it matches my observation.
Okay, how? No, dude, wrong. How do you know what the fuck I'm doing when I go out?
Because I've multiple times, like you presented your quote-unquote evidence here in this chat room, not you specifically, but flat Earth retards, and they always show the same experiments that are done wrong. So why would I assume?
Such as what? Can you name one?
Yeah, the fucking flashlight experiment that they did, the lasers experiment.
The flashlight experiment. Which one is that?
The notorious one they did over the lake, and they self-owned themselves and showed that the Earth is indeed a fucking globe. That one.
Dude, first of all, it wasn't on a fucking lake. It was on fucking land next to a canal, done with a flashlight. You are a fucking dunce, dude. It wasn't done on a lake. It wasn't even done near water.
Of course it was. You want me to show you?
It was done on land, you dumb fuck.
Okay, let me show you the experiment then, and you tell me if it's on a lake or on a surface. You'll tell me.
Are you talking about Jeranism?
I don't remember their names.
Netflix. TikTok.
Yeah. Netflix.
There was no water, bro. They did it next to a canal, but they did it on the land. There was a road next to the canal. They did it on the land because the canal had a freaking steep ass side. If they would have tried to go down into the canal, they never would have got out. You know, there was like 100 people there.
Let me find you the experiment. 1 second.
It wasn't an experiment. Doesn't say it actually demonstrated a flat Earth, but you're too dumb to know that. They would have had to be 18 feet tall to lift the light over the curve of the Earth. You know that, right, Mighty?
I know that. You don't. That's why you.
So they would have to be 18 feet tall. Do you think they're 18 feet tall?
Well, why would they even do this experiment if they don't know how to do it in the first place?
Okay, who's they?
Your people, the flat Earth.
They aren't my
community.
people.
Yeah, they're flat Earthers. So what are they?
So
My
what?
son-
Well, who made that club?
You. You,
No.
Flat Earthers. Yes.
Dude, no. So most pedophiles are globe earthers. You know that, right?
No, I don't. But it wouldn't surprise.
Yeah, they are though.
Most pedophiles are flat Earthers.
No, they're globe earthers.
Well, yeah, that's because 99% of people on the globe.
Yeah.
are-
So guess what? You're suspect.
Okay.
See how stupid that is? Cut it out, dude. Grow up.
It's not really. Doesn't.
No, grow up, dude.
I am grown up, but thanks for
Okay.
the recommendation.
Whatever Jaronism did has nothing to do with us, me. I don't fucking endorse him. Never did and never will. Okay? Your conclusion is based upon a fucking hit piece that selectively edited his. That's interesting. That he said fucking 4 hours before. Okay? This is what you got to rely on? So, outstanding that, you said that, hey, flat earthers do experiments wrong. Which one? And then you named one where he proved the fucking globe, you said. Did he do that wrong?
He did his experiment wrong. He was expecting.
So it was wrong, so he didn't prove the globe.
No,
So he
what I'm
didn't prove the globe.
What I'm saying is, he did the experiment. He was.
And he didn't
expecting-
prove the globe because he did it wrong?
No, I'm saying he didn't prove it flat because it didn't work out with how he thought the experiment would go out.
It's because
It was
he
like,
burnt
oh,
out the fucking laser, dude.
It wasn't a laser. It was like a flashlight or something.
I know, because he burnt out the laser. He had a laser with a collimator, and he left it on too long, and the collimator gets hot and melted to the laser.
Okay.
Of course, you know all this.
Well, if you do, then I guess you know more about your people than you're saying.
Well, you know, after it happened, he did a stream where he described everything that happened in the test. Plus, I know Geolove, who was there.
Amazing.
Yeah, so people were there. So give us the one where that was done wrong. Actually, what I really want you to do is tell us
I'm
how
not
to
gonna
account
waste
for
my time
refraction. That would be
bringing up, like, flat
interesting.
Earth experiments. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not.
Tell us.
not
Well, since we do it wrong, tell us how to do it right.
I would, but I don't have time.
Yeah. Tell us how to account for refraction. Since we do it wrong, why don't you give us the right calculation?
I mean, you're claiming you know how to do that, right? So
No. Give us no. I'm claiming it can't be done. That's what I'm claiming.
you can't calculate distance without refraction.
No, I'm claiming that there is no model of refraction that works.
There's no model of refraction.
There is no way to quote unquote account for refraction because there's no model that works.
What do you mean? There's no.
It can't be accounted for. Any model of
you can't
refraction
account
that you
for
can
refraction
think
at all.
of out of the 20 or 30 for terrestrial refraction, none work.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
Well, I know it's true because I've looked at the academic literature, Mighty. What have you done?
What is your profession?
Irrelevant.
Okay, if I read academic literature from like let's say medical school, does that mean I'm a doctor?
No. What the hell's that got to do with anything?
It means you need the experiment. You need the experiment, the fucking experience. Sorry, to read the literature and understand it. That's what it means, and that's not.
No, it doesn't. Okay, because listen, you can read the medical literature and understand it and not be a doctor.
Okay.
Okay, that's idiotic to suggest you have to be a doctor to understand it. You know, the people that read it mostly aren't doctors yet.
What?
Yeah, that's retarded because if that was the case, then nobody
they're
would
in
ever become a
pre-med or they're
doctor,
going to
so they'd have
school.
be a
They're reading the
doctor first.
medical literature. They're not doctors yet.
What I'm saying is, if you really want to conduct,
And what I'm saying is you're a fucking moron.
you could take an engineer with you. You can take someone who knows science, and do the experience with the experiment with him.
All the
And ask
data has
for-
already been done.
Okay, ask for a peer review then.
It's-
Ask for a peer review. Send it to a
All the
university.
data. No, why would I reinvent the wheel? It's already been done, dude.
Okay, so show me where it's done. I want to see the peer review on your article that you posted on an experiment. Go ahead, show me.
What are you talking about? Article I posted on an experiment? What?
Yeah, you did an experiment. You came up with conclusions, right? You wrote it down. You wrote down the
What
measurements,
experiment?
the calculations.
Who
You
said I
said
did an
you did
experiment?
experiments.
Who said I
So
did an
you didn't do
experiment?
experiments. So you didn't do experiments. You just said fucking 2 seconds ago that you did experiments with your own eyes. What are you talking about? You said I did experiments. Did you do experiments, Mighty? Yeah, you did experiments. Okay, show me. Show me the fucking data. Go ahead. Give me
No,
the raw
I said
data.
I made. I didn't say I did experiments.
do
I said I
experiments.
made
Lying then.
observations.
Observations
I've actually
is not
tested
thinking as
shit,
experiments.
whereas you
You
haven't.
really fucking called me out for not doing experiments like 2 seconds ago, and you said that you did. Observations.
Listen, what were we talking? What was it? What were we talking about? What were you? What specifically were we talking about when I said you don't do any experiments?
We were talking about the flat Earth experiment, and then you're like,
refraction models. No, we were talking about the horizon.
Yeah.
Moving around. And I said, go to the beach and make an observation. Did you ever observe anything?
And you said, I don't need to give you evidence for this. And then I said, okay, so why should I believe you? And you're like, because I did experiments. And then I was like, okay.
No, I did not fucking say that. You fucking lying piece of shit.
Okay, I'm going into the recording right now on YouTube, and I'm going to
Please do it.
I will. Okay. Give me 2 seconds.
Fucking lying piece of shit. Go on mute till you come up with it. Post when you come up with it. Piece of garbage.
That guy should just be canned.
I know, dude. Listen, that's why I said the first thing when I came in, it's like, why are we even talking to this guy? He's just a lying piece of garbage. Look, dude, he freaking told 3 lies in a row the last time I talked to him. Like, in a row.
Yeah. And then he's playing interference for anybody else that jumps in. In the meantime, his cornhole is flapping.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to make an executive decision, even though I'm not an executive over here. Oh, he deafened. He made it easy for me.
Yep. Like, I don't know how we can do it. Just maybe possibly doing it over and over again. That's the only way.
I think AI and Heretic can perm ban people.
All right, who here actually believes in a flat Earth, or are you just a grifter?
Man, that's all today, Indio. I
Grifter.
Swear. That's what it started.
Where's
like
my
this
check?
morning. When I first, that's what I said, and you know what he responded with? That grifter means something else. But you already know that's not what they meant. Yeah, that's what the guy in the morning said. He said the exact same thing this guy
you're
said.
Doing something wrong.
Grifter means you're. Do you know what grifter means?
I do, but what's that guy's name? Dave,
okay, define it for us.
Grifting?
Define grifter.
Grifting, do you want like the actual, like, do you want me to look it up right now and get it from
You said you know what it is.
Yeah, it's engaging.
Just tell us. I don't need you to look it up. I need you to tell me from memory.
It's engaging in petty or small scale swindling.
Okay, what are we swindling people out of?
Money.
Oh, yeah? Where's my check?
If you're not getting a check out of it, you're fucking stupid. I know Dave does. You remember Professor Dave?
So he's not a grifter then.
Yeah. So what's your argument for there being a globe?
You know that Dave, hold on, Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire.
His name was Flat Earth Dave, I forgot.
Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire before he ever engaged in this topic, I hate to tell you. He sold an IT company for something like $110 million. He don't need money.
Or present your globe argument, dude. See what you got. See what you got.
All right,
yeah, because you're not on point. What is the argument for the Earth being a globe?
He bounced. Bitched out.
That's all they got. Oh, well. All day long they've been saying that.
We got Josh
Who here's
in here.
a flat earther? Who here's a
Josh
flat
was
earther?
like white knighting for fucking some troll yesterday. Yeah, I know.
Ingersoll, the guy
Dude,
that's
me
in
and
there?
you kicked this shit off, dude, this morning, man. It's still going.
That's what I'm saying. The theme today has been who here is a flat earther? That's the first thing they say when they come
That's
in
so
here.
funny. Who here's a flat earther? Insert unsolicited comment. That has nothing to do with the topic. You're like, who here's a flat earther? Me. Hi. You're a short, bald, covered in Cheeto dust. Like, how did you get all that out of hi?
The first thing you ask Mighty to do is go ahead and present the argument that for the Earth being a globe. Well, first you take a flat plane and you're like, I don't know. And then the guys who actually white knight for him, they're like, oh, let him speak. If he just get off of mute, he'd be able to tell you. No, he gets off of mute, crickets. And he opened up his mouth again and is back to, well, if the Earth is flat, like the first thing he says.
Yeah, but your oil rig picture, I love how he brought it up.
Look, man, you know how bad I'd feel about myself as a human being if I lied like as much as that guy does? Like literal lies. This isn't like subjective lies. I actually, the last time I talked to him, I ran the audio through through Gemini, and it said he lied like 11 times. That was like in a 30-minute conversation. That means he said he didn't say something, but he actually did say it and denied saying it in the first place. I don't get it, man. Oh, I know who Josh was white knighting for. He was white knighting for Blay. Have you talked to Blay, maybe?
Blay, yeah. He was on about the edge of the Earth. If we can't tell him Joshua? Let me quiet him down. If you can't tell me that the Earth has an edge, then I won't believe it's flat. That was Blay. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just asking, who's Joshua? Sorry, also I didn't say that at all. That was that girl.
No, you said
Joshua
it too,
was white knighting for you yesterday.
I don't know who that is, sorry.
I know, but he did it anyway.
Sometimes I just join here, I talk for like 10 seconds, and then I get muted, and I just go on, like, I just, like, disappear.
Well, like now?
Blay, you talked yesterday to me, and then I asked you to repeat what I said, and then you weren't listening. Remember?
Yesterday? I didn't talk to you guys yesterday. I talked to you guys 2 days ago.
Whatever it was.
Or 3 days. I don't know. When was that? I wasn't on yesterday. I was busy.
Can you tell us a single flat Earth argument?
Flat Earth argument?
Yeah,
I mean,
anyone.
some of you have differing opinions, but
No, not opinions. I said argument. God, you guys are fucking hard of hearing or something.
There's a, comprehension problem, dude. They don't know how to. You're saying words in English, the same language they speak. They just don't know how to, like, it doesn't register the words you're saying.
Yeah, can you just repeat any flat Earth argument? Don't worry, we're not gonna like clip it and say, "Hey, Blay, turn to the other side." You know, it's okay to, this is a hypothetical.
Okay, so I've spoken to like 6 of you. The most common one I've heard is it's like all of the math stuff doesn't matter because you start with the presumption of a ball, right? That's the boiling down, but it's like I can experiment. I know that the Earth is flat because I stood at the edge and I observed with my own eyes. There was the camera argument that the space videos are fake because, like the curve on the lens.
Can you go through one at a time? Because I didn't even know what you said. What was the first one? What was that first one?
The first one was the math is, what do you say? The math is wrong because they assume it's a globe or something?
I don't know. Like, I didn't understand what he was saying. Like, he speaks like word salad, and then he's like, want us to decipher what he's saying. Like,
yeah, give us that first one again. Yeah, give us the first one again.
I use the the light argument with the I think his name's Eratosthenes, where you can calculate.
Give us the first one again, dude.
Yeah, this is the first one. Okay, I'll just clarify what I'm saying. In the past, I used the Eratosthenes argument with the angle to the sun, and then someone in here said that that's wrong because you can't tell me what the sun is, you can't go to it, you can't measure it. So it's like
it's not that it's wrong. Okay, it's that it's not a globe exclusive proof. It also works on a flat Earth. Key variables in that presuppose means you hasn't or can't be proven. The distance to the sun, right, and the surface you're standing on. It presupposes that you're on a sphere, and it presupposes the sun is a near infinite distance away.
Yeah, Indio, okay, hold on, Blair. Can you go through the reasons why it's even worse than that? Compounding also the problem that you'd have detailing whether or not that story was even a story that could be validated as an actual human being named Eratosthenes that did a test such as that in the manner in which he did it, because it sounds like an ever-changing story. 2 sticks, 2 wells, 1 stick in a well, an obelisk. Like, we don't even know what the exact... Again, I mean, you never get a concise way of that they're being able to detail what Eratosthenes and who he did and how he did it. You got, these professional striders that went from Alexandria and Syene in between there. And supposedly, they're comparing notes between the angle to the sun in one location and angle to the sun in another. And it's like, the thing is so obscure, whether or not it's even coming from a first primary source. Like, you don't even know that information to then come around and say that that's solidifying a point. So it's really bad, dude. Like, honestly, if we were to critique you on that much, could you tell us if you know if it's a first-hand account?
Hold on, dude. It's even worse than that. Number 3. Degrees did not even exist in fucking Alexandria at the time. They didn't use those units for another 360 fucking years. So that's one problem. Problem number 2 is there's the length of a stad, the measurement varied. There was no standard unit of measure, and it's unknown what that distance was within even 30%.
Would you not repeat the experiment today to get like a calculation?
Yeah, you could. You'd make the same presuppositions.
Okay. Because as far as I can tell from
it's not our opinion. So I'm going to just end this. Hold on. It's not our opinion that there's a problem. It's in peer-reviewed papers that it's a problem. You think flat earthers invented this shit?
Well,
can you link?
So I'm going to post in the chat a paper where which is from a scientific society that says Eratosthenes made some assumptions, and if you used different assumptions, you would have came to a different conclusion. Okay,
well, that's a big problem. But like, what about the other ones that we mentioned? Like, how does he know that it was a primary source that we're getting this information from? The man Eratosthenes. Like, there's no account of this. Is this like?
That is a valid concern, actually. Like, you can't verify anything up until like I think the 1940s, or whatever. When did they have a video audio recording?
You're getting it. You're getting it. So we're talking about historical facts and how things are taken into account from people that wrote back in the day. So it's not unlikely for something to be fabricated or a story being told that people are taking on as this is what an actual historical event that took place. It's not beyond the realm of like, imagination, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how can there's just a lot of people just taking it for granted. Like, this is something that actually occurred. Like, let alone like what Indio just brought in there. Like, the math that we're using wasn't even the kind of math that we're using at the time where Eratosthenes was said to exist in that time period. But like the timeline's incorrect with a lot of information, bro. Like, is what I'm saying. So I mean,
yeah, I get that. When was the first mention, like in modern history books, of that experiment? Because we could actually verify if, like, it came from that period, not who actually wrote it.
Pliny the Elder. It came from Pliny the Elder, who was writing about Cleomenes, who was talking about Eratosthenes, but there's no primary source. There's only a tertiary source, so it's 3 people removed.
What year was
Pliny the Elder was something like 800 years later. Or no, Cleomenes was 800 years later. Pliny the Elder was like 1300, something like that.
Look at the gap of time, though. That's almost a millennia, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's like he's going to be the first one. I was just meaning like we could verify if it's even a first-hand event based on when it was first written down.
Well, okay.
If it is like 800 years later, then yeah, we could probably make the argument that someone just bullshitted it. Like, for example, a lot of European countries bullshitted their history in the early, like, 1900s, late 1800s.
Yeah, and I'm only just challenging the veracity of that specific claim on the merit of, like, that this is an actual account that occurred, something that took place in history. And even going off of the basis of that, like if somebody fabricated it in recent history, then that means that in the past, whatever happened because of the math wasn't actually the way they constructed that particular, like what India was talking about with the math, because the particular type of math that they used wasn't even developed until later on. So what makes us think that they even did, or he did what people thought he did? Like, no, there's nothing being challenged here, dude. Nothing's challenged, is what I mean. And everybody's just accepting, okay, let's just say the story's true. Now let's see what he did in the story. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, you could have just made it up. And then we're all just listening to you. Like,
the question I have for that, right? Like, so I'll agree with you that we can't actually prove any of these people did anything they said. But like, does the math work?
For what though? What I'm trying to get to is, what is the math? What is it working for? Is it a mental construct? Is it an actual applied mathematics that we're going to take to, and test and verify?
Okay, so the thing that he tried to do, which the presumption was that it was a ball. Okay. Now, he wasn't actually trying to say the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. That wasn't actually the experiment's purpose. The experiment's purpose was essentially like to determine the circumference of the Earth. That's what he was trying to do. So that
doesn't it have to be a ball?
The circumference of the Earth based on what?
So
based on what, like a mathematical construct, or like an actual, like the physical world? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's something that we don't know. Like,
okay, so here's the thing, right?
Nobody knows how to parse it out. Like, what are you talking about? The actual world that you're standing on, like that?
If we assume,
go ahead.
Okay, so if we assume the Earth is a ball, but I'm just saying this for the sake of what his
the
equation
physical
was.
Earth, dude, like a mathematical construct. What are you doing?
Okay, can I speak, please?
I don't know how you're differentiating what we're doing. Like, on math? Like, just using math only?
You just asked me a question. Now you're just like talking over me. Like, I can answer you completely.
He's confused. He doesn't know.
I'm just trying to figure out which one is it? The physical Earth outside, or math that you did on a piece of paper? Which one? You could draw what a circle looks like.
Okay, so what he was doing was that he came with the presumption that the Earth was a ball, which he wasn't trying to like agree or deny with that. What he tried to do was calculate how big the circumference of the Earth was. So the argument that you said, oh, sorry, not the argument, the thing that you noted before, yeah. So like, if the physical Earth was a ball, he wasn't trying to say if it wasn't or if it was. The reason that it's not really proof of a ball, the way a lot of people argue with you guys about, okay, is that he wasn't trying to measure it like in a sense where like, oh, gotcha, it's a ball. The thing is with his experiment, what he tried to do was take known distances, which they used to calculate by having these people. I forget what their job was called. I think one of you mentioned it before.
Professional strider.
Yeah, the striders. They would count their paces, but it was wildly inaccurate because, like, I could tell you how long a meter is on a meter stick. If I told you,
it's also doubtful. I hate to tell you, it's doubtful whether they actually existed.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean,
I can give you a history. So there's a book called Eratosthenes' Geography, right? And it even says it. Even though it's a whole book about Eratosthenes, they're saying, well, he might not have ever existed, and this might be all a bunch of bullshit. However, I'll tell you the story anyway.
Anyway, so he was trying to use known distances, like let's say I think it was Athens and a city in Egypt. I forget which city it was.
It was Alexandria and Cyrene.
Yeah, okay. Alexandria and Cyrene and Athens. He tried to use the direct distance based on these people who, like, at the time were alleged to have had their job of calculating distances. And then he made the presumption that, well, if the Earth is this far away from the sun, then the light lines must be parallel. So if they're parallel, then he could calculate the essentially circumference of the Earth. Like, that was his whole thing. It wasn't like, oh, the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. It was just, I wonder how big the Earth is. So he used simple, math. Now, on the other hand, if you're using it as, proof the Earth is not flat, it's a pretty shitty experiment to use. The only reason I ask you guys about that is because you can't calculate the circumference of a flat table.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it doesn't have one like that. Not like that, at least.
It depends on the distance of the light source.
But it's fair math.
Yeah,
Blair, well, we actually, I'll post a video in the chat where someone calculated their flat table to be a sphere.
So you said that he's not trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe or flat.
No, he was only trying to calculate circumference.
Based on just a mathematical construct.
Yeah, based on mathematical projections. Like,
okay. All right.
And then, yeah, that's all it was.
All right. So the problem we have here, though, if it's just based on that, how could anybody realize that they actually are standing on an oblate spheroid Earth? Because if he just said, well, the math checks out, then how is somebody going to actually verify that math? Because you have to take that and see if you can test it, right?
Well, the only way you could actually check to see if they were correct, which we, I mean, it depends. I say which we did as like a species, but you could debate this, is if we can actually go to space.
So that's the only way?
Well, if you're trying to like say, well, it's not projected, blah, 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 like whatever, and you're trying to get like visual confirmation, you would go to space, right? Because if that's
are you saying there is no other way to verify it?
I mean, you could use other mathematical formulas with other real-world measurements.
No,
but
I mean like physically outside. There's no other way other than getting inside of a vehicle and going up and looking down. There's no other way.
I mean, you could take measurements and project, but it's like, I'm not like an expert on these things, so I can't really.
You don't know any other way, is what you're saying. The only way you would know is getting in a vehicle, going up and looking down.
I could use the light argument, but then if you debate the math, then I can't really say that to you.
Okay, so only going into a rocket and going up.
If you want me to physically verify that it's round, then I could go on a rocket. But if you don't accept if you don't accept mathematical projections,
I agree with you that if you're saying that the only way to verify it, you're saying is to get in a rocket and look down. I'm agreeing that you, in your worldview, that's what you're saying you would have to do.
Well, to get your standard, right, where you say, like, I observe with my eyes. If you're telling me to observe with my eyes, I'd need a rocket. If you're telling me I can't project
that, our standard at all.
So
what is your standard?
Hold on, Indio. But if you're saying that's what you say you have to do, then you're telling me that outside of that, there's no other way that you can know, right? I do want you to be sure on this.
Well, okay, so what is your standard before I agree to that then?
No.
That is a valid question because I've had several people on the server tell me that.
No, because the standard would be for you that you can't verify it's a globe based on the Eratosthenes math unless you get in go up and look down.
Well, you could try his experiment on a flat table. It doesn't work.
No, dude, are you going to just say the only thing that can be verified as a globe?
I took this initially, by the way. I took what you were saying initially as, like by your standard of proof, because every time I use one of these like light arguments.
Don't use what I'm saying. Only use what...
okay, then no. If that's the case, you could mathematically project it.
Okay, mathematical projections are not a validation of the thing you think you live on. So when you take your projections and you go outside, how are you testing them? And you said the only way to do that, to test what you're saying is true.
Well, you can test it. You can test it like without doing that. It's just by your standard, where like everyone in here tells me, I can't observe it directly. How are you testing it? You can do the shadow experiments, which, by the way, is not only Aristophanes.
Shadow experiments? What do you mean?
Oh, okay. So you can calculate the angle to this. Calculate the angle to a light source. Okay, would you agree or no?
No.
Given an arbitrary light source, could you calculate the angle to it?
Listen to me very carefully, dude. The Earth being a globe has a geometric consequent, meaning that it would be an oblate spheroid. So in order for you to know that the numbers check out, you would have to verify that the Earth is actually curved on its surface. So I'm telling you, with Eratosthenes numbers and the method that you say that he figured it out somehow, how could you test that?
The Eratosthenes experiment is not directly proving whether or not it's a ball.
I know that. So how would you test that information that you're getting from there?
I was just trying to answer you, but you just kept cutting me off.
You said the only way to do it is to get in a rocket, go up and look down.
Yeah, if you're telling me to physically observe it, then sure, that's all I'd have to do.
Wait a minute, dude. No. Physically observing and testing. Let's say that you're on the Earth, and of course you'd say it looks locally flat, so you couldn't tell. According to you, couldn't tell. So I'm asking you, okay, good, you can't tell, but can you measure? Perhaps there's some fluctuation or something that can occur.
Did you ask me initially? Your initial thing was, can you tell me any of the flat Earth arguments? And now you're doing this.
Oh my God,
you are trying to gotcha me.
Look, you know what's frustrating is that when it comes down to testing, the testing phase, you're trying to give me something that's only giving us a projection and not an actual verification. Yeah, and not an actual verification of the numbers, because the numbers you get are saying, hey, there should be this much curvature over a distance. So what you would do is take that distance and verify that there's that exact curvature over that specific distance. What I'm asking
you agree light exists?
What I'm asking you is there a way to do
you agree light exists?
I don't ask me any questions, dude, because I'm asking for just the verification.
No, do you agree light exists? Let me explain this to you. Do you agree light exists?
No, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, that's silly.
Why?
That's silly. Because right now what you're doing is you're doing everything not to talk about what I'm saying. You're doing everything to do
I'm trying to answer you. I'm just trying to get the...
And not only that, but you're provoking the audience to engage in your question that you don't want to answer what I'm saying. So they're going to engage you what you're saying now and not what I'm telling you.
How am I invoking the audience? Have I called anyone in?
Okay, because you're saying, what is light? What is light? You're saying it over and over again. What it does, it causes a reaction.
No, you can literally calculate the angle to a light source. You can actually get the width of the light source, literally based on shadow positioning, if you take it in 3 different places.
I'm not talking about that. Not talking about that. What I'm saying is,
if the Earth
what I'm telling you is, listen, dude, listen very carefully.
Listen, dude, listen.
I'm gonna have to hold you this. So, if you're gonna tell me that Eratosthenes gave you some numbers that the Earth is a certain size, what are you gonna do to test to see if that's actually true?
What am I gonna do to test it's actually true? See if it's use modern day measurements to see if it's correct.
Like what?
You can just repeat the same experiment.
Like what?
Okay, so if I take meters, okay, and I take the presumed bird's eye view, and then I take a straight line from one place to another, I could just test to see if I could repeat his experiment.
What are you talking about? What are you doing? Specifically name what are you going to do?
He's doing Eratosthenes still. He's still on Eratosthenes.
Yeah, dude, okay.
Dude, if you're asking me to prove that his calculation was correct.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. What are you doing to test that his calculation, that he's talking about the Earth being a sphere or a circle, in some way the surface is curving? How are you testing that outside? Inquiring minds want to know.
I just tried to answer you like 10 times.
No, you didn't. So what are you doing?
You can take 3 different positions on Earth. You can calculate the angle to the sun.
We're not calculating. That's what you've already done. You've already calculated that the Earth is a certain size. We're already past that. We're now onto the verifying stage, where you're going to measure whether or not that calculation is correct or not. Do you understand? You're past calculation. You've already calculated all the information from Eratosthenes. So now you got a number value. The Earth is said to have this radius value, this circumference value. Good. Now we're going to verify it. How are we going to do that? Calculation is done with. Now it's time to measure. Go. Did he deafen?
He deafened.
No
Yeah,
shit,
he just did it. He wasn't deafened the whole time. He just did it.
Golly, dude. You see, this is what I'm saying. It's like these guys they get to the point where, I mean, it's time to put your money where your mouth is, and they do this.
Yeah, it's like, how are you going to verify Eratosthenes? Oh, I'll just do another one. Are you fucking dunce?
It's like, you've already done the calculation. Well, we're going to calculate again. No, you've already calculated. You're already saying the Earth is what you're claiming, the radius, diameter, circumference. We got all that. Now, how are you going to go outside and verify that's true? Wow, we're going to do it over again. Again? We're just going to imagine? Like, this is amazing, dude. This is crazy. Sometimes it feels like you're losing your mind when these guys are just like on repeat. It's like they don't realize that the question you're asking is for the actual, verification of those calculations. Because somebody building a table, I've calculated, I'm thinking it's about, 5 feet. Okay, good. How do you know that? I just did a calculation. Really? Imagine if that's how it was done.
Dude. It wouldn't even get one day on the job, bro.
We just did a calculation.
It might not make the 10 o'clock break.
It's like, seriously, you're not going to measure it? Why? We're just going to repeat the calculation over again, man.
Hey, Blake. Canteen trucks here. Just keep walking. Keep walking right past it.
Don't even stop. Unfreaking believable. Is there any white knights in the house that would like to, like any Glober white knights? You think Bled? I bet you anything they're in there like, dude, Bled did such an amazing job. That guy, he had his points together.
He still doesn't even understand the presuppositions. He's like, well, the sun's go, and he said the light goes straight and blah blah blah. Like, you're still presupposing that the light rays are parallel. Like, bro, like what? He still don't get that part.
Or you can measure it to the sun and do some calculations, and like, I mean, I don't know what we can do with that,
Calculate an entire imaginary world into existence.
How did you verify that? Well, we just did another calculation on top of that. Like, is there anybody else that can advocate for the Earth being a globe? You have a good argument for it?
Not with AV. I'm sorry.
Come on,
you're like
man.
You're one of the most infuriating flat earthers. You and Professor Triangle.
Dude, I've given him the option to actually explain in like outside. What do you do? I can't even. How can you break it down in more simpler terms that somebody can realize? Okay, you've already done all the calculations. You're done doing that. Now go outside and test what your calculations were actually showing you. How are you going to do that? Well, I'm just going to recalculate again and just do another calculation. That was not what I'm asking for.
So what are you asking for?
Oh, for God's sakes, dude. Crying out loud. Okay, you know how you calculate stuff and Superman can fly? You did the math equations and stuff. But when you go outside, it's not true that Superman can fly because that math can't be reproduced in reality. So, okay, you did a calculation. The Earth is this big and you got radius and diameter, circumference. What are you going to do outside to see if that actually manifests in reality outside in our physical world? How are you going to test that? Are you going to test it? Anyone?
So you want somebody to essentially measure the circumference of the Earth?
Bueller. Yeah, dude. Who's going to do that? Who's going to verify the Earth is whatever they're claiming the size that they are, at least a fraction, a small sample set? Who's going outside to test in the field that the Earth is an actual globe? Who is doing that? Are you? Has someone done it already? And don't appeal to some Netflix documentary, for God's sakes. Go to academia. See if anybody actually, a professor, and pick one of your prestigious colleges. See if anybody's ever done it. Bro, I don't care how much math you think you know. It means fucking jack shit if you're not able to produce the evidence that it actually is applied outside that way. If you can test, verify. Really doesn't. I don't care if you're a math wizard, bro.
For as emotional and as angry as they are at us, you think that after the 2 years of being in this chat in this server, that one of one would have been angry enough to be like, I'm going to show those motherfuckers. I'm going to go measure the curvature right now.
Yeah. That's the thing. I hope I do provoke somebody to that. Fuck, man, I'm going to go show them. I'm going to fucking videotape it. Good. Fucking do it. And if you come back, fucking Bob's your uncle if you measured it, because I'd like to see the method. Yeah? Like to see it. Show everybody your work. What did you do? Well, if I did do it, you're not going to believe I did it. Like, bullshit. Yeah. Hopefully that should get some people like... Well, I'm just saying, like, who can actually stand on all 10 of your toes and tell me you've measured the Earth? Nobody.
Can you give me one test some anti-flat Earth globetard has done that we denied the results? Just one example. Yeah, that's what I
That's
thought.
engaged with you guys. I'm not really sure.
No, that's what I thought, bro. That's what I thought. Why do you guys just make shit up constantly?
The trip
what
to
the
Antarctica.
fuck is you guys' mental defect? Seriously.
Just
well, like any images from space, just it's all fake and cartoons.
Bro, you never even been to space. What are you talking about?
Dude, how the fuck was that not what it... Dude, India was asking something very specific. I am too. Why do you... It's like you guys don't fucking understand.
You know, yeah, what globetard came in here and said, I took images from space? Once again, nobody. Talking about somebody doing something that's denying they did it. That had actually produced actual results.
Amateur rocket launches with cameras attached. I think that counts.
Oh my god, dude! None of those rockets go high enough to see the Earth as a fucking ball, Mansky.
And they weren't manned either. So
that's yeah, that's a problem for you.
Why?
Because you would have to be a tiny fucking Earther. Don't you know your own geometry, Mansky? How much of the Earth would the ISS see, Mansky?
How much of the Earth?
Yeah, what percentage of the Earth's surface?
I don't know the exact percentage, but it's not the whole thing.
Yeah, we
Okay,
know
so it's
that.
up to
How much? What's the
155
percentage?
miles.
200. Yeah.
Lower Earth orbit.
How
It's up-
exactly is the Earth flat, though?
I want an answer to this question. Wait a second.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll just tell you if you're going to Google it. 3%.
Yeah, I'm Googling it.
How much do you think a rocket
3%.
going 50 miles into the air sees?
Yeah, not much, but you can see a curve. It's not flat.
Yeah,
The
and you
horizon isn't
shouldn't.
flat.
And you
Less than
shouldn't
that.
because you don't see enough of the Earth's surface to see a curve.
Be less than that.
Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah, but
You
I-
have
but
to
I
see
saw the
entire
curve in the
Earth to see a
picture.
curve.
If
Oh.
you can only see 3% of the Earth at the highest point that people typically exist at,
No. Wait. Time out. Just wait. 3% of the idea that the Earth is a globe. When it concerns the Earth that we live on right now, we don't know the extent of the realm. So giving a percentage, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Just give me a second. Giving the exact numeric value to the extent of the realm that in which we exist right now would not be able to be given. The idea, if the Earth was a globe at the specific size that they say it is, would be ascribed a numeric value. That's the difference, guys. Don't get those wires crossed. Okay, he's not telling you if you go up and you should see this. If the Earth was a globe, as a globe, with the geometry of it being what it is, then that's how much you would see. The numeric value would be what he just said. Exactly that. Not right now, though.
Well, my point was no amateur rocket goes even close to high enough. The Earth is supposed to have, your globe has a diameter of 8,000 miles. You think going 50 miles away from the surface would allow you to see curvature? Think about it for a second.
Well, the mainstream claims that you can see curvature at what 35,000 feet.
35,000.
Well, that's I mean that's this year. It's changed since I've been in this topic. It's changed 5 times.
There's
what
many
Google
different-
just shows you is what the most common Google click-through fucking link is.
It's weird because you see things like ships disappearing from the bottom up, and you see the effects of curvature, not actual curvature itself. And then you get things like at 35,000 feet. Well, I mean, I don't know what Google's up to these days, but I mean, if it's changed the algorithm where it's not saying that anymore, saying that if it's not putting information out there that says that, then I mean, nobody really knows the altitude. I mean, you guys sure don't. If we ask you at what altitude do you start to notice the curvature actually visually, what altitude would that be? What are you guys going to be able to tell us? Honestly,
17
you
feet.
wouldn't know. What'd you say?
it's like tens of feet.
Tens of feet? What?
Yeah. On like a flat plane, if you go up 10 feet, shine a beam out, about like several miles out, you'll see like, changes in elevation in an
Oh,
area that's
really?
supposed to be flat.
Dude,
What?
fucking
What?
put the
I mean-
bong down, bro.
Woof, man, dude, we're talking about altitudes at which exceeding that like by incredible amounts, dude. Like, what are you, 10 feet? Does any glober here actually agree with this gentleman? I'd like to see how many would get on this crazy bandwagon, by the way. Raise your hands, guys, if you agree with this dude right here.
Just to tell you, man.
No takers. No takers.
There's at least 20 people right now with their hands raised.
Yeah, no takers. Nobody's actually advocating for what you're saying.
Yeah, so I want to bring something up to Mansky just real quick about what he said about the 35,000 feet. If you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter, right? You scaled the Earth down to a ball 6 feet in diameter, right? 6 feet tall. An airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay? You wouldn't see curve from an airplane. It's bullshit.
Yeah,
what Google says. The geometry don't check out, because that's the beauty of mathematics and geometry. You don't have to believe anything says. You can just test it. You can just check it yourself.
When I use geometry, you reject it, though.
What geometry did I reject?
Cry.
What geometry did I reject?
He was talking about geometry. In the realm of verifying, not you, King. In the realm of verifying that the Earth is what they're saying it is, when you go outside into the field and test a small sample set, then yeah, because you're not testing it, you just said, I'll repeat the calculation again. That's not verifying in the field. Your calculation is what you think it is.
Not what I was saying.
That's why we reject it, because it's not. You keep going back.
You're wrong once again.
You tried to
circular.
You tried to test your Eratosthenes by doing another Eratosthenes, but it has the same. The second one has the same problem as the first one. Parallel rays of the sun.
You're just in an endless circle jerk, dude. You can't get out of it because you're never verifying those numeric values outside in the field. Within a small sample set, of course, because you can't, see the entire Earth or whatever. So take a small sample set, a good size amount, right? Nothing you can do will be able to do that because you haven't seen anything in academia for sure. Obviously, Eratosthenes is just like, as you put it, a calculation. I mean, we cut right down through it, ladies and gentlemen. We're showing you nothing that you can do can present the Earth as what you believe it to be. You're thinking in your mind, well, at the end of the day, when I go to bed at night and I close my eyes, the Earth's still going to be a globe. Never was, never will. You're just imagining in your imagination, the Earth is a globe. But when it comes right down to it, you know what I'm saying is true. Nobody can ever test it. You haven't seen any test that verifies that curvature measurement, nor can you do one. There's nothing you can do about that, except for keep telling me how it's calculated in a mathematical construct. That's it. Well, it's an oblate spheroid with a radius, diameter, circumference. Like, we all know that. So now what?
Wait, so you know it's an oblate spheroid?
That's what it's claimed to be, Blair.
Well, you just said you know it, so I'm going to clip that. I'm going to play that back to you.
Go ahead. Play it back.
Please get a few more seconds of it so we got some context.
Yeah, it's all imaginary.
If the Earth is flat, what's under it?
Dude, honestly...
What makes you think the world is flat?
If I had a nickel for every time it's seen that, okay, when you go to the beach, how do you observe the horizon? Isn't it horizontal and flat?
It curves.
Okay. If you say it curves, then you could see that the Earth is an actual sphere from a beach. Is that true? That's not
Well, we're talking about the horizon line, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it does curve because...
Really?
What do you mean by looking like a curve? Like a globe?
Well, I mean, lady, if the Earth is a sphere, the surface would curve. Yes, like a ball. Like
yeah, because it does curve. That's why the horizon line curves.
You've seen that?
You've never been to a beach and seen a horizon line?
Yeah, it's a common experience that we all experience the Earth as a horizontal plane.
I think that's your proof. Okay.
Let me tell you something. People everywhere, even people that believe the Earth is a globe, they say we can say with all assurance that the Earth looks locally flat. They all say that. It's the common experience.
But that's from our perspective.
However, they will differ from us in saying that it's not actually flat. It just seems that way in our local experience. But as you get up higher or look down from more altitude, you'll start to see it that it's an actual globe. So you're actually denying the first part, which is what the common experience is, that everyone sees the Earth as a horizontal plane locally. You're denying that part, which I think that's where you're wrong.
I suppose I did deny that. You're right, I did.
Yeah, it's the but the outside of that, the people who believe the Earth is a globe will say that it's actually not measured that way, or it's, you know, if you think about it, it's outside of our senses because we can't see it because we're so small, like an amoeba on a basketball or something. So they're saying that. Meanwhile, you're denying the first part, which I think is disingenuous.
Well, I apologize for. You're right. I did deny that on accident. I did not hear your question correctly.
That's fine. A lot of the cognitive dissonance kicks in when we're talking about this. It triggers people because they don't want to say that the Earth is flat in any way. Not even in observation when we see it locally that way.
So you think the
reason I use locally. Say again.
You think the Earth is 2D or 3D?
Dude, like, honestly, your
you
questions,
gotta wade through them, AV. You gotta wade through them.
I don't mind answering your questions. Like, it's just, listen, when we talk about the Earth, we observe it the way you do. If I stand next to you, I see everything you see, okay? Everything you see, I see. So I don't see something that's silly as a 2D Earth, okay? I don't see that. Everything you see, I see.
Well, I think
so.
That,
I'm not going to deny observations. Neither should you. Yes.
But aren't like all first-person observations technically 2D? Like, we know that things are 3D because we understand that depth exists. But at the end of the day, most 3D objects project a 2D image onto a surface, onto like the lens of your eye. So you look at something, you see a 2D image, but you understand the third dimension to be there because you've experienced it.
Okay. So what is your point?
We're talking about the horizon being flat because you can see it being flat. Well, because you're projecting a 2D image onto your eyes, but that is a 3D.
What?
That's like a 3D experience. You're just ignoring the depth that's there.
Yeah. So what's the depth have to do with it? Where's the depth come involved?
This is like a 2D projection of a 3D object. So a sphere is in 3D.
What's the object? What's the object?
Well, I'm giving you an example. So,
I'm asking what the object is right here. What are we looking
okay,
at?
hold on. I'm getting there. So, a sphere is known to be 3D, but it projects a 2D image onto a surface below it, right? Kind of like a shadow. A shadow is that 2D projection.
Okay.
But we know when you look at a ball, even though it looks like a circle when you're looking at it, you understand it to be a sphere because you understand that circle has depth.
Okay, so that's a lovely point. Well,
so when you look at the horizon, yes, it looks like a 2D projection, but that is a 3D like object or point in space.
Okay.
The reason you don't see.
Wait a minute. Is a horizon a 3D object?
Yeah, because there's things beyond the horizon as well, right?
Okay.
So you look at it, you see a line, but there are things that are past that line that you can't see.
Is the Earth a 3D object embedded in the space?
When you look at the Earth, you see a 3D object.
Can you answer my question?
It is a 3D object, but the object that is projected onto your lens is 2D.
Is it embedded in a space?
I don't think that you can technically embed something into space in that way, no.
Well, if it's inside the vacuum of space, it would be embedded in the vacuum of space.
Well, that presupposes that it's not moving, right? Because embedded would imply that it's like static.
No. Doesn't imply that. Because there could be motion relative
or maybe like a soft, airy sheet. You know,
there could be relative to your perspective. You could say that, like,
I think you're right. It is embedded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Any sleepers in chat?
Can I say something as a blower?
Wait. We're getting a whole bunch of people coming in here and interrupting. What did you say, ma'am?
Oh no, I was just listening. Let King and you go.
Well, did you say something relevant to what we're talking about, or no?
Yeah, no, because you said it embedded, and then King got confused because embedded sounds like, embedded nail and wood, and I'm saying embed like a sheet because it is surrounded and completed, and it's an also turn of phrase because it's in bed like you would find sheets in a bed.
Yeah, that's a little bit of semantics, so you can understand. Did that expound a little bit more? What? Because that did kind of cover what I was saying.
Yeah.
To King.
Yeah. So when you look at it, you only see the 2D projection under your eye, but there's depth there too.
Okay.
You can't see the depth because it goes under.
So do
the
we
horizon,
see?
Right?
Okay. Do we see a plane?
No, technically not. No.
We don't. We do not see a plane when we look upon the waters of the earth at a beach. We do not see a plane. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that because it's a 3D object, it's being projected as 2D when you look at it.
What is it? Well, okay,
but
what
that
object?
just ignores
okay,
that.
specifically, what object are you speaking of? Which object?
The horizon.
Is the horizon
Horizon's
an
not
object? I know.
It is an object in the sense that it is a thing that it exists that we were talking about.
Yeah,
if you
but
want to say
not
it's
an
like
object. It's not defined as an object.
Of the phenomenon.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want to consider the phenomenon
you
of
have
horizon?
to. Okay, so in this realm that we're talking right here in this room, every term that you use has a token meaning. So when you say something, it either means the thing you're saying or it doesn't. So
okay, sure, yeah. So we clarify, we're talking about the horizon, which is a phenomenon, which I mistakenly referred to as an object. Correct.
Okay. That's good. What is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So is that horizon? Does it have any curvature that you can see from your perspective as a human standing on the earth? Can you see anything that details that would insinuate that there is a curvature?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't perceive past a horizon because you can't see it. It's like you look at a ball.
No, that's not. I'm not talking.
It looks
about,
like a circle.
Sir. I'm not asking you to perceive beyond something else.
Well, you can't. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, sir, just answer the question. What do you see when you look at the horizon? Do you detail any curvature when you look at the horizon? Yes or no?
No,
the 2D projection.
I want him to actually.
But it's like it's ignoring the nuance
honest,
of what I'm
bro.
actually saying.
No, just be honest. Like the lady could actually answer honestly, because listen, if you believe the Earth is a globe and you have a hard stance on it, you could defend the position outside of what I'm saying. But if you're too insecure to agree with something that could be observed naturally, that shows that you're super insecure to affirm that our observations are the same. Why do you deny observations, sir? I don't get it.
Let's take the conversation away from the Earth and just talk about the geometry of it.
No, we're not, because it's relative to the conversation. It's like the elephant in the room. If you take that away, then it's going to negate the whole conversation. We're speaking of the Earth, and the reason.
The entire position you're taking is literally just ignoring geometry. It's ignoring what you can't see. It's ignoring the idea of a 2D projection.
We haven't even got there, King. We haven't even got there. We're just only describing what we see. Okay. When it concerns anything to do with geometry, we could discuss that in a different manner. At the moment right now, I just want to talk about things we agree on. You and I. We're outside and we see the Earth around us. What do we see? Now, if you're reluctant to say what it is, it's coming from a place that you feel very insecure to at least affirm what we all see together. It would be disingenuous of me to say I see something that you see that I'd say I see it differently than you. Like, I don't know, you say, I see the curve of the Earth or whatever, and I see a flat horizon. Well, one of us is telling the truth, isn't it? One of us isn't. Because it's not the common experience. And all of us that are in this room right now will be able to know if you're saying something that's a common experience or it's not.
I think a crux of the argument is just observation. How do you observe it? How are you getting that information? How are you proving it? And how are you singling out your observations from other mitigating factors?
That's perceptive. But I want him to actually realize if we can agree on just simple observations, and then you can take it to another step if you want to layer it with your understanding of you believe it's a globe. So far, you're trying to argue the fact, and I don't know for what reason, that us looking over a horizon of the Earth on a beach seems to be like we're at a disagreement with even just the observation. Which I don't know why.
I'm saying that you can't make that observation and say this is flat with the information that you have.
Yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. In an observation where you're saying, hey, this is what the Earth looks like to me right now. I'm looking at it. This is what it looks like. Yes, you can. You can say that. Why not?
But without actual proof, then your opinion isn't exactly correct.
No. What we're only saying, though, is just as an observation. Testing is something different. I can tell you what something looks like, but if you say, well, it's actually not what you're saying it is, it's something else, that can be done in a testing phase. We can do something to verify it's not exactly what we're seeing. You get what I mean? I'll give you an example. There's something called an inferior mirage or shimmering on a, like on a hot day with the road. And it looks like there's like a puddle of water off in the distance, which is not actually the case, as you all well know. You get up closer and that shimmering effect disappears. That's with, as you close in on that distance. So you can say it looked like water, but actually when I got closer, it wasn't really, it was a mirage. Same goes for what we see off in the distance, right? Because if you're saying it's something that it's a optical phenomena or it's actually what you're seeing it as, then you can test for that in a sort of measurement, some type of measurement, I'd say. If it can be done, let's see, a measurement can be done, then you could tell me from an academic standpoint, something you've been educated on of how this has been proven. So all we're doing in this chat right now is identifying as many people that can come in here and claim that the Earth is a globe. I want you to actually search the archives, talk to your chat GPTs and whatever AI program you got, phone a friend, I don't care, call your professor and see what you guys can come up with collectively and present forward and say, this is the answer. This is how you measure the curve. This is how we understand. Everybody knows it's a globe.
Yeah, because so many people... Sorry.
Go ahead, Bug.
No, it's just like so many people come in here and they want to say so definitively that the Earth is a globe. And like that claim takes a lot to get there. What I'm interested in is knowing how deep the Earth goes. If it's a disk, is it cylindrical? How deep is it? Does it get, tapered off on the sides? If I dig too far deep, does the ether come back in? Like, these are real hardline questions. Is ether flammable? Can we use it as a new alternative fuel? Maybe they don't want us in Antarctica because it's thin enough our footsteps will break us off the edge. Who knows?
Okay,
but we're never going to know until we're there.
Anyway.
Yeah, stop trolling, bro. Like, seriously. Cut it out.
The only reason I let it go is because Bug said something that was kind of in line with everything I was saying. So, but, easy come, easy go. All right, so anybody in here able to...
Wait, no, so back to the original point, right?
What?
No, I want to address what Bug said for a second. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disk or a cylinder or is floating around in space. We don't think there is an outer space vacuum. We don't think the Earth is a fucking object within it. Okay? So the flat Earth you just made up in your head, we don't believe in either.
But isn't that what AV was saying? Was that Earth is like an object embedded in space?
Uh-oh.
When?
Like less than 5 minutes ago.
And how did he? Where'd you get the? Can you quote what he said?
Earth is an object embedded in space, and the Bug was like, "Yeah, so embedded like between two sheets."
I've been listening to AV talk for 8 years, and I've never heard him say anything even remotely resembling that.
It just happened. What are you talking about?
Just go on mute, dude.
Guys are hitting that pipe tonight.
But I know, dude. He's freaking wolf.
Hey, AV, weren't you asking the guy if he thought it was?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I was
very different, right?
Okay, so who is going to have a coherent fucking thought? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a tiger. Catch a tiger by his tail. How about Bug? We'll try Bug again.
Okay, wait. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Bug. Just to clear. Whatever you've seen on the internet of what flat earthers think, just assume it's fucking wrong. Okay.
No,
we'll tell you what we think. You just ask us. Okay. We don't think the Earth is a space disk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Like, and I'm gonna preface this. I'm coming in genuinely, and I'm not trolling. One of the things that like. And I'm going to take it from this perspective.
We're not speculators here, is what I'm trying to tell you. You're like speculating about does the ether this, that. We don't speculate. We don't.
No.
Completely what's empirical can be tested, demonstrated, and known, not believed.
Right. And that's the thing. That's where I got dunked on because I came in and I was like, "Oh, well, I know what a star is," and then talked about pulsars because there is those consistent radio signals that come from out above near the constellations and stars and things like that. And for me to go, oh, well, obviously it's a pulsar. I think the problem is that when I had made that argument,
Doug, you're land-based it with
that's just a name, right?
Lore.
Saying, hey, we stuck our radio telescope, we picked up a bunch of radio waves coming from that dot in the sky, and we named it pulsar. That's just a name.
No, but that's what I'm saying is the reason why I got dunked on was because I walked in and I said, I know what stars are, I know what pulsars are, here's what they are. There's a blinking dot in the sky in radar. But what I didn't do is the understanding and root cause of what that actually might be, what the observations are, what we can actually detect. So, I'm learning how
but
to...
I mean, we're not... What's moving the needle here in this conversation that we have here is not more space lore. We're looking for people that can advocate for positions that say that the Earth is a globe with measurements done. You can talk about all kinds of space fantasy ideas. That's not going to help this conversation. Everybody here, the people that are listening, they want to know how you guys who believe the Earth is a globe can actually lay down a foundation for it being the thing they think it is. It doesn't help to talk about things that are not the Earth.
Am I putting the chicken before the egg?
No, you're not even talking about a chicken. You're talking about a rooster or a snake or something.
Okay. Yeah, space lore.
Bug, the reason... Just listen for a second. The reason we don't concern ourselves with that, because no matter what theory, people have been making up stories about the stars for since man first gazed at them, right? None of them, including the stories we tell each other now, can ever be actually verified. No one's going to a fucking quasar to check it out.
Jesus.
Do we actually believe space isn't real?
Oh, no, dude. I mean, they're giving us a story about the cosmological paradigm, Dot. What in,
the question is, are we being
what in
sold?
all of that, Bug, hold on a second. What in all of that can you know that they're saying about the space idea? Anything. You tell me one thing that you can say.
I was late to the conversation. I was just told on what was being talked about.
No, I meant if they're Bug or whoever else talks about space, doesn't matter who it is. How can you test and verify what she's saying is true? How can anybody? Nobody can check any of this stuff out, man. So why are we talking about things that we cannot verify? That's what I don't understand.
Right. You as a person cannot verify because you don't have the materials. What do you mean?
Nobody can, because nobody can go to a star and verify. Bro, can NASA go to a star? Doc, can NASA go to a star?
Well, technically, no.
Okay, so they can never verify it.
What are we talking about?
Right, they're looking at light, saying it has this composition, this age, it's going this fast, it's this far away. They can never actually verify any of that. All that's theory-laden mumbo-jumbo.
Yep, and you guys are just finding a fancier way to kind of talk about that in this chat room where it doesn't belong. We're not going to sit here and believe with you guys. This is not going to do it.
What are y'all's opinions on satellites and rovers going to Mars? I mean, what are your opinions on what those were?
Fuck, dude, you guys are space cadets, man.
Listen, I mean, I know. I do want to answer because it sounds like you're coming from a genuine place. It doesn't sound like you're trolling when you said that. So, most of that.
I am curious.
Yeah, most of that stuff is given to you as a topical knowledge that you have. And if some people are, satellite and rocket enthusiasts, and you know a little bit of that sci-fi lore that comes with it, but there's nothing that you can. There's nothing in what you know about that you can tell me that it is for sure what you think it is. Put it to the test, right? Satellites. You believe that they're being launched on vehicles that are taking them up to low Earth orbit and releasing them. The payloads, being released in the lower thermosphere. In a decaying orbit around the Earth, being a globe and orbiting the Earth at 45 minutes, 90 minutes, whatever the case, right? You got Starlink and whatever else you got going on. All this stuff you think is happening. If you were to tell me in detail how it works, that's great. How do you know that those things are up in the place they say that they are? Logistically, how would you be able to verify that?
Again, that's where I got spanked for the pulsar.
Let me tell the guy real quick, because he's no one asking the question. So, bread and circuses. How would you be able to tell me any of that story is true about satellites? Things that you think is probably the case, right?
I probably wouldn't be able to, but if I'm not able to explain it, does that mean that it's not occurring?
No. I'm not saying just because you can't explain it. There's something you're being told about them, right? And you have a conscious decision to make whether you're going to accept what they're saying or reject it. You have a choice. You can say, I don't buy it. Or, yeah, whatever. I got better things to do. I got to go to work tomorrow, so I don't really care. Yeah, whatever.
You can say, I don't know.
You can accept it. Oh, yeah. You can, yes. But the point is, though, like, you, at the end of the day, it's never going to be like, oh, I know for sure. No one can say that. So how they work or whatever operation they're doing is maybe happening on some level, but not. You can't verify what it is. Even if it's in a decaying orbit that's circling the Earth as a globe every 90 minutes or something, like they say the ISS is, at 17,500 miles per hour. Like, dude, is there any way that you can verify that? No. So you're accepting that as something to be true based on other knowledge that you've laid a foundation for, the Earth being a globe. You've been told ever since you were very young. So have I, so has everybody else in here. Just, you grew up with this knowledge, believing it. What else can I tell you, man? Like, all of us grew up that way. But they didn't give us a method in which we could verify any of this information, so we're just going along with it just because how are we going to challenge it? And then there's the
because it makes sense.
Dot, listen to me.
Well, of course it makes sense. You don't know anything else.
It sounds like AV is talking about we need to develop a healthier skepticism of things that we are just told occur.
That's it. Like, I just want to leave it there. Listen, I don't even care if you walk away from here and you're like, oh, dude, I'm a flat earther now. I don't care about that. I don't. So if you're not questioning things, at least being curious about it and finding, like, hey, well, how do we know stuff is happening? That's it. Like, dude, honestly, if you walk away from here like that, that's it.
And I also feel that that's a good position to have, but I don't think that's the majority opinion everybody in here has. I think everybody here is a flat earther.
Have they earned the right to be auto-believed on all their claims? Have they earned that right? I don't think
they should be auto-believed, but I think there's a lot of good merit. Like, the whole concept of black body radiation. Well, you already admitted
that you're just in love with that shit, so you're biased.
No, there are people
no. But like, they're on. Like, even if I'm not going as far, there's a lot of ways I can walk up to even 100th of the information. Like, if you have an anvil and a hammer and a nail, you can make a nail glow red hot just by hitting it and causing the friction and the energy in the system. That's what you get called black body radiation. Black body radiation is something they talk about, and really, maybe the skepticism is going to be able to like really protect a lot of what might be out there, but it's not that they're coming out of it with nothing. They're not coming from an angle of spirituality or something like that. They're coming with a pure metaphysical physics aspect to it, where the sun is made out of a material that you could find similar to a candle. It's made out of the same kind of stuff you would find in the air at Earth, just in different concentrations and volumes, and that the reason why it's congregated seems to be that their explanation is mass, which does have a lot of weight in a lot of different things. And but the big aspect of gravity is something that you're going to contest.
Any of the words that you use to describe the very thing that you're speaking of, there's also not anything that you could probably parse out in your own mind and find out what the meaning of the words are. So I mean, like certain specific words that actually detail what the thing that you just spoke of, like the term mass. I
teach a class on it, man. I taught it in college.
No kidding. Are you a professor?
What did you teach?
No. I mean, I was a TA, right? Don't give me too much credit, but there's a lot we can really do to discover. Okay, like, so even not to combat it, but even to like think about what they're saying and even do smaller experiments at a small scale to understand it. God forbid, we're almost doing fusion.
Okay, so like if you're going to teach your students about mass, being something, like what is mass? How do we understand what it is?
Well, they found the Higgs boson, but that came from a big magnet ring in the ground that claims they found the big Higgs boson, right?
But did you answer my question? What is mass?
No. Mass is. Let me actually get the definition.
Go ahead.
I want to play by the rules. What is
the rules?
Mass is described as the measure of the amount of matter in an object, and is also the measure of its resistance to acceleration, known as inertia.
Oh. Which is it? Which is it?
Who gave you the amount of matter in an object?
Yeah, has that ever happened?
Well, you can find it in, like, what we do is in a lot of objects.
I'm just asking what your source
like molarity density.
The source of that definition. That's what I'm asking you. That definition was shot down forever
Was that
ago.
Merriam-Webster? What is the?
Off Wikipedia, it says it's an intrinsic, which is already going to be a problem in this conversation.
Freaking
property.
Wikipedia, dude! Like, okay.
Is that your alma mater?
What? By the way, what is the definition?
No, every definition.
We can get into bosons.
Mass is not the quantity of matter. It's never hasn't been for fucking 100+ years.
Bosons are awesome. Like,
oh yeah.
But are those just made up though?
Bosons,
Dude, like
the word?
Oh my god.
Boson is just a category.
Like subatomic particles.
Yeah, boson's a category. A category of subatomic particles. So
yeah,
what?
And when combined, they exhibit things like matter.
Okay, that's a cool story. Okay.
Yeah, but like we can do it though. If you have enough laser, you can literally produce more of these by trying to rip apart the gluons.
You think it's really that simple?
I mean, we have neutrino detectors, and when we get
Jesus
extra
Christ,
of them,
you really want to go there, bro?
Like, I mean, there's a lot to talk about.
Look, okay, you don't know anything you're talking about. I can already tell. Okay, so
I wouldn't
you
say
think that because you're oversimplifying everything. It's way more complex than the way you're making it out. Okay, neutrino detection is an inference based upon fucking two other interactions. Okay. The Higgs boson is a statistical fucking anomaly. Okay, they get a lot of data, right, from smashing the protons together. And then when they get some reading, they go, "Hey, is this random chance or is this a Higgs boson?" And they apply a bunch of statistical analysis and go, "Oh, we detected a Higgs boson because the probability of it not being a Higgs boson is this." Okay, they're not doing these direct detections that you think about. They just detected a Higgs boson. They just detect a fucking neutrino. Where does a neutrino even come from? Where does it come from?
Oh, I can explain that. Let me go pull it up.
No, where does it come from? The particle itself, is it inside the nucleus? You're never going to find the answer because this was a problem when, neutrinos were started as a joke. Did you know that? In a letter by Wolfgang Pauli,
even if they're a theoretical particle, we're trying to explain how the world works, and we're getting closer day by day.
No, God, standard model is not a description. There's not an explanation. It's a description. Okay, it's just a fucking model. Okay, that's all models are. They describe things. The neutrino, there was extra energy. Where did it come from? Well, Wolfgang Pauli joked, we'll just make up something called a neutrino. Oh, and lo and behold, they just happened to find it. But no one could say where it comes from. Where was it? Was it in the nucleus? Was it inside of a quark? Where was it before?
Was it an emission?
It's an emission. Well, it's a particle.
Yeah.
It has a non-zero mass.
Yeah. And it does not move faster than light.
Yeah, really? Fantastic. Where did it come from? It's not electromagnetic radiation. It doesn't have charge.
Well, it's because it's neutral.
Yeah. Where does it come from?
It's an emission. It comes.
It's made. An emission of what?
Let me see. There's a couple. Let me see.
Yeah, let me see, dude. Fucking go Google later, dude.
No, I'm not trying to pull it out of my ass or from my.
You are. You just.
knowledge.
You actually.
No. See, this is the thing. Like we often encounter. A lot of these concepts, these physics concepts, are actually controversial, right? But they're not controversial in the newspaper. And they're not controversial in the textbook. But fundamentally, their foundation is controversial. QED, quantum electrodynamics, that's super controversial. It was fucking came about by fraud. In fact, Freeman Dyson, who's a well-known physicist, went to astronomy because of the fuckery that they were doing. He quit. He quit physics because of the fuckery they were doing in QED.
That's crazy. Let's see.
Yeah, because it's do you know what the G variable is?
Gravity.
The G factor, the Gamow precession of the electron.
Let's see.
Ugh, no, forget it, dude. If you don't already know what it is like, I'm not getting into it. So this G, all QED is built on this G number, and if that number's wrong, it's all wrong, okay? They keep fudging this number over and over again. They have to calculate, they calculate it, and then they do an experiment. Oh my God, it matches the calculation. And then they freaking, someone else calculates another polynomial, right? The fourth polynomial. Oh shit!
Yeah, because we got 3
value.
neutrinos.
Oh
now.
my God, we discovered that. Well, that's the new measurement.
Just make a new flavor.
You understand that? Like they keep like it's a 20 order fucking polynomial, but they've only calculated like out to 6. But at the time they calculated to 4, and the experiments matched the 4. And then someone else did a new calculation out to 5, and it didn't match that. So lo and behold, someone did an experiment, and boom, it matched that one. But then it found out the person that did the calculation was collaborating with the person that did the experiment behind everyone's back, and had to fucking admit it. So there's just been fuckery the entire time.
Yeah, but we got pretty close. We're figuring a lot out.
Oh my God, dude.
Let me see.
Are you like an apologist for scientific fraud?
Well, Buck has
no, believe me, I'm not.
Up.
I'm not.
Isn't it true that you're just looking everything up as the moment?
Well, I've been listening. Hold on. I haven't been fighting the argument. I'm actually just listening.
I'm not saying you're fighting it. I'm just saying you're looking it up the moment you start.
These are historical facts.
Well, I'm listening. I'm literally ingesting, and I'm not speaking from what I think I know, but I'm listening and self-educating.
Yeah, but you do sound very confident. Like when he's talking to you, you sound very confident. You know that it's the case. You're saying, yeah, of course, this has already been done. We're doing this, and you're like, oh, let me check it out. Like the moment that you finish saying that.
Actually, a written paper about the QED fraud. I think it's by Shama.
Wouldn't you want everyone to be open to learning?
Yeah.
I don't
like I'm telling you what I'm told,
aren't you intellectually
and then I'm
honest
learning
to say,
about it.
Yeah, Bug, aren't you intellectually honest to say that you don't know if what you're saying is true or not? Like you're just automatically affirming that it's true. It is. We've discovered that. We've already covered that. And he's like, it sounds to me like that's coming from a place that you don't know, and it's okay to say you don't know. Like I don't know what's wrong with that.
To be clear, I haven't made claims. I've explained. I went out of my way to say, I'm going to go Google that to see what they say. I am listening attentively and searching up what you are responding with. And I'm taking that information and I'm learning from it. I'm not telling you a pulsar is a pulsar. I'm not telling you a radon is a radon or whatever. Okay. I'm just listening.
Okay. So our position is, does the evidence match the claim? Are there alternative interpretations to whatever data they collected to say the pulsar is doing this or doing that? Because lately I've been hearing about new radio fucking pulsar does something totally unexpected. You know, I've been hearing that for like 2 decades. This freaking pulsar freaking disappeared. This pulsar did this. Stars disappear. Stars reappear. Like, did you know there's a paper that came out just like a couple days ago that said they went over photographic plates from the Palomar telescope from 1942 to 1957 before any satellites were ever launched, and they found satellites, artificial satellites in their telescope plates, in their photographs of the stars before there was man-made satellites. So what we concern ourselves with is what is the empirical evidence. We don't give a shit about the story. The story, like anybody can make up any story to any fucking goddamn data set. We only care about what the data says. And we also differentiate between what is directly measured and what is indirectly measured. Meaning, what are you inferring it or are you deducing it? That's a very important distinction. Because people also say scientific proof and all shit like that. Well, science only proves things if the test is deductively structured. If it's inductively structured, it doesn't prove anything. And, you know, sometimes they'll use abductive logic where it's like the best explanation based upon the available evidence, whatever that means. That's totally subjective bullshit. So we're trying to figure out what we can actually know for certain versus what we can believe. And a lot of people think they know for certain that the Earth is a ball. And we're here, and we do this all day, every day, to demonstrate that, no, you actually don't know that. Your brother don't know that. Your teacher don't know that. The guy down the street don't know that. The random dude working at NASA don't know that. Okay, we have a satellite engineer, a satellite dude that works for the Amazon Space Services. He don't even know that. He goes into work. He does his fucking job. He sells freaking Amazon satellite services. But does he have any freaking primary knowledge that there's a satellite in space? Nope. He thinks there is. He has no reason to doubt it, but he doesn't know. So, AB, you want to take over?
Now, what is it?
Maybe you still
can't look at.
Yeah.
You can't take any.
Huh? What?
Do you think,
AB. What's that?
Do you think an entire generation was sold the lie of a sci-fi story about space and everything just to, like, confirm a pile of lies or something? Like, I think that's crazy. Like, I'm feeling it. I'm getting it.
Well, at least and most of these things, because you came in here, I remember that when you first started being in this room, you're full of a lot of beliefs, and your position was pretty staunch. So, well, I don't know where you're at now, but
because here's the thing: what happened? I was sold possibly a pile of lies, because there's two interpretations. If you come in with childlike innocence, oh, the sun's going to explode in 5 billion years, and you have your depressive episode like every child does. Or, space is infinite, and you could go out there and you could go find all these asteroids and rocks and planets and whatever. Maybe they're selling a bunk story. But also,
they could also just believe it, Bug. They could also just believe it like you, though. And they're not lying to you. It's just like a collective delusion.
Yeah, but like the thing is that
where everybody believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
I think it's not that hard. If we just...
What do you mean?
Like, if we got out there, we'd know.
Okay, so if we could do something that, in your mind, is like leaving the system or going somewhere to see the beyond, then we'd know the truth?
Yeah.
Okay, so that right there is the flaw in your logic.
Okay.
Because you don't realize that you can know right now where you're at. That's your problem. You've lost like the.
I don't know where I'm at.
You've lost it. Well, that's the thing. You lost the curiosity to realize that the power is actually within your grasp to find things out. So you're not curious enough to say, I could probably figure it out if I had the means to here on Earth. If somebody told me, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just gene edit humans, so like my plate's kind of full.
Well, I mean, you're in here now, so you're obviously curious because you're having the conversation. So I don't know how full that plate can be if you really want to know more.
Well, like y'all know Astro Sentinel. Is he on here often?
Nah, that name sounded kind of familiar. I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, he's a flat earther, and he talks a lot about propulsion systems. And he and I got into a very big argument. And bear with me. Like, the thing that pissed me off was a fundamental misunderstanding of physics. If we were in, let's say, an Olympic-sized swimming pool of a falling object to mitigate the force of gravity, and it is a vacuum in that object, just for the sake of the argument, right? His point was that you could not propel an object by ejecting matter. You have to do it by providing a pressure differential to push the object forward. The other argument was to eject mass or matter or something out the other end. Yeah, exactly. Like India, like, oh no, that's a king. And the other idea, the NASA model, is to eject matter to propel it forward for the equal and opposite response. And I got really skeptical of your argument because I had met an individual who could not argue all sorts of well, no, not even Yoder, because it doesn't matter about the expansion. Like, if I throw the softball, does that propel me? If I hurl matter.
I get the I get the.
Where do we even
argument.
begin to like decompile what they say?
But the presupposition of the vacuum of space would have to be in some way proposed to be an environment that you could actually travel to and test and verify, or at least some way find out that it's the case.
Yeah,
like, you can't have a position that you're saying that up there is like a certain environment.
No. But how do we get
everything,
there? Like
everything that you're saying that works within that environment, like what you're talking about right now, would work in a specific way that you're describing it works, right? Okay,
but
so how
would we get up to space? What's limiting us?
Well, that's one thing, right? How do you get up there? But then there's the whole other argument of how things work up there in that place where they are, right? So you're trying to work within like it's already a derivative argument. You're saying, okay, so let's just say space is what they're saying it is. It's a vacuum of space with whatever pressure value they say to be up there. Based on that, this is how this would work with physics, right? And so you're arguing with him about that point, with that derivative topic. What I'm saying is, you don't even know that if you reverse back a little bit, how do you know that environment is that? Whatever it's claimed to be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Like you guys were
arguing
how do we
get up there? How do we test
derivative.
it? How do we go observe
wouldn't it? Wouldn't you think that would be the issue?
If I were you, I would say I want to go figure it out for real. How do we do that?
No. We're not. It's not about figuring it out. The point is, people are arguing about it right now in this call. There's going to be arguments about it. You've had an argument with that other guy about it. You know, the guy you were telling us about. So how do you know that argument can be had if you don't even know if the premise of the argument can be verified to be true?
Oh, we could verify it by going there. So what's holding us back?
That's a great story. But can you do something to test and verify the claim to
if
say,
we get there, how do we get there? What's stopping us from getting there to test it?
What I'm saying is how can you make a statement that this is how this would work in this environment if you can't even figure out if that environment even exists you think it does?
One, the entire, like, again, I'm going to go back to the thing I said. Was I sold a big sci-fi story about this vacuum in space and stars? And then they explained it all and made it all work out in some way that what we're observing fits that bill. Right.
Really does it?
My question is, how do we go out there and figure it out? If I launch a rocket, like a model rocket, up there, however far it is, endlessly even, what do I need to do that? What do I need to throw a human up there or a camera? Or is it impossible? Do I hit a barrier?
Run up real quick, AB, that this like Bug might not realize. It's not just you that stole this story. This space story was started in 300 BC before there was any evidence for it. So Democritus and Epicurus started this idea way back when there was no evidence for it. Science fiction started in 100 AD with this story written by I think it's Taciturnus. It's called A True Story, where the people of the moon fight the people of the sun.
Okay? Yeah.
So this idea is more than just now.
Yeah,
not
but
just you.
That
information. Yeah, the information was invented, is what he's saying. It wasn't discovered.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it wasn't
invented in minds of men.
Bug. It wasn't a discovery. It was an invention. People made it up and then played it out. Not only that, but the atom and other things that Democritus came up with, and they had their school of people that they followed them. But then it went forward into people that were considered to be great thinkers. But it wasn't something they discovered, though. Here's that's the big part of this whole thing that you guys are just glossing over that. What is the historical context of how we know this stuff was even? Where did we derive it from? Where did it come from?
Geocentric models, or even the Norse structure.
Can I ask
all of this stuff was just.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Like, do you understand? Like, do you know what like a hypothesis is?
What is?
Do you know that? Like a hypothesis?
Yeah, hypothesis. Yeah, what?
Or like a theory.
It's not a theory.
Yeah, I'm asking.
It's predicting the results of an experiment. That's what a hypothesis is. Your predicted results of an experiment.
There's no. Something that is being predicted by an experiment.
Yeah, the results, the predicted results of the experiment is your hypothesis. If I do X, then Y happens. That's a hypothesis.
You're predicting something, and then if you do the experiment, then it might happen. It doesn't happen. Whatever it is. I'm just asking, like, AV or actually any of you, if something has been predicted like 2,000 years ago, it's a hypothesis.
It wasn't really a prediction. They didn't have ideas about hypothesis back then. It was a metaphysical statement. They were doing metaphysics, not physics.
Well, like even something
but
like
it doesn't really matter because
it was imagination. Is an imagination? If I imagine a reality, is that a hypothesis?
Yeah, if you imagine anything, it can be a hypothesis.
I imagine a cogent argument. That's my hypothesis, and
How do you guys
I'm predicting it'll never fucking happen.
Wait. How do you guys explain meteorites? Like, I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, they're just a phenomenon in the sky that happens, man. Like,
but where did it come from?
How the fuck?
Did anybody answer that question? Like these questions of phenomena that occur that it seems to be like there really isn't a way that you can define an explanation for them. Like how can you state?
No. Hold on. The meteorite literally just blew a hole through everything I was working up to. Like, I was literally the gears were clicking over, and then I went, where the fuck do meteorites come from? Because they have no interaction or even comets are cold until they get near the sun. Meteorites don't burn until they hit the atmosphere, which shows the gradient differential. Some flat earthers believe it's a dome. Not saying you do. But that just blows a hole through a lot of the argument.
Look, that's a nice story. How do you know any of that is true? Any of it?
What?
Yeah,
what do you mean, what is the evidence for what you're saying, dude? Or whatever.
We have so many cameras that record that shit.
Okay,
they wiped out the dinosaurs.
But you added a whole bunch of other stuff than seeing a meteor. Okay. You added, hey, it's burning up because of the temperature gradient, and the comet has a tail because it's getting closer to the sun. They aren't observing it getting closer to the sun.
But
from Earth, you can't tell the relative, where everything is relative to where the sun is. We can only tell where it is relative to we are to a degree.
That's crazy. Hold on. I'm cured again. That's awesome.
What the fuck?
Like it's just.
We're looking from our perspective. You got to remember, we're on Earth.
Yeah,
but we gotta go somewhere.
Completely different.
Like we can categorize what they're made out of because they're a physical object that reaches Earth's surface, and we can backdate where it came from, how it happened, all that kind of stuff. That's incredible. That just blew a whole thing through it. Like even further.
How do we date them? Using what? You still haven't said how you know anything you're saying.
Anything like that?
Carbon dating?
Let me take a look.
Oh God, dude.
Let me put.
Craters don't come from rocks from space.
Yeah, let me post something. Hey, hold on, guys. Bug. Did you know that there was many different ways that the mainstream is classifying these things and phenomena in the sky? I'm gonna post something to you. Can you just look at what I just posted real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see the acting of the Earth. I'm with you. I'm with you that it could be an alternate explanation.
No, I'm showing the different names of the things that you're describing, what you said, the phenomena in the sky, what you're looking at, what it is. Do you see the different names that are attached to what it looks like to be rocks in outer space, next to that globe? You see the names beside those? Comet, asteroid, meteor, meteoroid, meteor, fireball, meteorite. Hello?
Hey man, how's that? What does that mean to the flat Earth mind?
Bug balls it after the meteor. That's funny. Yeah, why did you say your phone uses satellites?
Again, what?
Why did you say phones use satellites?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, didn't you just say your phone? Said we have satellites. That's how our phones work.
Satellite phones use satellite. GPS uses satellite.
Phone, probably, but I didn't say phone.
How do you know any of that?
How do I know any of that?
Yeah.
There is such a thing called a satellite phone.
Yeah. And what's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone? Actually,
what's the difference between a satellite phone and a telephone?
Hold on, in the actual device, what's the difference?
That one is able to contact a satellite, and the other one, well, I guess they can both contact a satellite, right? Because it uses GPS.
They use GPS to call. They call GPS satellites. Is that what you're saying?
What does GPS stand for?
GPS. What does GPS stand for?
Yes.
Well, it's either global positioning system or ground positioning system.
Right.
Yeah.
So
no one's making phone calls on them.
No, nobody's making. But there are satellite phones that actually communicate directly with Starlink. In the modern sense, communicate with Starlink, or they're used.
Why do they need to do that?
Because a lot of places don't have stars. Because there's no cell towers. Why don't they have?
Because there's no cell towers.
Yeah, because there's no cell towers, so they have to.
Why can't they talk to a cell tower?
Because they're too far away, so they have to use.
Because there's a ball in the way.
No.
There's not a curve of the Earth is in the way. That's not in the way.
No, it's probably just like too far out.
Power, right? It might be the power. The power output. That's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone. Satellite phones have giant fucking batteries and huge power output. Cell phones are in the milliwatts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're transmitting watts versus milliwatts, you can transmit a lot farther.
Okay.
There's other factors other than there's a ball in the way. We got to talk to a satellite because we've known since the 1918 at least that radio signals will go 10,000 miles.
They bounce off the ionosphere. Yeah, they bounce off the ionosphere for that.
They didn't know about the ionosphere at that time.
Oh wow!
The ionosphere is an ad hoc after the fact invention.
No, so they don't have to know about something to know it works. Just like they didn't have to know about bacteria.
Yeah, it was invented after.
What do you mean it was invented? What do you mean it was invented?
Invented as a concept. Pardon me?
Everything is invented as a concept, right? So bacteria was invented as a concept before they knew what hand washing was, right? But they knew, but certain cultures, like in East Asia, they've found that prevention of disease was caused by hand washing. So they did it. They didn't know why, but they knew if they washed their hands, they wouldn't get sick. They were very clean. They didn't get sick very often.
Okay, so nothing to do with this, but we're talking about the ionosphere. They needed a reason that radio waves could travel that far, and they invented the ionosphere. Specifically, Heaviside and who was the other fucking guy? It's not Helmholtz. Heaviside and I forgot what his name is. It's called the Heaviside layer. That was the name of it. They invented it ex post facto because they needed a reason. Well, Heaviside didn't have anything to send up into this ionosphere. There was no rockets. There was no balloons that went that high. They were like, how would they know about it?
Because of radio, or because of energy, right? Because of it protects us from UV rays, right?
No, that would be the what is it? Is that the ionosphere? Ozone. That's the ozone layer.
Yeah, you're right. But the ionosphere is what protects us from sun flare, like the radio waves from sun flares, right? So
That's
like when sun flares,
magnetosphere.
Magneto.
The magnetosphere, yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of spheres: exosphere, troposphere, ionosphere, stratosphere, magnetosphere,
thermosphere.
Thermosphere. Yeah, I almost forgot that one.
How you know that, though?
Atmosphere.
I don't know any of that crap. That's just a story they tell. So the thing about the ionosphere is, even we get long distance radio wave propagations and wavelengths that they say don't have in the ionosphere. And the ionosphere has some pretty unique properties that's never really been observed in nature that they have to say exist to even remotely make it work, such as negative indexes of refraction.
It has been observed in nature.
Negative indexes of refraction.
So I'm telling you that the ionosphere
means
has
power amplification, right?
No, I did not know that. But I'm telling you that it has been observed in nature because that's literally what ball lightning is. That's plasma. Ball lightning is. Yeah, ball lightning is.
Just like freaking potpourri me, dude. Like, yes, plasma exists. Whether plasma has a negative index of refraction, that's another story.
No. So I'm not saying that because I don't know that to be true. But ball lightning is.
Yeah, I know what it is. I read about it.
Right. No. I know you know what it is. I'm saying that it is plasma contained by negatively charged air, essentially.
Okay.
Because it is gas contained within plasma contained within a independent sphere of charged gas. That's what it is.
Okay. Nobody really knows what ball lightning is. It's speculative on what it is. It's only been observed two or three times, and it's only been documented to be observed 2 times that I know of. And the whole time I was growing up, they said it was a fucking a rumor that didn't really exist.
Right. Well, it's not only just ball lightning. It's St. Elmo's fire. It's other like phenomena that have to do with that they, again, yes, they did think it was fake, but it has been proven to be true. And the existence of it is based on plasma that is encased in ionized air, sort of like the thermosphere. So it's like, the ionosphere. So it's like a local representation or demonstration of how gas can be contained within using only negatively charged air, essentially, ionized air.
From what I know, the cause of ball lightning is still speculative.
Well, the cause of it, yeah, but like that's the mechanism behind it.
Well, all they have so far is videos of a freaking bright blue fucking ball. That's all they have. How would they know what it's composed of? How would they know that, Hours? They've never replicated it in a lab.
I would have to look that up. I'm not going to say for sure if they have or haven't.
I know they've been trying for fucking 5 decades. I mean, ball lightning is a bad example. But the ionosphere is supposed to be a freaking layer of highly energized particles that get trapped in the Earth's magnetic field when they're ejected from the sun, right? So it's a bunch of freaking ionized particles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And the reason why we have
story. That's the story, and it also moves around, right? So, did you know that on the day side versus the night side, it has different altitudes?
Different altitude? No, I don't know about those.
Yeah, so there's different layers. There's like A, B, there's D, E, and F or something. So on the daytime side, you're only supposed to be able to get to the lower layer. So propagation distances like skywave propagation or tropospheric scattering only go like 800 miles, according to the theory, right, of the ionosphere, and that the long distance shortwave propagation happens. It's thousands of miles, but it only happens at night. I used shortwave radio when I was a kid. My father had one, We used to listen to shit in Russian, shit in Spanish, shit in Japanese. So you could pick up all sorts of radio signals, but they only last for 5 or 6 minutes before they static out. That being what it may, the propagation I'm talking about, the Marconi propagation in 1918, happened during the day. It didn't happen at night. So it doesn't match the ionospheric theory in the first place.
When you send radio waves, what direction do you usually point the transmitter?
Well, they were using what's called back then. They didn't make dipole antennas. They basically had a wire grid, and it was an omnidirectional antenna.
Yeah, it's exactly an omnidirectional antenna, which is pointing in.
But it was
if you look at Marconi's
field or something in size, so it was just steel wires that crisscrossed.
If you look at Marconi's example, he says specifically that it pointed up at a 45-degree angle or something like that.
Well, it depends on which Marconi example you're talking about. There was a couple of them. So there was the one across the Atlantic. I'm talking about the one to Australia.
Yeah. So
a lot of people don't know about. Platter just posted in the chat. There's a plaque to the guy. Now that guy, just to let you know, this guy was an amateur radio operator that turned on his radio and heard people talking in German, and was like, "What the fuck?" Okay, this is when radio is brand new. It's 1918. So he goes to the government and says, "Hey, I can hear people talking in German." Back then, Australia was a British colony. So they contacted their superiors, and Britain, and they decided, hey, it's World War I. Maybe we should make a communication method so we can talk to each other in case we need to send us more troops to be killed on the frickin' trenches of Germany or Belgium or wherever the fuck they were. So, and that's what they did. But they made these radio transmissions. You know that this is almost an antipode distance, right? It's 10,000 miles. Half the globe is 12,000, right? So this is an antipode. This is a North Pole to South Pole transmission.
Mm-hmm. You don't even believe in North Pole or South Pole.
You're right. It's called an internal critique, dude.
Dude, you're not a flat earther.
Stop being a child.
Oh,
it's called an internal critique.
Right, yeah, and I understand that, but wait, what is the actual distance then? If it's
the globe distance from Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia is roughly 10,196 or something.
What's the real distance then?
That is the real distance.
I know. How would you know that?
Dude,
no, I'm asking you.
Come on, stop it.
Yeah, how would you know that's the real distance?
You know, people have been on airplanes before and they traveled.
Yeah, that's right. And they're flying in a fluid. So I'm going to ask you again, how do you know that's the real distance?
Again, I just said, do you know people have been on airplanes?
Yeah, before? I know. And I just said, hey, dude, they're flying in a fluid. That makes distance measurement fucking impossible.
What?
Okay.
They're flying in an airplane.
Why?
Because they're flying in a fluid. What don't you get, dude?
So is it the flying
fluid's in motion?
Or is it the fluid itself?
The fluid's in motion.
Right, but if I'm moving in the wind, does that mean I can't measure how long I walked? Is that your argument?
No.
Okay, then what is?
Are you confused?
Yes, very much so.
To clarify. Yes.
Yeah, they're not measuring a distance. Okay, they might be able to infer a distance from time over speed, but that has its problems because speed is measured with a pitot tube, which is a measure of actual air pressure. Okay, then you have other issues. Nobody's flying from Cornwall, UK to fucking Sydney, Australia in the first place. Right, and there's other factors. Then there's other factors besides just going to straight velocity. Planes don't actually fly in great circle routes. They fly in international traffic flight corridors, okay, which aren't great circle routes. And so you can't get the times vary because for another reason, because of the orientation of the runway and whatever your landing pattern has to be. You could be in the air for fucking 45 minutes, fucking circling a runway. So, no. There is no measured distance. They calculate the distance based upon the Haversine formula. It's calculated, not measured.
You have no way of explaining.
Address something I said. Anything. Don't talk about what I do.
Well, You just said address what you said. I'm trying to address what you said.
Yeah, you talked about me. I'm not the topic.
Well, you brought up the topic. I'm trying to address what you...
I'm not the subject matter, though.
Okay, relax. Like, the fact is, NASA's very clear on this.
The fact is, NASA's very clear on this. Okay, sure. Let's hear this. Start shoveling your shit, dude. This should be funny.
They have multiple pictures to prove. Yes.
Do they?
I do have multiple.
And how do you know that?
Because they took it. What do you mean?
You took the picture?
They took it.
How do you know that? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like in that picture?
Well, because I looked at the picture.
Yeah, and compare it to what?
To Earth.
So you've seen the Earth from that vantage point to compare it to that picture?
From the picture.
You're comparing the picture to the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, just go on fucking mute. Just mute yourself, dude.
What picture are you talking about specifically?
The blue marble.
Just go on
know.
mute, dude. Just go on fucking mute, dude.
No, the blue marble is a
compared the
Photoshop
picture to the picture. Come on.
That radio signal that went 10,000 miles, supposedly, it would have needed to bounce from air to sky 5 separate times. They say it would need to bounce every 2,000 miles.
Yeah, that's fine. But
which is ridiculous.
I want to be intellectually honest.
It would also, hold on. It would also, there's one more thing. It would also flatten because the inner radius and the outer radius are not equal. And then the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So each reflecting angle from the ionosphere versus the surface of the ball would be different angles, and the whole thing would flatten out. And then you'd end up being horizontal and just bounce right back to the fucking ground.
Okay, but I want to be intellectually honest and say that the blue marble is a Photoshop realized image of, because so here's the thing, the blue marble either has to be an image that was stitched together, or it has to be an image that was modified in some way by NASA, because you can't even get that shot from the moon, right? If you look at photos taken from the moon, it is not the blue marble realized, right? It's
look, you guys are whistling past the graveyard. The graveyard is, why the fuck should I believe anything that they say? Especially a fantastic claim. Hey, I went a fucking 100,000 miles from the Earth, took out my Hasselblad 70mm camera and took a picture of the fucking Earth inside of a goddamn tin can that had fucking aluminum less than 3 millimeters thick. Okay, why the fuck should I believe any of that shit? There's no way to evaluate the image. I have no reference to compare it to. You can't go, hey, yeah, that looks like the Earth I saw. I have no reference. All I can do is compare one fake image to some other fake image. Like that dude said, what'd you compare the image to? Compare the image to the image. And that's all you can ever do. At least he's fucking honest, even though he was trolling. How can we evaluate these images? Can we apply any scientific method analysis to any of these images? People want to talk about science all the time. Okay, what's the scientific method image analysis of these images? There is none. The only thing you can do is, hey, what's depicted in the image, does that exist in reality? Let's go check reality. Let's go check. Shows curving oceans? Let's go check to see if there's curving oceans. Shows the fucking continent that looks like that? Let's go check to see if it looks like that. Let's go see if that's how it actually is. That's all you can do. You either believe it or don't believe it. And the reason this space shit gets brought up 24/7 is because it's unfalsifiable bullshit. And you guys know it. I hate to tell you. They can't be proven real. They can't be proven not real. They're just trusted or not trusted. It's completely a trust proposition. But that's why you guys want to talk about it. Because the reason you guys think the Earth is a ball isn't because of any experiment you've done. isn't because of any test you've done. It's all for fucking sociological reasons. And psychological infirmities, to be honest about it. I mean, we just need, like, what really needs to happen, everybody just needs to start be really fucking honest about the situation. Y'all believe a bunch of shit that you got told by the television, and you believe a bunch of pictures that you can't verify, and we don't. Yeah, Himawari takes pictures of the Earth and it don't even have a camera. How does it do that, Rolling My Boulder? Rolling my book. Go on Himawari's website and look up what their imaging device is. Tell me how they're taking a picture of the Earth without a fucking camera on their satellite.
It's also not live. It's like 3 seconds delayed, I believe.
Regardless of whether it's live or not, there's no camera on it.
There's no camera on it? I gotta test this. Rolling My Shoulder.
It has like a fucking spectrograph that has no lens. It uses like a fucking mirror or something.
Okay.
So they construct the image. Now, one of the things about the Himawari on top of that is they won't release the raw data to anybody. In fact, they won't even release the first iteration of the process data, even to scientists. You're going to get secondhand processed, second to-order post-processed data if you're a researcher, and then if you're just a normal dreg, you ain't going to get shit. Never mind all the pre-render shit that was on the FTP. I still got links to it.
I don't understand refraction. Explain it to me.
Okay, well, refraction occurs depending on the atmosphere temperature. The temperature of the air will determine whether the degree of the refraction. Now, there is a standard refraction, which I think is 8%. Am I correct there, DJ? Is there a standard refraction is 8%? Is that what we allow for?
Yeah, standard refraction would be 8%. If you assumed that the Earth were a globe in the first place, which would be begging the question.
Right. You see that? So that 8% is actually begging the question, right? But we allow you to have that. Now, we're able to make observations beyond the 8% of refraction, standard refraction. And no glober can explain why that is. Okay. Or they say the Earth is bigger than it should be. But how can it be if they've given us the numbers already? The numbers are fixed in stone, 24,901 mile circumference, 3,959 mile radius. So if you have these numbers and we're seeing beyond that, and we've allowed for the 8% refraction, what's going on then? What's happening? Why are we seeing the image? Can you see now?
And their response to that is that, there's so much refraction that it makes the Earth appear like it's completely flat. So much refraction, it would make the radius value so big that in the observation, the Earth would just appear flat. And that has to be the case for nearly all of these observations that we presented. Yeah. Even though there's no optical distortion or miraging effects present, right? Nice clear observation on a nice clear day.
Yeah. And you know what? As an ex-soldier, I am desperate to get a target at a distance where they're claiming refraction. So that thing I'm looking at is refracted, and I want to blow it up right in front of everybody's eyes. Because if it's a refracted image, I would not be able to hit it. That means I would fire my weapon, and it would just keep going and not hit the target, and the refraction image would still be there. I'm desperately wanting to do that, just to shut up that idea. Okay? It's got to be done somehow, some way. Get the Navy to do that. Get them out there. Yeah, we can see the object. You say it's refraction. You say it's refraction. Fire the weapon and watch it be destroyed. There you are. The only problem with that, it would cause a lot of pollution and mess. I don't want to do that either. So I'm caught in a conundrum, if you will, because I don't believe in polluting the ocean at all. That's the only problem. So if we can hit it and then recover that ship and bring it back up and recycle the steel, all very well and done. Yeah, I want to do that. That would shut up all those ideas. What do you think, DJ? Wouldn't that go a long way to proving that the refractor thing's stupid?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just not possible. Like when they say refraction, 99% of the time they have no idea what they're talking about, right? They just learnt to make that sound with their mouth, and they think that that's a rebuttal to the long distance observation. But what they don't realize how stupid what they're saying is, right? They're saying that really there is a horizon at a certain distance, but everything beyond that horizon is just completely lifted up to the perfect level that makes the Earth appear like it's completely flat.
Yeah.
It's a crazy claim. It's ridiculous. So they're saying everything you can see beyond the horizon isn't really there.
Yeah. This is why I want a ship at said distance where they claim refraction and then blow it up right in front of their eyeballs. Because if it was a refracted image, then the bullets, the projectile will go right through that image and keep going, and the refracted image would still be there because I wouldn't be able to hit the ship from what I see. Right. So yeah, can we go through the other refractions that they claim? What are they? Let's have a look. You've got, what is it? There's one called looming. What is that? So the listeners can learn.
Well, according to the mainstream, looming would be when you have a layer of cooler air lower to the surface, right? And then vertically it gets warmer as you go up, and that the light would deviate towards the denser medium, and it would make the object in the distance appear a little bit higher than what it would normally appear as, right? And then you can have the opposite of that, where you have an inverted gradient. Okay, so you have warmer air lower, and then cooler air above it, and then the light would deviate the opposite direction, and then you would have sinking, and sinking would make things appear lower than what they would normally be. For example, a ship or an object could look like it's obstructed behind the horizon, even though it's not actually physically obstructed. That's how it's defined. It's sinking and
that's
looming.
An optical illusion.
They're the opposite of each other, but they're quite minor effects. They're not drastic, not very drastic effects. Once you get more drastic effects, we start getting very, very obvious miraging effects, like inferior mirages and superior mirages, which looming and sinking, according to the mainstream, are minor versions of. Okay, so then when we have inferior mirages, we also have total internal reflection that go along with them. And it's very obvious. No one should be submitting any long-distance observations that have obvious mirages in them, right? They would be completely inconclusive, other than to point out that, look, there's a mirage happening here.
Yeah.
And then there's extreme versions of the superior mirage as well, which is the Fata Morgana and inverted superior mirages and things like that.
Yeah.
And there's more variations, and then you can have combinations of different ones, right? None of them explain the long distance observations that we have that destroy the globe.
Exactly. Right. So we're not denying that light bends depending on the temperature of the air we're looking through. But when we're looking at things and we can see an island 29 miles away from a height of only 12 inches, 1 foot, and if you're looking at the size of the Earth, it should only the horizon should stop at 1.22 miles, but we're seeing 29 miles away. Okay, that they claim refraction. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's a lot of refraction, isn't it? To lift up something that you are seeing 29 miles away when you should only be able to see 1.22 miles. 28 miles of refraction. Yeah, no. Okay, so we don't deny there's refraction out there, but at the rates that they are saying it's happening at, that's the absurdity of it all. So, young man, yeah, you got any other questions, any other queries? We answered the refraction for you. Do you have anything to rebut what we said?
How about gravity?
Okay, well, I'm glad you mentioned that one. First and foremost, which gravity are you talking about?
Just Earth's gravity, Earth's gravitational field. Like, do you guys believe it's real?
Okay, yeah, we don't believe it's real at all. That's the first thing. There are two schools of thought that you need to consider, okay? You've got to consider Sir Isaac Newton's, and remember this, yeah, he never actually discovered it, but they put it on his name, okay? You know, that's the one where the apple supposedly dropped to the floor, and now they created this mass, attracting mass, Sir Isaac Newton, and then you got the other one by Albert Einstein, which came around about 107 years later after Sir Isaac Newton. That's the bending and warping of the space-time fabric. That's the current standard. So if you go to university today or school, that's what you're going to be learning. You're going to be learning about the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. You're not going to be learning about Sir Isaac Newton. And then one more point, and then I'll ask you the question again. The main point you've got to remember is that the scientific fraternity, the scientific community, they all say that gravity is not a force. I'll say it one more time. When you listen to the scientific scientists, those experts, that community, they're telling us that gravity is not a force. Right. So now, which gravity are you talking about? Are you talking about Sir Isaac Newton or the bending and warping of the space-time fabric? Which gravity?
I'm talking about the bending and warping of the space-time.
Okay. Right. Now, how does my pencil dropping on the floor and I go and retrieve it, bend at space-time? How did I do that?
Well, when I say bend space-time, I mean like when the Earth has mass too, right? So the Earth bends space-time and creates a gravitational field around it, and then our objects are attracted to the Earth because of the bending of space-time that it creates. But you can't create your own.
I'm asking you to show me an experiment that demonstrates that, because Albert Einstein never produced any experiment to prove that, which is why we don't accept it.
Well, it's a good model to explain what's happening, right? Like, how else do you explain black holes and like?
We don't explain black holes. It's got nothing to do with us. We don't accept black holes even existing, yet alone explaining it.
What about the photos? What about all the photos they've got and everything?
Well, these are all again CGI composite photoshopped images that they use. They're not really using anything that is a real image. Computer data is what they're using. It's not actual real photographs. And again, these are not proving that the shape of the Earth, by the way, which is what the topic matter is. Is the Earth a ball? How do we know? And you're going off. You mentioned gravity, you see, right? And I said to you, which one? And you've gone with Albert Einstein's bending and warping of space-time fabric. I say to you, I dropped my pencil. How am I bending space-time? You're saying it's in a gravity field, and now you've gone on to black holes and stuff like that. None of these things have been proven. You see, you've got to prove it. Where's the experiment that proves that space-time is being bent by my pencil as I drop it on the floor? Come on. Can you see how we say it's word salad. It's what we say because it's just doesn't relate.
What Nikola Tesla also said that as well. He called it mathematical garb.
There you are. Thank you.
So what about what Stephen Hawking said about black holes and all that? You guys don't believe that?
Hairy black holes and black holes. You just said you think that there's a photograph of a black hole just a moment ago, right? That's ridiculous. There absolutely is not a photograph of a black hole.
No, they got it.
Look, all of this is just theoretical, right? It's like concepts, mathematical concepts. Right, it's not something that's been scientifically proven. Look, when their mathematics is wrong, they have to make up things like dark matter and dark energy and things like that, which they have absolutely zero scientific evidence of whatsoever. Right, they have no idea what it is, but just because their math was off by say 95%, 96%, they just add in things, right, so they don't have to throw their formulas away. It's a bunch of pseudoscientific garbage. It's not something that you're ever going to be able to validate. You're just going to learn how to parrot it.
Okay, I came here in bad faith, but I'm actually interested now. Like,
thank you for your honesty.
In your view, right? How do you view like the formation of planets and galaxies and like the star system, like in your view? And do you even think it's real?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And our position is that we do not know how they were formed. How could we know? Do you understand? All we can know is what we live on. That's what we try to know. And we know very little of that, of what we live on. We know it's not a ball shape. So when we look up at those stars, that names have been given to them, for all intentional purposes, I have the right to change the names of all those stars and start naming them after my friends and family. I can do that because that's how I live my life. You know, I don't have to accept the name that Jupiter could be James now, for example, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what that thing is. So they're just there for my decoration, for my delight. That's all. I can use my imagination, but that's all it's there for. They're not places we can go to. I don't know what they are. Neither do you. Okay?
So how did the universe begin?
I don't even know if there is a universe to say it began. I haven't even validated that. How would I be able to validate that there's a universe if I can't go there to check that it's there? Please tell me.
So essentially you're saying humans know much less than we proclaim to.
Yes, because if I asked you, have you validated the universe? Do you know it's there? You don't know, do you? You can't go there. You have to carry a belief. Do you not?
So why are they lying? Why are they lying?
Well, are they lying or are they just? Let's have a look. When you're looking at like those scientists and those cosmologists, they're speaking theories. As long as they keep telling us it's theories, we have to be careful that we don't believe that it's true. Okay, when they give you a theory, it hasn't been proven, and if it hasn't been proven, then it's not the truth. So they're paid theorists. They just get paid to theorize. Okay, that's all they're doing. Are they lying? Maybe, let's not say they're lying. They're creating good stories. Okay? Stories, that's all they're doing, and they're getting paid for it. Okay?
So all those theoretical physicists in those universities who have like tenure and all that are just like getting paid to imagine things out of their brain.
Absolutely correct, because they haven't proven anything at all. They can't do any science to prove it following the scientific method, because they can't go there to manipulate and test their hypotheses. So all they can do is put theories up, and that's all they're doing. Nothing else.
If someone can post some of Michio Kaku's quotes, right? He's one of the most famous theoretical physicists in the world. And he says that nobody in his field that he knows of uses the scientific method. He said it's logic and guesswork. And he said that, you know, they're off by orders of magnitude, right? That you can't even comprehend. So even mainstream theoretical physicists are telling you this. It's not proven scientific fact or anything like that. Like they kind of lead you to believe at school.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the people that society like kind of proclaims are like the smartest people on earth are all theoretical physicists, but you guys say, you know, they're just imaginative people.
Quite often you'll find that they've not actually gone out and tested the core fundamentals of their theories, which would be that the Earth is actually a spinning ball in space. Because when we actually go out into the real world and put the math to the test, it doesn't match with reality. For example, if we go to a 20-mile body of water, whether it be a lake or the ocean, anywhere on the Earth, we can calculate how much curvature there would have to be over that distance. And it's actually more than what most people think. It's actually about 260 foot of curvature over 20 miles. So we can go and test, and we've gone and tested over and over these large distances. And when we test it, there's zero curvature detected every single time. Whether it be a 10-mile lake, a 20-mile lake, a 30-mile lake, or section of the ocean, whether we're shooting high-powered lasers across it or making observations with high-powered zoom cameras, telescopes, infrared lenses, all kinds of methods. Okay, we can't detect any curvature when we actually go out in physical reality and put the theoretical model to the test. It doesn't match. And that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk in the globe Earth version of outer space. Okay, we're talking about no detected curvature over the surface of the Earth, right? They tell us most of the surface is covered in water. Okay, and water does not curve over distance. And we have countless amounts of tests we can present to show this. And there's no tests, right? No empirical evidence that such a thing exists throughout all of history, right? Find us one person that's actually gone out and measured drop over distance, validated the geometric horizon. Doesn't exist.
But if you guys have all the proof, then why can't you just write papers, scientific papers, publish them, and then if they're right, you say your evidence is based on real tests, right? So you just write scientific papers, and then the scientific community will acknowledge them, won't they?
Well, what actually happened is it actually got censored. Okay, so flat Earth people were going out and actually posting real world, like not papers. Right, there are papers, but not just papers, high definition videos showing these tests that are being done from start to finish. Right, not just saying they did the test on a paper, actually showing the test from start to finish. Right, showing all of the variables that go along with it. And flat Earth back in 2015, 2016 actually started to become one of the most popular search terms on the internet. And Congress got together with the owners of YouTube and Facebook and Google, and they agreed that they're actually going to censor flat Earth, right? They consider it dangerous misinformation. So going against the mainstream, people aren't just openly reviewing the information and sharing it around. It's actually been highly censored, and it's still censored to this day. These Congress meetings are on video. Right, I can post them for you in the side chat, the actual Congress meetings where they talk about flat Earth and how they're going to censor flat Earth. And not only did they censor flat Earth, right, they replaced the flat Earth video playlists with playlists of propaganda. Right, showing crazy claims that we don't make, like floating discs in space and things like that.
Could you send the videos of the tests they did as well as the Congress meeting? Like the tests.
Yeah, I can find you the Congress meeting first, and then I can actually go over a couple of the tests with you if you want to have a look at them, and I can post you the videos as well. Some really good tests, and we have some very big papers to go along with some of the tests as well. So just a second.
Yeah,
I'll get the Congress one first.
Dude, but if they're actually lying, then that's insane, bro. If they can lie about the shape of the Earth to this extent, then imagine what else they're lying about.
Excellent. Now you're beginning to think. Welcome to reality, because that's what you've got to do. The onus is always on you to try and confirm everything you're being told, and not to accept it and carry a belief, because now you can see that something is wrong, and now your interest and your curiosity has been piqued now. Now you're going to learn the truth, and you're going to be living on a road by, if I haven't confirmed it, I'm not going to accept it, because it's dangerous to do that. Okay?
It's very interesting because this is the only topic where if you disagree, you get laughed at. Everything else you can debate about, like political opinions, even science. But when you say the Earth is flat, then that's like that's it. Like you can't say that. Like you're like retarded if you say that, according to society.
Exactly. Tinfoil hat wearer, right? That's what they call you, no?
Yeah,
that's the ultimate way to combat something like this is to to make it so unpopular that people would be laughed at and ridiculed, because that's one of the main things that's important for people in life is acceptance. So instead of actually attacking the arguments that we're making and rebutting the observations that we're showing, they're putting out propaganda, playlists of propaganda that pass Flat Earth off as a bunch of tinfoil hat-wearing lunatics, right? If you go and search Flat Earth on YouTube, you'll see a bunch of straw man arguments saying this is what Flat Earthers claim. You'll see big giant flat planets with all water falling off the edges, and Flat Earthers claim Australia doesn't exist, and all sorts of crazy arguments that we're absolutely not making.
Yeah. And
there's even something called the Flat Earth Society. Jin, are you able to tell him about the Flat Earth Society at all, just while I find this Congress?
Yeah. I explained the Flat Earth Society to him, of course. Yeah. See, the Flat Earth Society is what's known as controlled opposition. Okay. So what I mean by that is that they will say some things that are truthful about Flat Earth, and then in the next breath say something so ridiculous that it puts the person who is interested right off and think, this is a kooky group. They think this, and this, and then there you are. You've dissuaded somebody, and people get turned off and they move away from us. For example, they put forward that the Earth is moving upwards, and that explains gravity. Do you understand?
Oh my God!
The Earth itself is moving upwards, and that's what creates that downward force, because the Earth is moving up at such a rate. Now, no flat earther thinks that. You understand?
Dude, I just posted the link, the Congress link in YouTube, and it says that I have to sign in to confirm my age in order to watch the video because it's inappropriate. Like, what about it is inappropriate? It's not pornography, right?
No, it's not. It's not. You see what I mean? That's ridiculous, isn't it? It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Think about this. Back in 2015, 2016, people were posting long-distance observations where they're going out, right? Because what happened was these amazing cameras came out by Nikon, okay, like the most powerful consumer-grade zoom cameras. So people were able to buy these cameras that's kind of like carrying a telescope around in your pocket that you can record video with. Okay, so people started recording these crazy, like long-distance observations where we could see something 20 miles away that should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. So people started posting these videos, and their channels started getting like hundreds of thousands of views. Okay, and those channels got taken down, right? They were taking channels down, they were demonetizing channels, deleting channels, and shadow banning the channels like they speak about in that Congress meeting, right? Just for posting long-distance observations, as if long-distance observations are dangerous misinformation.
Yeah. It's crazy because racism and sexism is probably more accepted in our society than people questioning the shape of the Earth, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is crazy. I can give you a quick example of a good quality long distance observation. Just quickly, if you want to see it. Can you see the side chat? Okay, so this guy's name is Dr. John D. And he lives in the UK. He's a PhD. And he actually set out originally to debunk the flat Earth, right, to find the curvature. And he was doing long-distance observations, and he was doing long-distance laser tests, using all different spectrums of lasers and things like that. So I'm just going to show you one of his observations, because he actually became a flat earther in the process of trying to, find the curvature. Okay, so in this observation, this is a curvature test. Okay, so this is over 11 miles, 11.2 miles. Anyway, I'm just uploading. So this is just a clip.
I'm getting so many warnings when I'm watching this video. They literally placed a Wikipedia warning saying flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth's shape as a plane or disk. Many ancient cultures subscribe to a flat Earth cosmography. The model has undergone a recent resurgence as a conspiracy theory in the 21st century.
Yeah, which is a lie completely, because ancient people realized the Earth was flat. That's true, but it's not a conspiracy, and it's not a theory, because it's actually, you can prove it yourself. And I posted one long distance observation from Oahu Island, can be seen from a place called Kauai Island. Okay, it's in there. Same sort of thing as what DJ is going to show you right now. Long distance observation, and you can do these yourself to prove it. And then we did explain to you the 8% refraction. We don't cheat. There's no point in cheating. What's the point of doing that?
Let me also correct. Let me just quickly correct the Wikipedia. It's not some cultures. All cultures perceive the Earth as flat. Not some.
Thank you.
Bible, right? The Bible.
Thank you very much.
What you can do is ask the people who wrote the Wikipedia page, who wrote that. Their name is logged on the change document. Ask them, what evidence did they use to say that flat Earth is a modern conspiracy theory? What's their data points? What did they use to make that claim? And what you'll find out is that it comes back to The Guardian, 2016. The Guardian did back-to-back hit pieces against flat earthers, written by a bunch of radical third-wave atheists.
Yeah,
they did that because the atheists were defeated. They lost the Great Meme War. And rather than try to rebrand themselves, they decided to try to get a quick win against people they thought were deeply theistic. So that's where that happened from. So once you realize that this is a radical left-wing social justice movement trying to undermine minority groups, then you'll see why they've weaponized Wikipedia.
I see. But from your experience, does the Bible also say that the Earth is flat?
It does. It says the Earth was formed as a seal onto clay. It says that the Earth is on 4 pillars. There's a firmament above us. That the sun was stopped in its place, not the Earth, right? So on and so forth. There's countless of verses.
But that's all up to interpretation.
The Earth has always been flat, and the Earth will always be flat.
Yeah, but the reason why we don't go into the Bible stuff is because people on the globe side.
Oh yeah, this is the guy I was telling you about. Bad Pug. You guys can debate him.
Yeah, this is why we don't go in.
It's not a debate, man. Right? So you said you didn't come in here in good faith, and that's fine. But now you are acting in good faith. So we'd prefer to have a conversation with you. This isn't a debate, right? We're just presenting information that some people haven't seen before, right? And asking them to look at it and critically analyze it and come to their own conclusions. We're not trying to convince anyone. We're just saying, have a look at this, right? Maybe here's some information you've probably never seen before. Here's some real world observations. What do you think about this? That's all. It's not a debate.
Yeah.
So if people like Bad Pug want to talk crap in the background, right? So he's already in the chat saying it's not worth his time.
Listen. I haven't said anything. Listen.
Guys,
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything in any other channel that I have not said here in front of all of you people. I'm not the kind of person to say something in one channel and not say it in another in front of your face. I've said it here
so
first.
He said that we got all of our talking points. He said that you were saying we got all of our talking points from some book. Where's your justification for that?
Because you did. You got all of your talking points in major other books.
Which book?
Which book?
That is on me. I said I would look into it and find the book that you guys reference in the other server.
Dude, I'm here trying to present real world observations. It's got nothing to do with a book.
Well,
I've never even read a flat Earth book.
Bad Pug, why don't you just randomly guess? There's some 3,000 flat Earth books in Amazon.
No, it's literally It's a
random one.
Specific one. No, it's a specific one. I can't remember the fucking name of it. But like I said to Cynic, sorry, not Cynic. What's his name? Cryptic. like I said to Cryptic, I will find the book and reference it for him, and I'll do the same for you guys.
Thank you. Okay, so I was about to present a long distance observation for Cryptic. Okay, so I've got it up and ready to go. Okay, so I was explaining who did the observation. Dr. John Dee, right, PhD, originally set out to debunk flat Earth, became a flat earther in the process. So here's one of his observations. So all of this information here is out of an 1.5-hour video where he goes into everything in extreme detail. So I will post that. But here's just a small clip from the video. So can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
Even that in itself is flawed, though.
Okay, so let me present it. Okay, hold on a second. I'm talking to Cryptic. So if you want to point out flaws after I present the observation, write them down.
I thought you were talking to me. I'm so sorry. I thought you were talking to me. That's my bad.
Yeah, not talking to Cryptic. Anyway, I'm just presenting the observation. So if you can find some flaws in the observation, just write them down, and then we can go over them step by step after. Okay, so this is the long distance observation in question here. It was done on multiple days, but this was a nice clear day.
Wait, are you showing a GIF? Is it the GIF?
Yeah, this is a GIF that's just a clip taken out of the full-length video. So I will also post the full-length video, but I'm posting the GIF, and I have a whole bunch more to post as well of additional information, just so I can present it.
Where is this from? Like, what part of the Earth is he?
He's in the United Kingdom. Okay, so this is a place called sorry, I forget the name of the actual beach here, but he's at a place and he's observing some wind farms called Rampion Wind Farm.
Okay, you got it.
Okay,
wait, is that actually Worthing?
Yeah, I think it's.
I thought it was, if it's in England, it's Worthing, isn't it? Worthing.
Jesus
yeah, I think
Christ,
so.
No, man. If that's Worthing, they've cleaned it up a lot. Worthing's a shithole.
No, it's not a shithole.
This was done in I think 2017 or 2018, I think.
Yeah, I was in the army, so we used to have artillery down there. Okay, now Worthing's okay; it's not bad.
I mean, yeah, okay, I'm being a bit harsh, but it's still a shithole.
Yeah, you are. and then they look from the Isle of Wight. They look from the Isle of Wight to Worthing. It's a good one. Really check it out. Really nice.
Well, there you go.
You know, what do you guys think about like Elon Musk and like all these people who want to,
He's the shit on my shoe. Excuse the expression.
Yeah, look, just trying to present the observation. So I'm trying to show you an observation that is not possible on a globe. Like, do you want to see it or not?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, all right. It'll take 5 minutes to present it because it's not just here's something. This debunks the globe. Full stop. Right, that probably isn't just going to fly if I just said. Yeah, I'm showing you. Okay, so you understand what the claim is, right? So we're testing for the curvature of the Earth. A byproduct to the curvature of the Earth would be the geometric horizon. Okay, the horizon is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So on a globe, you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon line. Okay, so it's the maximum distance that you can see on a globe, right, based on the height of the observer. So he's set his camera up just above the surface of the water at 3.5 foot high, which is just over 1 meter. Okay, so we have some distance markers out in the ocean. Okay, we have a wind farm, because if there wasn't a distance marker, there would be no way to gauge how far away that horizon was, or what you're looking at in the distance, right? How far away is it? So we have a wind farm. It's called Rampion Wind Farm. I just posted a diagram. And when he zooms in, you'll be able to see 6 windmill towers.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just post a close-up from the video of the windmill towers. Okay, so let's go over some really basic math quickly. Okay, so here's a diagram of what the horizon must be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, the physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet, right? And then there's a picture showing you what it looks like. Okay, so that horizon should be at a certain distance based off the 1 meter observation height. So here, if you go to Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can pick any Earth curvature calculator, put in the observer height, put in the distance to the windmill tower, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be obstructed of the object that you're looking at in the distance. So here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So it says distance to object 11.2 miles, eye height level 3.5 foot, and then it says that the distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles away. Okay, so the closest windmill farm tower is actually Windmill Farm Tower 1, and that's 8 miles away. Okay, almost 3 times the distance beyond where the horizon line should be. Okay, all of the wind farm towers should be obstructed behind the horizon by a certain amount. Windmill Tower 6 on the far right should be 52 feet hidden. Okay, so the bottom 52 feet should be missing. That's basically a 5-story building. Should be missing off the bottom of the wind farm tower. But as you can see in the observation, there's actually nothing missing. So here's a close-up of what the wind farm towers look like, just so you can compare it to the image out of the zoom footage. Okay, so when it's low tide, so he's done this at low tide. When it's low tide, you can see the black section of the paint, which is corroded off. So there's a close-up next to the zoom footage. Okay, also take note that it's very clear. Like, we don't see some crazy miraging effect or anything like that taking place in the observation. Otherwise, it would not be presented. Okay, so what we can take from this is that there's absolutely no geometric horizon at 2.29 miles. Right? That's where the physical geometric horizon should be. And if we assume, right, we pre-assume that the Earth's a globe, we can account for standard atmospheric refraction. Right? We can throw that in there. Account for refraction. It's 8%. Right? Approximately 8%. But we're seeing orders of magnitude beyond that, right? So even if we just add in that small accounting for refraction, because we have standard conditions, right? It's a very clear day. We don't see some crazy obstruction taking place or optical distortion. Okay, we can most certainly give you standard atmospheric refraction, but that would only change the horizon distance from 2.29 miles to like 2.3 miles or something like that, 2.4 miles. We're seeing the water go far beyond all of the windmill farms, and we can actually see a boat off in the distance. So on the day of the observation, he noticed the boat, right? That boat he tracked using shipping radar, and that boat's about 14 miles away. It's called the Shetland Trader. You shouldn't be able to see that at all. So this is one of many observations that demonstrates that we're not finding that Earth curvature that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe.
Yeah, I just posted one from Hawaii, which is like 100 miles observation. Okay.
Yeah, so we got tons of these, like so many. I could go over one after another. Very nice, clear conditions, long distance observations. Some using infrared cameras, right? Some done from the tops of mountains.
But a lot of these are like, I completely get it. I get what you guys are saying, and I actually I'm understanding this stuff. But like a lot of these are like, I see, therefore I know kind of thing. You know, do you have like any theoretical arguments like about like?
Well, what you've got to understand is it's not I see then I know kind of thing. I see, that's the proof. And it's not a theory now, because when you're theorizing, that's not actually proving anything. The proof is actually making the observation. And if you're making the observation, that is the thorough debunking of the globe. That's how you do it. You can talk about it and have a model and have it all on computer and on paper and mathematical formulas and your theories, but then your theories have to leave the paper and be presented in reality. So therefore, what you see is what you get. That's a thorough debunking. You can't beat that. That's the golden standard to actually make the measurement. That is the observation.
It's empirical evidence, okay? And it's not just observations, right? Observations are great, but we also have high-powered laser tests. For example, we've had a team of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, and they're shooting the laser across the surface of the water over huge distances up to 40 kilometers away, and they're hitting their targets consistently. Now, they have a 180-page PDF document to go along, showing all of the technical specifications of the weather conditions, the laser used, and they also have an hour-long documentary to go along with that. So there's tons and tons and tons of different types of tests that have been done. It's not just people going out and making observations.
I see.
But the observations are very solid as well, because that curvature would have to be there, right? That bottom 50 feet of the windmill has to be hidden physically by the curvature of the Earth, right? That's physical obstruction. Now, even if we account for a bit of atmospheric refraction, if we're assuming that the Earth's a globe, right, and that atmospheric refraction is calculated based off the radius value, right, we can add that in. But because we're seeing so many orders of magnitude beyond what atmospheric refraction could account for, right, that's not something that is an explanation for these observations, because we're also doing it in completely different conditions, right? It's been done. This one's in the United Kingdom. I can show you another one from Utah in America, and then another one from like a lake in Canada, like all these different weather conditions, different places, and we're getting the same results. What's that?
What about the Earth's core? Like, you know how they say, Earth has internal heating and all that. Like, there's the Earth's core, and then there's the mantle and all of that stuff. So, is there an Earth core? Does the Earth have a core?
The core of the globe, right, is more of it's based off of models, right, mathematical models, rather than empirical evidence. So when it comes to flat Earth, we're mostly empiricists. So what we would tell you is that the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug into the Earth was the Kola Deep super deep borehole in Russia, which was just a little bit deeper than the deepest section of the ocean, 7.6 miles or something like that. Okay, and when they made their predictions to try to dig that hole, they got everything wrong, right? Even though they used the latest technology at the time to try to predict what they would encounter as they dug down, they got all their predictions wrong. So they couldn't get any deeper than that. So I would say that empirically, we don't really know what happens if you just keep going down, 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 down.
I get that, but like, what about lava and like how the mantle and like the plates shifting and all that? Like how volcanoes are created, the mantle shifts, and like the plates move and rift valleys are created and all of that.
Yeah, well, the plates would make more sense over a plain Earth. And we have lava tubes and things like that, but
they will make more sense on a plane, on a flat Earth.
Most likely, when it comes to plate tectonics, it's a plate. But there's a lot of theory, like there's a lot of things that haven't been validated through scientific experimentation. A lot of it's based off a theoretical model. And maybe I'm not like someone that's researched the volcano topic deeply, but I'm sure there's some other people in here that could jump in and explain that better than I can. I'm better at explaining the observations and optics and things like that, but plate tectonics, that's not my thing. I'll admit, if I don't know everything about a topic, that's for sure.
But like, do you know anything about volcanoes and how they're formed? Like, how would volcanoes form on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't like, we don't. Okay, think about this. We don't claim to have a counter explanation for every single claim that the globe side makes, right? Because of a lot of the claims that the globe side makes aren't scientifically proven, right? They're kind of theoretical, right? Especially when it comes to outer things that are too high for us to test or too deep for us to reach, right? We start getting into wishy-washy theories and mathematical models and things like that. If we don't know something, we'll just say that can't be tested, that hasn't been empirically validated. We'd rather not speculate about something that we can't test, if that's a fair answer.
Okay, but someone here needs to tell me about the volcano formation and how that and plate tectonics, because
there's actually a guy who's got a video. He's from Brazil. I can link the video. He's actually a PhD geophysicist, right? This is his field, and he's a flat earther, and he talks about this kind of thing. So I can link his video if you want to check that out. I'll find it now for you.
But I'm just curious though, if you guys have all this evidence, and I think you do, why can't you just go out there and protest and I don't know, go in front of NASA and say, hey, we have the evidence right here. You guys are lying. There's so many things that get protested. And this is like the biggest thing of all, right? If they're lying about the entire thing, like the formation of planets, the formation of star systems, the existence of Mars, like they say they're going to spend all this money to land on the moon and Mars. If they're not going to do that, where's the money going?
Exactly. But yeah, look, protesting is the media uses protests as a way of mocking and ridiculing certain groups. I don't think it's that effective most of the time. Right, they'll find the silliest looking people they can find in the protest, and then they'll plug that all over the news and, make up whatever story they want to portray that to the public.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then they can put plants in protests to act crazy and look really, really silly.
Admit it or not.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, there's the video in the side chat if you want to check it out later. It's a PhD geophysicist. You can look him up. He's got a stack of degrees and accomplishments.
Yeah. Can I just ask though, how did you guys get into this stuff, and how did you start questioning and get into flat Earth?
Probably everyone slightly differently. For some people, it was looking into the fakery of the moon missions and that kind of thing, and then learning it, more from that starting point. Some people got into it for completely different reasons. Personally, I heard someone that I respected a lot suggest it, and I thought that they'd lost their mind. But they suggested a particular video to watch. So actually, because I respected the person, I knew they were smart, I went and watched the video, right? I saw some interesting points in the video. And then that got me, looking into more content. So that was back in 2017. When it was less censored, right? It was kind of the beginning of the censorship, but there was less censorship back then. But yeah, I actually started looking at these long distance observations, and I was like, damn, right? That's interesting. It's a crystal clear observation, and that object should be physically hidden by hundreds of feet behind the curvature of the Earth. So at the time, I lived on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie. I think it's the biggest saltwater lake in Australia. And we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. I went and bought a Nikon P900 camera, and I had a boat. So I went out and I did about 20 different observations on different days in different weather conditions. And what I found is that the observations were correct. And I could set my camera up just above the surface of the water, and I could zoom in across 20 kilometers and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake consistently. Unless obviously that there was wind and waves, right, which would block your view. But most of the time when it was still conditions, yeah, I could zoom across the lake and see the beach on the other side. Over that distance, the beach on the other side should have been hidden by over 50 feet of curvature.
So okay, but what about all this space race stuff that they're talking about? Like China wants to put men on Mars or the moon, then the U.S. is gonna plant the flag and all that. What is that about?
It's all hoaxing. That's all that is. It's pure hoax. We cannot leave the Earth to go to the moon. So NASA and Russia lied to the world at the very beginning. The idea of a space race, of course, that makes it more of an interesting thing for those who are going to believe us. We're the ones that are going to believe that. So that's why they created that. But no man has ever left this Earth in a rocket and gone to the moon. There is nothing that we have made that's gone to Mars and running around on Mars today. Okay, that's all been a lie. Okay.
Wow.
It's not possible.
So where's the money going?
Oh, it goes into their pockets, of course. They're lining their pockets with the money.
Yeah, it could be. Who knows what they're really using the money for at the end of the day? You know, it could be going into secret projects or God knows what. But NASA has been getting, you know, $60 to $80 million a day of taxpayer money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Huge budget. And when NASA, after they faked the moon landings, right, they never went back to the moon. Okay, they haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. And when they interviewed NASA about how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, NASA literally said, we'd go back to the moon, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back.
Are you kidding me? That's insane, bro.
I got a clip of NASA astronaut Don Pettit, right? NASA astronaut Don Pettit said that in an interview at NASA, and I have a clip of it and I'll put it in the side chat.
Yeah. So, you know, we can't go there because we've never been there anyway. Okay. That's the thing. So it's not possible. So the idea that India, China, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Japan, New Zealand vying to go soon, Peru banging on the door, wanted to get their space program up and running, it's because they've seen the writing on the wall. It's easy money. They don't land on the moon. Nothing has landed on the moon. Nothing. Okay. And I give you an example. In 2004 or 5, NASA sent a lunar reconnaissance orbiter, the LRO, to orbit the moon to map the moon, okay, right? But at the same time, it can see the Earth 12 times a day. It gets a chance to see the Earth 12 times a day, yeah? So if recent countries like China, Japan, Israel, India have landed on the moon recently, they should have had those images of the actual spacecraft approaching the moon. We don't have those images from the lunar.
Yeah, the problem is we don't have the technology.
But we have the technology to send like something to orbit the moon, but not to go on the moon. Insane.
Yeah. But you know, one thing that like I wanted to go to university, study computer science, and then go into like I don't know, space entrepreneurship if I got the money to do that eventually. But this is insane. So like all those private space companies, they're just CGI. Then what do you mean? Like, is that what you guys are saying?
CGI, blue screen, green screen, augmented reality, harnesses, you name it.
Also, right, think about this as well. It's only the Apollo astronauts, like 26 people, that have ever said to have actually left low Earth orbit. Okay, so since that happened, no one's really going to, you know, to outer space, right? No one's leaving low Earth orbit.
Yeah, that is true.
So if they go up to a certain height, right? So if SpaceX is sending up a rocket, when you see the footage, right, you'll see the rocket go out of your field of view, so you can't see it anymore. But you'll look at the footage on the screen, and you know we've got to remember that lenses have a huge effect in what you're seeing. So you'll see in the footage that the lens, you know, will make the horizon look curved when it's above the center of the frame, and then when the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it'll look like the Earth's curving the wrong way, right? So it's not really validating anything. Other than that, we're sending up people like Katy Perry or, you know, the Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos and whatnot, up to about 60 miles, right? And they're saying that that's space, which is ridiculous. It's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth was a globe. And then we've got contradicting footage from the space station.
And no, nobody sent anything to orbit the moon. I don't know why you said they orbit the moon, but they can't land on it. There's nothing up there.
And the ISS, what about the ISS?
What I was referring to is the astronaut that said, oh, we can't go back to the moon because we lost the technology and it'd be painful to like rebuild it, right? But they can supposedly, right, build something to send it to orbit around the moon, but not to go on the moon. It's an oxymoron, right? It's stupid. That's what I was referring to.
Just to answer your question about the ISS, sure, there's something in the sky, right? Is it at the height that they're telling us? Is it orbiting around a globe, right? That's definitely not the case. And if you look into the moon landing footage, you're going to find a bunch of fakery. But where you're going to find the most fakery is within the ISS footage. There's literally a 6-hour compilation of ISS blunders and bloopers, right? Where you can see them getting caught in harnesses, right? In cables and harnesses, getting caught using green screens and zero-G flights, right? Showing bubbles, right? Because they have a mock-up ISS they say they use for training of in a giant pool, okay? And then in a lot of their spacewalk footage, you'll see actual bubbles floating around as if they're just using the footage from their so-called training in the pool and saying that it's real. We can post endless amounts of obvious fakery from the ISS, right? The women have obvious hairspray in their hair. And then the interviewer on the Earth will say, oh, how do we know you're really in space? And they'll point to their ridiculous hairsprayed looking hair and say, oh, look, my hair looks like this. That's proof that we're really where we say they are.
Insane.
It's crazy. And then we have contradicting footage, right? So when you see the ISS footage of the Earth, you can see like a drastic curvature, where in reality, mathematically, you wouldn't actually see that much curvature at all from that height. It's not as high as you think. You would actually only see something like 2.9% of the surface of the Earth from that height. You wouldn't see that drastic curvature that they show us. So if you have a look at the Chinese footage, right? Chinese also say they have a space station, and they say it's around the same height as the ISS. If you have a look at their footage, from all of the main cameras in their footage, we don't see that curvature anymore. All of a sudden, we're basically seeing just a flat horizon. So it's contradicting footage. And I'll post a video from the Chinese space station so you can see that footage that I'm talking about.
How come the Chinese don't fake their stuff?
They do. I can show you. The Chinese said that they landed a rover on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah.
Right. I can show you the video.
Yeah, India
I can show you the
said
video
that
of that.
Just show him the picture of China in the ISS with a glass of water on the counter.
Yeah, NASA's footage is bad enough. NASA's footage is full of holes. Wait until you start looking into other space agencies' so-called footage from space. It's even worse than NASA's. Right?
Yeah.
China's footage is laughable. Japan's footage is laughable. India's footage is literally the most hilarious. Right, so this is what I'll do now. I'll post some China footage, and I'll post the India footage as well, and you can have a look at it when you get time. It's absolutely ridiculous looking footage.
Yeah. And the funny thing that's really missing is that if China and the ISS are orbiting the moon, there are times when they would see each other. But we don't get to see that image of them opposite each other, just flashing the camera, and then as they go past, flying by. I don't get to see that at all, you know?
Yeah.
Well, they're clearly not up there anyway. It's impossible. Traveling at Mach 23. Remember that's 23 times the speed of sound. And they're traveling at that kind of rate.
India's looks like graphics from a PlayStation 1 game.
But the atmosphere is the same, right? There's still, the lithosphere, like the structure of the atmosphere on a flat Earth would be the same, right? You go on an airplane, like it's the same both in a so-called globe and on a flat Earth, right? Would it be the same?
Well, not having lived on a globe, I wouldn't be able to tell you that, because you'd have to live on a globe to know that. No one's experienced it. So the answer would be, I don't know. That would be the answer.
Okay.
They can only we speak to meteorologists.
What I meant was are they lying about how the atmosphere looks like and like all that?
Oh, that's if you're looking at the globe and they show you those cloud formations, that's all CGI nonsense. It's crap. But when they're showing us the weather, again, it's CGI imagery sometimes. And when it's real, well, that's flat Earth they're showing you really, but obviously they've curved it somehow.
We have the layers NASA used to make the blue marble. We have the layers. There's 5 layers they use.
Yeah, and the astronauts say they're on record saying that it looks flat.
Wow. Okay. And you know how they talk about like the ozone layer and how like when the UV rays come in, like the ozone layer blocks it or something, and stuff. They're not lying about that, are they?
Yeah, they're lying about that because they're trying to push
that's
this.
a complete lie. That's so that they can tax you on getting too many UV rays. They're going to say, yeah, you're killing the air, so we have to tax you on that now.
Yeah, carbon tax is coming in. That's what they're trying to run by you, a carbon tax. So they're lying. They want to bring this climate changing as a real thing. More money they're making as they fool the public. That's all they're doing. They're really out of control. They're emboldened now. They've got a lot of confidence because no one's pushing back at the moment. So they're going to go for as much as they can. They're lying every day of the week.
So UV rays don't exist.
I know UV rays come in because they fade they fade the color of your paint on your car and stuff. It's a real thing, of course, but it's not because of the ozone layer weakening.
But it's not that the UV rays that we're getting isn't just perfect enough because we have an ozone layer. The UV rays we get is because the sun moves over us. That's it.
Oh. But it's a real thing, right? Like, if I go on the beach and I don't have my sunscreen, then I'm gonna get burnt, right?
Well, actually, the sunscreen is a poisonous thing for your skin. You don't want to use sunscreen. Olive oil.
Well, yeah, we're not going to talk about that in here. Yeah, we won't talk about that. But yeah. So don't go out in the sun then. Maybe you're not made to go out in the sun. I have Italian in me, so I turn brown, so it doesn't bother me.
So what, like sunscreen or no sunscreen?
Dude, the sun can burn you if your body's not used to going out in the sun. That's a fact, right? That doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe or anything like that. The sun is still doing, sun things in the sky.
Yeah.
It's just in the globe they're saying the sun's a burning ball of gas 93 million miles away in an impossible space vacuum. That's the difference.
But is sunscreen useful though? So like if
do the research. We'll advise you to just do the research and you'll find the truth. Look it up. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I would recommend using natural zinc.
For you. Yeah. Just put zinc on.
Okay, all right, fine. But my main concern is if you guys are correct, then like all this money, billions of dollars that's being spent on CGI stuff, when people are like starving and like are homeless and don't have food and all that. Like, don't you think it's a huge waste of money?
Yeah, it's a waste of money, and they're not going to pay for those people anyway. Even if they didn't have NASA, they still would let them be homeless. So what's the difference?
Wow. And like, I know you guys believe that NASA is fake and like a lot of the stuff they say is false and all that. But the propaganda they have had, the new generation of propaganda, so what they have had with SpaceX and how Elon started with rockets and like the first 3 launches failed and then he became a space entrepreneur and he's gonna bring people to the to Mars and with Starship and the most powerful rocket and all that. That's like a new generation of propaganda, right?
It was 23 years ago, dude.
Yeah, but like it's still ongoing, right? Like no one talks about NASA. Everyone's talking about
see. SpaceX. Yeah, so NASA said we'll have people on the moon by 1978. You'll be living up there, colonies on the moon by 1978. That was in the 68 or something when they said that. And guess what? There's not colonies on the moon, and that was only 10 years. Elon said that, and that he's going to Mars. It's been, 21, 22 years since he said that? So good luck. I'll see you in about another 50 years, and let's see if we did anything different. Nope.
So Elon and SpaceX are frauds, essentially.
What does it matter? And you taking computer science isn't going to make you be a space entrepreneur anyway. I don't know who told you that.
No. I
You
meant
need to learn how, you need to learn how automation works if you want to do that.
No, I meant I'd work on software for rockets and all that.
Yeah, anybody can do that. You don't need a degree for that.
What? What do you
I said
mean?
anybody can do that. You don't need a degree for it.
How can anyone build software for rockets?
Go learn how a rocket works, and then you'll learn how to open and close a valve.
No, like the landing systems and all that. You need all that.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Okay. All right.
Well, look, SpaceX is basically funded by the US government now anyway, so it's
I agree with that.
most people don't trust NASA, so now SpaceX is kind of like the new NASA.
Yeah.
You know, they actually changed NASA recently, right? Just the other day, I don't know if you saw it, but now they say that
Yeah, I saw
NASA
it,
is not a space agency, they're now a spy agency.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
No,
look
I
it
didn't
up,
see
right?
that.
Type into Google, type in NASA. NASA is now a spy agency.
Yeah, they just did that 2 weeks ago. NASA's now a spy agency. They're not a space agency anymore. But they've always been a spy agency. They've always been doing something not what they're supposed to be doing.
I'm getting an answer from Gemini. It's like when I type it into Google, Gemini comes up with the response first. It says, "No, NASA is not a spy agency. However, a recent executive order from the Trump administration has officially designated its primary functions to include intelligence, counterintelligence, national security work, along with its traditional roles. The reclassification."
So it's a spy agency then.
No, but it says this reclassification.
Intelligence and counterintelligence is not flying in a rocket. Intelligence and counterintelligence is a spy agency.
But it says this reclassification was largely driven by a desire to remove collective bargaining
Our
rights.
channel, our
NASA
Discord
employees.
channel. Yeah, our Discord channel made that happen.
Oh, wait, what? You guys caused this.
Just like we caused them to get defunded.
Go to nasa.gov and look what it says right at the top of their page now. If you go to nasa.gov, it says, due to the lapse in federal government funding, NASA is not updating this website. NASA is currently closed due to a lapse in government funding. Employees can visit nasa.gov/shutdown for additional information.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. But are they actually closed though?
Well, no, they've had their funding has been cut, and now they're reclassified as like a counterintelligence agency, which is a lot of mainstream sources are saying that it's a spy agency. It's the same sort of thing.
I see. But this is insane. What about all that technology that Lockheed Martin and all that work on? Like they do a lot of space stuff, right? And they're actual military contractors, right? They want to build this Golden Dome, and like they did it for Israel, the Iron Dome, and they've done like missiles and all that. So and they do a lot of work on the ISS as well. So Lockheed Martin and
that's all propaganda, son. Iron Dome is all propaganda. Iron Dome, yeah, that's propaganda.
So Israel doesn't have an Iron Dome.
It doesn't do what you think.
That's correct.
So how do they deflect those missiles?
Oh my gosh, this is nonsense.
Oh, you mean the ones you see on TV? Stop watching TV and then you'll deflect missiles.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, so when Hamas shoots missiles, then how does Israel defend themselves?
Well, they probably fall into the desert somewhere, and then that's it. because they ain't shooting missiles 500 miles and all that shit.
So when Iran nukes Israel, then what? Like Iran has shot missiles at
You
Israel.
never have to worry about that in your whole life. You can forget about that. You can just always remember they will never get nuked. That will never ever happen ever. They haven't even learned how to do it yet.
It's the equivalent of people shooting fireworks over a fence in their backyard. It's nothing. It's non sequitur to the ground anyway.
But I've seen videos though of the missiles exploding over the Iron Dome.
Yeah, I've watched missiles blow people up too, but that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
I've seen AI make missile movies too.
Nah, but you guys are like sort of going too far though. Like you think this war is fake?
You're dragging the conversation too far from the topic with this non sequitur shit. You should be on topic like, hey, how do you know the Earth's flat? Well, we made measurements before. People practically use the Earth as flat. People don't even think about it, and they naturally.
No, he said the Iron Dome doesn't exist.
I don't give a shit about the Iron Dome, dude. I'm talking about the measurements of the Earth that would prove whether or not the Earth is flat or a ball. That's the ground. You look at the ground. You don't talk about what the news has to say to try and figure out if the Earth's a globe or not.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. Yeah, that was my fault. It's fine. But
you know what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So
they probably
how
have
does
some super
Elon
advanced
Musk-
anti-missile systems, you know. So, but yeah, we don't need to continue that topic.
Okay. So essentially, just want to ask, you guys think Lockheed Martin's stuff is like fake too?
No, Lockheed Martin uses their equipment uses a Cartesian coordinate system, which is an XYZ coordinate system, and that uses sea level as the basis for their zero line for altitude, and then the y-axis is above sea level. So whenever something is above sea level, it's using Earth as a flat reference plane.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so put yourself on
sorry,
mute. The
I
guy who
had
sounds
to-
like he's on mushrooms. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Yeah,
I got
you. Like a clown.
Yeah, so you can have a little vacation until you sober up.
Yeah.
So how about Palantir? It's the same, right? Like with Lockheed, they also use the same Cartesian coordinate system XYZ, and from the sea level, is it?
Yeah.
With their software.
All of their stuff works on a
So
horizontal
guess
basis.
what? Even though you repeated that back, you haven't figured out that you don't have X, Y, and Z on the surface of a ball. That's the dead giveaway right there. You don't have X, Y, Z on the surface of a ball. So right there proves you don't live on a ball just because of that coordinate system.
That goes back to us saying it's practically used as flat.
No, wait. Why don't you have XYZ on a globe? Like it's three-dimensional, right?
It's not XYZ. It's XYZ transitioned into a spherical model using math.
And look at the side chat. It requires a horizontal baseline on 2 different points.
Can someone explain this to me and how it relates to the flat Earth?
Well, water's flat on its surface, right? And so 71 or more percent of the Earth is covered in water. So that means 71 or more percent of the Earth is flat. Airplanes fly at an altitude above sea level. Mountains are measured so many feet or meters above sea level. The depths of the ocean is measured so many feet or meters below sea level.
I see. Wait, so but do you guys believe the map they're using is correct? Like not the globe map, but like say I wanted to, I googled the world map and then.
Maps are Cartesian coordinate systems, and they have an arbitrarily placed 0 where X, Y, and Z intersect, right? That you can be placed anywhere. You can create a world map with Texas being the center, and all of the azimuthal grids for, north and south, that can all warp around Texas being the center. You can make it to where north is the center. You can make it to where south is the center. You can have a Mercator map. You can have any other map. You can have a map, put the land out as if it's a star pattern, but the latitude, longitude, coordinate system is going to be based on the sky. It's still a Cartesian coordinate system, X, Y, Z. And if you're reading a map, a local map, your north and south, east and west are X and Z, and your topography lines that make up the hills and the mountains and the cliffs and that's all Y. But it's laid out.
Wait, you're saying on a flat Earth anything can be made the middle with respect to the entire map?
No, I'm saying with a map, you can make 0 for your coordinate system arbitrarily anywhere you want.
What is 000 on our current map?
Which map are you using?
Like the one they show everywhere, where you have like the continents and like the world map. You Google the world map, and the first thing that comes up.
All right, so you're in class, and the teacher pulls down the little projector screen that has the map on it. Okay, that's a Mercator map, where you have the Americas on the left side of the map and Asia on the right side of the map. Greenwich, England is 0 for I think it's longitude lines. And then the equator is 0 for the latitude lines. And so north is 90, south is 90. But those lines come from the sky. They arbitrarily placed the 0 line on Greenwich, England, and they placed the equator as 0 for the latitude.
Wait, so how they say depending on whether your country's on the equator or not, like the weather, like my country is right on the equator, and the weather is always the same. So like, how does that work on a flat Earth?
Say that again.
Like, how they say if your country or your state or whatever is right on the equator, the weather there is always the same. Like my country is always on the equator, and the weather is always the same. It's always like not too warm, not too cold here. So
tropical. You're talking about the tropical climates, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's because the way the sun moves over the Earth, it doesn't move. It doesn't move to the part where you're going to experience snow if you're living in that region, because the way the sun overlaps the equator from the southern hemisphere when it's over at New Zealand, Australia, and to when it's over at Japan and England and Russia, the sun is always bathing that area, which is why you have those temperate temperatures, and they'll never go away. You'd have to remove the sun completely, and then you'd be very cold then. Yeah.
And that doesn't work for the globe, because the globe's supposed to be tilted, yet the equator's still supposed to be perpendicular to the axes of the spin. So make that make sense to me, someone please.
I can't do that. I'll blow a few brain cells there, and I need those to keep up with the deception.
Wait, but okay, I actually get what you guys are saying. Like I've been trying to understand this, and you guys do make sense, but I need to go and actually study all this. But if you guys are actually true, then you're like Neo, right, from the Matrix. Like, well, why can't you just go out there and tell people this stuff?
I do. I bother people at work all the time. I switched back to day shift, and the first thing they did was they gave me a new guy. And after I instructed him on what we were doing for the day, he immediately jumped in with, "Oh, I hear you're a flat earther." And then we talked about flat earth for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we do. When the timing is right, you do. You don't want to harass anybody because that's not the aim here. But there'll be times you'll know when to pick the moment, and then you'll discuss it. That's it, you know. Sometimes I like to discuss it where there's crowds of people. So if I see a crowd of people like lounging around on the beach, for example, because they're lounging around, for me that's perfect timing because you're taking in the sun. But there's nothing wrong with listening to a voice saying the Earth is flat. Look at the horizon. Have you noticed how we don't see the curvature there? Do you know what I mean? You know, I'm that guy as I'm walking past on the sun, on the beach. It's just timing. That's all it's about, timing. I do it at swimming pools when I'm on holiday and stuff like that. I love it, man. I love it. Love talking to the people about it.
Yeah.
And then I've had a crowd around me for about an hour and a half in Hawaii, you know, and just really answering all the questions same way the Globers asked them and that, you know, and yeah. A lot of people said, you make a lot of sense. I'm going to look into this. And the one that surprises them was when in 2016, because I was discussing this in 2018 in particular, where I had this crowd. But I went back to 2016 when Flat Earth was the #1 research topic on YouTube and they had to censor it. So now, and I said to them, so now you're not going to experience it as we did back in 2015, 16 and 17, because they're putting the algorithms in and they're putting up Earth isn't flat. So unless you know the person's name and that, you may not have the same experience as me as of now. That was in 2018. You know? Yeah, I really gave them the full story of how we were censored as well. Got a lot of response from people. So we do speak to people when the timing is right.
No, but I meant, I mean, most of you guys are normal people, right? But there's many PhD, I'm sure there's many people with PhDs and like maybe even people with a lot of money who believe this stuff. So why can't they do it on a
Doesn't
public?
matter. Money and PhDs don't make it a globe. Whether they say it is or not, it's still not measured to be curving.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say, hang on, I think he's trying to say, how comes we haven't had contact with them or they contact us? Well, they're scared to contact, they're really scared to debate us, but we have had recent debates with PhDs and they have been found wanting. Our man in India recently. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you there.
No, what I'm saying is there are, I'm sure there are flat earth people who have PhDs or are rich. Right?
There were many.
Why can't they go out there?
Yeah, like the guy that I just showed you the observation of earlier, he's got a PhD in optics. And then there's the geophysicist, he's a PhD. Right? There's a ton. There's also a lot of people that don't talk about it because sometimes it can put their line of employment at jeopardy. Like we had a high level. Whoa, I can hear myself.
Big second.
Yeah, so we had a high-level engineer named Brian Mullen, right? He has a great series called Balls Out Physics, and he goes over a whole bunch of problems with the globe from a physics standpoint. People actually attacked him, and they were sending him death threats, and they actually contacted his place of employment and tried to get him fired, right? And he had to stop making content about Flat Earth to be able to keep his job. He actually had to move his location due to it as well. So
there's another
quite a lot of
gentleman
people don't talk about it. Yeah, sorry, Tactical.
No, I'm sorry. There's another gentleman who's in Georgia in the United States. He was a teacher and he makes flat Earth videos, and he was geography, and his content got to the principal and some other faculty, and they were going to fire him, but it would have been a big deal, and they would have had to pay out. But instead of firing him, they switched him over to biology, and they also had him sign a contract saying you're not going to put your face on your videos anymore. And then whenever he stopped working for that school, he put his face back on his videos.
Yeah, definitely. There's people in this chat here right now, right? There's someone in the chat now that was a employee of Lockheed Martin as well. I'm not going to say who it was or anything like that. We got people in here that have all sorts of jobs that people generally wouldn't expect a silly flat earther to have. But yeah, lots of people very well educated in this topic.
Are there billionaires that are flat earthers?
Just
Well,
let me
who
say this.
knows?
There's no reason for anybody to dox themselves.
Why does having money mean that Earth is a globe? You've mentioned money quite a few times now.
No. I didn't mean that if you have money, the Earth is a globe. I mean, if you have money and you're a flat earther, you can bring this argument mainstream and stop the
So who?
censorship.
Who are you going to bring it to?
The world and stop the
It already is
censorship.
censored.
We have. What's YouTube? We're on YouTube. What do you need? Go look it up. The guy,
No, I
the
mean,
guy with the PhD puts out videos. So he's out there
no,
telling
but
people it's flat.
no, I get that, but this, like, you guys are always gonna remain viewed as a conspiracy theory if you actually don't try to fight to make it a
Oh,
mainstream
I'm not
view.
worried about it. No, we're not. I'm not out there fighting nobody. I like knowing that the earth is flat and other people just believe in lies. I like that part.
No, but the scary part is they're also
It's
like,
actually
I mean,
growing.
according
It's
to
growing in popularity like crazy. Like you wouldn't believe it's. You're not going to see it on the mainstream news anything other than ridicule. But you have a lot of people, talking about it in the mainstream now, right? Like famous people, and things like that. And it's becoming more normal to talk about the topic, right? If you spoke about this 10 years ago, right, or even 5 years ago, right, people would just laugh and ridicule. Quite often now, if you talk to people, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I've heard about that," right? And if they've looked into it, if they actually understand the arguments, if they've done a little bit of research, they take it seriously.
Yeah, but I know this may sound kind of silly, but actually I don't care what the shape of the Earth is. What I care about is the formation of planets and how they are formed, and like the formation of star systems and all that. And you guys are saying you guys are saying they're lying about
There's no
that.
such thing.
They
No
don't know.
such thing.
Yeah, what
They
you're
even
interested
say-
in is based off theoretical concepts, right?
Yeah,
So it starts with faulty premises. It starts with the premise that the Earth's a globe, right? And that there's a big giant deep space vacuum that have all of these floating balls of plasma gas and whatnot, right? In this big ever expanding universe. That's all it's just a story that you've been told about the lights in the sky that you see that you can't ever test. Okay, so when you think of planet, they'll tell you that, Mars is a planet and it's made out of this and it's this size and it's this distance away and blah, blah, blah. But that's all just it's not based off empirical evidence, right? It's all based off assumptions and theories and mathematical models and things like that.
Yeah,
honestly, I think the ancestors had better stories on how the world was made. Like the Vikings, for example, they said that the gods ended up killing their daddy, and then they built our terrarium out of his skull.
Yeah, so essentially, whenever NASA comes up with a new exoplanet and says, "Oh, it looks like this and it has this environment on it," they're just lying and pulling it out of their asses.
Well, basically, that's what they're doing.
Exactly, and that's what they say they're doing. If you listen to people like Michio Kaku, right, the theoretical physicist, he will say exactly that. It's just based off guesswork. It's not based off the scientific method or anything like that. It's based off logic and guesswork. That's what he says. So,
and he also says that there's a crisis in cosmology. They're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. And whenever they're off by a factor of 1 or 2,
so
they say
essentially,
they're off by orders of magnitude. That's 10 with 120 zeros after it. They're off by that much. Not by like 1% or 0.05 or 0.001 or whatever number. It's 10 with 120 zeros.
Yeah.
So essentially, according to but what about the position of planets though? Is that correct? Do you guys agree with that? Like, how the sun is in the center, and then Mercury,
No. Absolutely not. That is a straw man that the mainstream media has given people who don't actually talk to people who actually consider the earth flat, right? So if you don't ask us the questions and get all of our answers now, and you try to Google what we think from the internet, you're going to get not what we think. You'll get what the government or the Flat Earth Society and other, paid opposition like YouTubers who are creating debunk videos about strawman arguments, right? That's not what we think. The Earth is not the third disk from the sun, okay? The Earth and the ocean, that's the floor of existence. You're in a contained environment because you're breathing gas pressure. The lights in the sky, the sun, moon, stars, and planets, that's all lights in the sky. It's above your head. It doesn't go below the floor at all. It never comes close to the floor. It's all above the floor. Can you picture that?
So lights in the sky, as in they're not real planets or stars or anything. You, for your intents and purposes, you just consider them lights in the sky that you can never know what they are.
What we can do is look at them, right? You can have the angular size of a star, right? And from that angular size, you can say it's whatever distance you want, but its ratio of size needs to be equivalent to that angular size. That's why they say that the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away than the moon is. Because according to their story, the moon is 250,000 miles and it's on its what it looks like could fit the United States in it, right? And the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away because their angular size is close to each other's. All they've done is look at the sky and create a story. And whenever DJ was talking about how it's made out of mathematical models, it's because they have to have everything line up. And so, in order for all of that to work, your unit of distance for space is the distance between the sun and the Earth. That has to be based off the Earth's radius value. Okay, and then the size of the sun is based off Venus being the same size as Earth, but nobody ever measured that physically. They don't actually know. They're just claiming it, and they're creating a story from it.
Yeah. So, do you believe the sun, the sun? I mean, the Earth orbits around the sun, and like that's how night and day come about. Like how does night and day come about?
The sun moves. The Earth is not moving. It is stationary and still. You are in a fixed position. The sun moves. It goes away from you until you can't see it anymore. And then eventually it stops producing light in your area. And then it comes back around.
Okay, but you use telescopes, you look out, you see Mars, you see Mercury, you see Venus, right? That's how the original astronomers discovered these planets. So, like, what do you relate? How do you relate their position to Earth?
Their position is above Earth, and they're doing circuits. They're making patterns in the sky. They're moving. The planets are called planets because the Greek word that it comes from is a wandering star. Okay, meaning it's moving different than the rest of the stars. All of the stars, the constellations for like the Big Dipper and Orion, they all remain the same. They don't change directions. The planets change directions. They do this thing called retrograde motion, where they're going east to west, and then over a handful of nights, they go west to east, and then they return back to east and west in motion. Okay? And then depending on how you decide to plot that motion of the star, you'll either get circles for a heliocentric model, or you'll get these flower-shaped designs with a fixed position.
But when you look when you look through a telescope and you see these planets, they're circular. What? Like?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's kind of hard
they
to
are what
determine
they are.
exactly what they are as well, right? Because if you actually have a look at the raw footage through even the most expensive telescopes, it's pretty much a little blurry dot that you're seeing in the sky. And it's not until they process the image, right? They use image stacking, and then they process the image to sort of make it look like what they want it to look like.
Auntie, do you hear me?
Level Lioness has posted what I was talking about in the side chat.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
guys,
Hold on a second, Limit.
Sorry?
Hold on a second. We're having a conversation with Cryptic. Crypt.
No.
And your microphone's very muffled.
I know my microphone, it's bad. Yeah.
Sounds like you're talking face down into a pillow.
I know, I swear to God, man, you know, it comes water inside it and a lot of yeah, man.
This is insane, man. Wow.
Yeah, and
yeah, I'm gonna
all
go
of that
study
is just
it.
watching the stars over a period of time at night. And you don't see that in one night. You see that over a period of night.
19 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every 19 years.
Each planet has their own amount of time in order to make their full circuit. I think, well, obviously Pluto had their longest record. But I think like Jupiter or Saturn is like 900 plus days or some shit. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up again. I don't remember. But they each have their own period of time before they return back to 12 o'clock. If you're going to consider her picture as a clock, 12 o'clock being the starting point, and then they make their full cycle. They each have their own amount of time. That's why Mercury is 88 days, because it has the shortest cycle. That's why they say it's the closest one to the sun on the heliocentric model. Venus has, I can't remember, but it has the second longest or the second shortest amount of days before it returns back to center or back to 12 o'clock.
But for all intents and purposes, we can never visit these planets, is it?
No.
So Star Wars was just propaganda.
No, Star Wars is entertainment.
That's a movie, dude.
Oh, yeah, but like there's just been so much. You realize after the moon landing, there's just been so many movies and so many TV shows and so many books related to like space exploration. Like there's just been so much stuff, like it's exploded. Like an entire generation was raised on exploring the stars.
They were talking about stars and outer space long before that. Like the outer space had to be a vacuum in order for light to travel the vast distances from the mathematical location of the stars, right? Because light attenuates or reduces in intensity through a medium, right? That's why you have the inverse square law of light. But they made it a vacuum so that the light can travel those thousands of light years in order to get to us according to the model. So, vacuum of outer space.
Say something. So like the Chaldeans, for example, they've studied the stars for at least 2,000 years, right? That's generations and generations of people studying the stars consecutively and documenting it, right? All ancient civilizations study the stars. right? It's not a new thing within the last couple of 100 years.
Yeah. So so no one can visit other planets, and all those games and all those TV shows and movies and like Elon Musk, all of that is fake.
Yep, it's all fantasy. It's a good story, a fairy tale. That's all it is.
Then what about people who go to work at NASA as engineers, as rocket scientists and engineers and all that?
It's all compartmentalized, so they don't actually build a whole rocket.
Yeah, people don't go there and get those kind of jobs anyway. There's not rocket scientists hiring like sign outside. That's not how that works.
But you go to SpaceX's website, you look at careers, and you have like people working on software for Starship, and like all sorts of engineers. I've been to SpaceX's career
And you
website.
won't get that job. You won't get that job. It won't be. You won't get it. It'll just come
But why
off,
not?
and then you'll think somebody else got hired. Difference. People
Why
that
not?
work there don't know about those jobs.
The people that are working there,
But there are
for
different
the sake of the
organizations.
argument,
Like, how can they cope up with that kind of scenario? Like,
anyway, for the sake of the argument, to answer your question, right? Like, not everybody in NASA is in on the line, right? I know people that I work with who were who were putting pieces of metal together, right? Doing the same shit they do at this job, except they were doing it for NASA. They weren't actually going to space. They never actually seen the Earth as a ball. All they did was go and put some pieces of metal together and torque bolts and nuts to specific torque specifications, and then read technical manuals on how to build the thing. They didn't actually see the Earth as a ball. They didn't go to space. They're not in on the line. They're just
I'm looking. I don't care about
believing
NASA.
that what
I
they're
don't care about
doing
NASA. I'm
is
looking at SpaceX's career website right now. I'm looking at aerodynamics engineer for the Starship, and they need actual people, bro. Like,
Go apply for it. Go apply for it and see if they give you an interview. Go apply for it. See if they give you an interview.
I don't have a degree yet.
Make a fake CV, bro. With everything.
It doesn't matter if you have a degree or not.
They say you need a bachelor's degree in an engineering discipline, and you need a master's degree in aerospace or mechanical engineering.
okay. Say that you have that and you go and you apply for the job. Does that make the Earth a ball?
No, what I mean is, dude,
Does that
like,
make
what are
what
they
you're
spending
doing
this money for?
actually mean that you're sending shit to space? Is that
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to say is they could be sending stuff to space, but the Earth
no?
doesn't
That's not what I'm
necessarily have.
saying. You're assuming what I'm saying because you're not listening. You're yeah-butting me in the middle of my statements. What I'm actually saying is people are hired to do a job. It does not actually mean that what they're doing is actually supporting activity in the vacuum of outer space. It does not actually confirm the story to be true. What it confirms is you have a job to do at a specific location for a specific organization. That's all it proves.
Okay, if any of you live in Texas, have you ever considered like going to like Boca Chica, where SpaceX is, and like going there for like a Starship launch and seeing what's actually going on? Because they say they do it in public and everything's transparent.
Yeah, of course. Now, how does watching something go into the sky and then travel horizontally and disappear out of your view, how does that prove it went to the vacuum of outer space?
Okay, you have a point, yeah.
but you are referring that it is a cover up, right? Whole NASA story and SpaceX.
What?
Say that again?
No, you are like mentioning that the SpaceX and NASA is a cover up. They don't really
No.
go to the space.
Not saying it's a cover up. What I'm saying is it's a job and people get hired to do a job. And what they do is they satisfy their belief in their story.
Yep.
But some
Their
of them,
job is to
like,
communicate scientific ideals. And even if anybody did go to the moon, according to the official narrative, the geocorona reaches past that. So nobody's been to this outer space place that y'all imagine. No one. No one even claims that they have.
This is insane, man. You guys are making very bold claims about very powerful people, but you have sent proof, which I will look through in detail. I have been looking through it in detail, but you're
They're
making claims
people.
about.
They don't have magic powers. They're not powerful. Stop thinking that people are powerful. If you met him in an alley, you'd probably kick his ass. So don't think they're so powerful.
Yeah, they're not wizards.
And also, they're not smarter than
Powerful
you.
liars is all they are. Powerful liars.
And don't ever think somebody else can be smarter than you. And you don't have the ability to be as smart or smarter than them. It's all going to be based on how much effort you want to put into your education.
Yep.
Can I just ask one last thing? No, I'm not doing this to like insult you guys or anything. Like I genuinely want to know: did you guys graduate college?
I have college credit hours. I don't have a complete.
Some did,
Does
some
Yeah,
didn't.
like I said earlier, we got a ton of people that are highly educated as flat earthers, right? Just like with globe earthers, you're going to get some people that are highly educated and other people that aren't. It's a huge group of people. Okay, so I did show you tests before from people that have PhDs, right? I linked you to a PhD geophysicist and whatnot, right? There's tons of engineers and people like that, but that doesn't really doesn't mean everything, right? It's not all about qualifications.
Yeah. I'm an engineer qualified and I'm a qualified welder. Okay.
Well, and
at the current prices
let me add,
space transportation.
Also, if you ever go to college, you'll see people flunking because they're not paying attention in class, and then they end up Googling what the teacher was saying anyways. So practically, you can educate yourself with the internet, and you don't have to go to a specific building unless you want the piece of paper saying that
Yeah, I
somebody
want the piece of
certifies that you're cleared the course.
well, and here's an important thing is to ask yourself, you're depending on an authority figure to base your belief on. And it's important to ask yourself, if someone gives me a logical argument that is not formally educated and someone gives me an illogical argument who's formally educated, which one do you believe? Which one do you?
No, but you guys aren't answering my question though. Does anyone in this server? I'm not being biased. I will still look through all the materials you guys have sent because I have nothing better to do right now. But do you guys? Does anyone in this server have a college degree?
Yes. And you're still not realizing that question is unimportant, though. You're actually wasting time asking that question.
Wait, real quick question. Do you know what autodidactism is?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Autodidactic. Yeah, it's
No, I don't know what that
self-taught.
means.
I want you to look it up, is what I'm saying. It means self-taught. There are plenty of people who know how to teach themselves,
No,
and you don't have to
get
be
that,
told
bro.
to.
I
You
get
can actually go
people that
beyond what the college people will tell you if you're willing to. You can learn even more than what they're willing to give you.
That
No, I'm
question,
just-
what you just asked, Cryptic, if you were to do any type of debate or conversation on any topic, right, and say, okay, well, do you have a degree or diploma? That is a fallacious in its own nature, right? That does not have, like, that wouldn't count for anything for Diddley, right? For Jack Diddley. In a normal circumstances, you have to understand that is basically appealing to like success, right, and appealing to authority, which you should never do in your life.
Credentials.
No, I get that. I just you guys have to understand that, like, being lectured by potentially people who work at McDonald's or Wendy's or whatever, on stuff like this that's like, the biggest mysteries humanity has faced, right? You kind of understand how that doesn't
That's
sum
the
up,
fallacy.
right?
You're creating a straw
That's
man
the
in your
fallacy.
head. Sorry, go ahead.
That's a fallacy, right? Oh, sorry. Was it somebody else speaking? My bad.
Yeah, I just want to cut in. You're not absorbing what's being taught to you. You're actually doubling down on an illogical, ignorant viewpoint, which is that you want to appeal to an authority to base your belief or willingness to accept knowledge, and that's error number one. Full stop. I mean, you got to let that go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many degrees I have or how many degrees people have here. There's plenty of uneducated people that have master's degrees, and the more
They
you
have master's degrees, they're educated.
No, that's why you maybe you're a little young and you just haven't looked into it, but that's a illogical argument.
For most things, like discounting like neurosurgeons, right, and very very specialized fields, right? You don't even need a certificate or diploma to get a job. For example, engineers. From my country, right, we have a lot of people that taught themselves or were taught by their fathers how to weld, how to build stuff. When they go to other countries where there's more money, and just because they know how to do the job correctly and effectively, they get the job. No degree required. And look at it from this aspect. Even as, so let's take that. Do you guys have colleges? Did you guys finish colleges, right? How many globe earthers do you know that have failed college, failed high school, failed elementary school, but they're still globers? That doesn't validate their beliefs nor ideologies if they have or have not a diploma. You understand?
Yeah.
You could also have people who've gone through college courses and get master's degrees in like computer technology, and then their company goes under, and so then their only option for hire would be to work at a McDonald's. So you're saying that just because you work at McDonald's means that you're not intelligent. Well, there are workers who are working at McDonald's with high amounts of intelligence and having degrees, which you're worried about us having.
How about the janitor who solved that math problem on the board? Is that what, MIT? Is that a college? Just a
Look,
janitor.
people that have specific degrees in specific fields. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've learnt about the particular questions that are related to this topic. Sometimes we'll get people that come in here that have all sorts of degrees, right? But they're completely useless when it comes to the particular questions related to this topic. Because some of the people in here have been studying these questions and fields for 8 years, 10 years, and that kind of thing. And they're experts in certain arguments, right? When it comes to, say, gas laws, gas pressure, things like that, optics. Someone that comes in with a particular degree in something, just because they've got a degree in whatever it is, it might be completely unrelated to this particular conversation, and they'll have absolutely useless arguments when it comes to this.
So, yeah, I get that, but what would convince? I just want to know, out of curiosity. I know you guys think a lot of the theoretical physics stuff is like, imagination and all that, and it could be. So I just want to know, what would convince you that the Earth is a globe? What's the one thing? Like, do we need to find aliens? Do we
Physical curvature?
No, dude, you need measurable Earth curvature, consistent Earth curvature.
Yeah, there's no such thing as aliens, dude.
Why do you think the word lie is in aliens?
Irrelevant.
But like, it's there, right? It's just preposterous. It's silly.
If people are claiming the Earth is a globe,
I honestly
hold on a second, dude. Hold on a second. It's very simple. Okay, you're going to need empirical evidence that there's curvature of the Earth. Very simple. So you're going to need evidence of Earth curvature, and then you're going to need evidence of Earth motion, and then you're going to be able to explain how we can have gas pressure without a container. Okay, so there's three things. That's the three primary arguments and problems for the globe, right? There's no Earth curvature.
Yeah, I get that. No, I get that, and I've been looking at the evidence that you guys have sent, and
the Earth is not flat.
Oh, we got somebody in here
Do you think chanting like a religious nutcase is going to help anyone? It's making you look like a clown.
It's not flat.
Ades, shut up.
So I've been looking at the evidence you guys have sent, and I do believe there's a real possibility the Earth is flat. But like I said, I don't care about whether the Earth is flat or a globe. The claim that makes that for me is the most contentious is when you guys say you can't visit other planets, and that the positions of that the sun goes around the Earth and the Earth doesn't go around the sun, and there's no stars, and like star systems and galaxies and the universe and the Big Bang is all fake.
Nobody's saying this. Okay, we're not saying that we all observe the same thing in the sky. Tactical did a great job at explaining it to you earlier. Okay, you've just been told a specific story about exactly what these things you're seeing in the sky are. No one's saying that they don't exist in some other way, right? Or as something that's undetermined or unverified. It's still there. We still observe it.
It's just not what you've been told.
Exactly. It makes more sense over a flat plane, right? Because all of the stars reset back into the same positions each year. Okay, so you could go out tonight and make a little star map, right? And map a star in the sky. And then you could wait exactly 1 year, go out at the exact same time, and it's going to be back in the exact same position the next year. That makes more sense over a flat Earth. Where on the globe, they say that you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, while at the same time chasing the sun through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. Well, that whole system moves sideways at over 1.3 million miles per hour. And then there's more vectors on top of that, right? Never to return to the same place in the universe, moving at over 1.5 million miles per hour.
And you're tilting and wobbling during all that.
Yep.
Yeah, I get why it could be fake, yeah. But I just can't wrap my head around like all this, because you could call them stories, but I've been reading these stories since I was like 5 years old, and like now you're saying they're all like fake.
We get that.
Yeah,
We've all read those same stories. Every single one of us. I grew up on Stargate, Star Trek, right? Star Wars. I grew up with all of that stuff every single day. I was fascinated with the universe. And we understand you. But you have to push your biases and beliefs aside and look at things objectively.
Yeah, I agree.
You also shouldn't be convinced. We're not trying to convince you. You shouldn't be convinced after one conversation like this anyway.
Absolutely,
we'd probably have less respect for you if you were like, oh, I believe everything you guys said, right? Scrutinize it all. We encourage critical thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go study the material you guys have said. I know there's other people who have joined, so maybe they can continue the conversation. I'm gonna go study.
Yeah, appreciate the good faith conversation. And yeah, you're welcome to come back anytime. So have a good evening.
And enjoy your studies.
Yep, thank you.
The whole bottom looks like it's missing, right? Okay, so that's just a random picture of the ship. Yeah, so some glober could cherry pick this and say, look, it's behind the curvature of the Earth. Yeah? No, this is a known effect, right, called sinking. Okay, it happens when it usually happens during the night or early in the morning, when the water temperature is still much warmer than the ambient air temperature above it, okay, and it causes the light to bend upward, because light will deviate towards the cooler air because it's more dense, and it can cause things in the distance to look like they're sinking. Okay, it's like a form of an inferior mirage. Now, what this guy does is he actually stays in the same location, and as the temperature warms up, okay, it exceeds the temperature of the water. Okay, so this sinking effect starts to go away as the day goes on. So over the next 3 hours, he keeps zooming in from the same location on the same boat, which is anchored. And then 3 hours later, we can see the entire boat again. So I'll post the.
Did you do this
video.
yourself? And if not, how do you not know that this is fake?
No, it's not faked, right? So because now
How
we're
do you
gonna. Okay, so there's tons of examples of this, right? And it's a well-known effect that happens. And also, there's a video that goes along with it. So how do you think? Do you think Do you think the video is CGI? Is that
So the reason I am being facetious, but the reason I say this is because I can use your same logic against you. And if you show me a video or picture, I can say what the flat earthers say. Well, it's fake. It's CGI. Do you see how it's like a
no? When did someone present a long distance observation that we said was CGI? Name one.
Well, not in this current conversation, but I can send pictures that you have to admit is CGI, otherwise it debunks the flat Earth model.
Is it a long distance observation?
It is indeed.
Okay, go.
Hold
on a sec. Hold on a second now, because I'm not finished my point yet. But I'm going to hold you to this because that's absolute nonsense, right? No flat earthers claim that any long distance observations done in an analogous to the ones that we're talking about, like from the Earth, right, looking out over large bodies of water and whatnot, a CGI. No one's claiming that. That's ridiculous. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to post some citations from subject matter experts,
from
which are global. No, .edu, all .edu, Oxford, like physics books.
Jesus.
Yeah, so let's go over them, right? Because you don't have any idea when it comes to atmospheric refraction, right? Globers don't do any research. They just learn how to make the noise with their mouth, refraction, and they think that fixes the observation.
Yeah, right, got it. Can you do me the due diligence of putting that picture I sent you in the chat, please?
No, not yet, because I'm not finished, right? So because you're going to have to throw the mainstream science under the bus right now. Okay, so do you agree? You know what sinking is? You know what inferior mirage is?
I'm aware of inferior mirage, yeah.
Yeah, so sinking's a form of inferior mirage when you don't have enough of a temperature gradient change to cause the full-blown inferior mirage with the total internal reflection. Okay.
Let me interject here, please, because it was
So you can just listen to this, bro. Like I'm gonna read out the citations now. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right,
doesn't matter. Okay, so
You're
Andrew
quite
Thomas Young.
scatterbrained alcoholic. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
but just
Andrew Thomas.
Take a moment and listen to what DJ is trying to explain.
I've been doing that for the past 5 minutes.
Listen to Andrew.
A TikTok brain, man.
Yeah, listen to this. Is not me talking, right? This is Andrew Thomas Young's words. I'm just reading them out. Okay, so optics of the atmosphere, reports on progress in physics. Okay, so atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that.
Who's Andrew Thomas Young?
You can look him up. He's like a leading subject matter expert. He's got his own .edu website. Okay, right. He's like one of the experts that writes books on refraction and miraging and that kind of thing. He's known as like the leading expert on refraction and that kind of thing. You can look him up. Anyway, so basically, I'll just be quick, right? So atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, and then it goes on to explain how it happens. right? There's another citation under it. And look, just the last one I'm going to read, right? It's from Oxford. Okay, what is sinking? Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so if you guys want to show an observation that perfectly matches sinking, the definition of sinking, the mainstream definition, and you haven't accounted for that, right? Then that we can dismiss that observation as being the cause of it being Earth curvature, because you haven't accounted for the variables and also ocean source. All right, now I'm going to check your.
Yeah, so this is why I asked you to put the picture that I sent you in the chat, because I think this is
twisting
difficult.
torso. Well, never heard this one before.
Say what? Twisting what?
Twisting torso, turning torso.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's the name of the building in your observation.
Right. So I'll put it in the chat for everyone to observe. So
fucking
what
hell!
makes that?
Really? This is what took you 20 minutes to fucking post.
Did it? Did it take me 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, the photo's taken from the north looking to the south, and so the sun reflecting off the water is distorting the image.
No, but why the further you get away from it, does the building appear to descend?
It's called diffraction.
That doesn't explain it. You just saying
it does explain it when you understand physics.
Can someone post him the windmills being stretched and distorted?
Yeah, I mean, windmills are an interesting one because the whole southern hemisphere doesn't actually make any sense on a flat Earth model. And I know you don't. You say you don't have a model.
Hold on, keep your fucking scatterbrain yourself, man. One thing at a time.
This guy, man.
You're jumping all over there. You're going to go southern hemispheres, blah blah blah. Let's just go through your shitty observation here. Explain to you how you're not understanding what you're looking at.
The David Weiss app doesn't mean that you know more than what physicists.
What are you talking about, man? We're the guys that tend to invite David Weiss in so we could school him on fucking how to do his presentations better.
What do you think about the final experiment?
We're not talking about that.
Not an experiment. Debunked, Jared.
Do you think it was rigged?
Debunked. No, I don't think it was. What do you mean by rigged? What
do you think it was fake?
Was what fake?
The final experiment.
Like, no.
You do know we already established the Earth was flat like long before that came into existence, right?
No. See, so usually flat earthers.
No. They went away with their own like straw man model of what they think the flat Earth is.
Flat earthers say
to debunk that. So
that there shouldn't be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Lo and behold, there was. So you have to just say that it was CGI or bollocks.
Based on what?
Yeah, so the heliocentric model will predict that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Of course there was, because the Earth's not a pancake.
But we've already established the surface doesn't curve. You get that?
No, but
like that was an objective fact of reality when they were setting up to go and do the final experiment, thinking something in the sky may save the globe when it's already been empirically destroyed. So
just entertain me.
Whatever the sun is or isn't doing, whatever the validity of that experiment may or may not be.
Can you at least try
doing it over a flat surface? Sorry to report that to you.
At least try.
Try what?
Try and explain why there wasn't a 24-hour sun.
I don't have to. This is not 24-hour sun server. Flat Earth. The ground measures flat.
No, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. How there was a 24-hour sun. The Flat Earth model predicts that the 24-hour sun is impossible.
No, it doesn't, dude. Right, there was some dumbass flat earthers trying to claim that the AE map globe projection, right, was the map of the flat Earth.
So and what model do you go by?
We don't have a model, dude. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? But you've got a model that we debunked easily every single observation.
Here's the issue.
No, bro. Here's the issue, right? You try to straw man us with a model, okay, that we don't claim, and then you laugh because we don't claim it. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Now, you guys claim to have a model that falls apart, right, at stage 1, curvature, right? You don't have a model that matches reality, right? And you think a model, you don't even know what a model is, most likely. You think a model is like a mini version of an object, most likely. Okay, we're not claiming an object. What do you think a model is then? You're talking about a scientific model? Define what you mean by model.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a fucking miniature globe, am I? I'm talking about something that has predictive power in determining what will happen, and it correlates with what we observe.
You guys always borrow that phrase, predictive power, but you never demonstrate any predictive power from your model.
Well, it's
what does it predict? What does it predict?
You'll go to eclipses, you'll claim, we've got the predictive power for eclipses, and then we'll show you. No, you actually don't.
If I'm right,
Bro,
this will happen on this date. This lunar eclipse or solar eclipse or some shit.
Right. So if your model is accurate, the surface should
power.
Be curving at a specific rate. We go out, we measure, we don't find that curvature.
Well, we do, because everything,
the
physics follows that the higher we
No, you
rise,
don't. No, you don't.
the more the horizon
You don't even know how to
descends
begin
below
to
our-
attempt to prove that you may have surface curvature or not. Look at the
So
observations
I'll
you're
put another
posting.
picture. DJ, if you do me the honors of putting this picture in the chat.
Yeah, hold on. After you back up your claim, right? You can't just claim stack. That's what you keep doing. You keep shifting the goalpost and just changing the topic from one thing to another as you keep getting owned on the previous thing that you brought up. Okay, now you said that you have a model that makes predictions. Okay, what predictions does your model make?
Well, as I said, things like lunar eclipses, solar eclipses.
Those would be postdictions. Okay, and that would have been flat. That's based off the Saros cycle, which was invented by flat earthers. Okay, so what's next? What else have you got? That's a F, big L on that one. So what's next? What else can you predict? Predict, not postdict, right? Not something that happens in cycles. That's been happening for all known history, right? And we know that it's going to happen on this particular time.
Yeah, so if you're depending on what hemisphere you're in, you can predict what these celestial bodies will appear to rotate as.
How are you predicting that? It's been recorded since before anyone thought the Earth were a globe. Hasn't changed since then.
It's like, so he just explained the Saros cycle to you. You think they paid enough attention to discover the cyclical nature of eclipses, but they just ignored all the stars and the constellations while they were at it. Didn't track any of that.
Eclipses.
Yo, hey, Talus of Miletus, who predicted an eclipse, was he a flat earther or a globe earther?
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy that first predicted the eclipse.
Well, it depends when it was. I mean, all people were flat earthers at one point.
Okay, well then, if he was a flat earther and he predicted the eclipse, how'd he do it?
Whimsical luck, I guess.
Whimsical luck. Wow, dude.
If I'm to give you the honest answer, fuck should I know? I don't study this shit. And
Yeah. You know what else you don't know? You don't know how they predict eclipses now.
That's true.
You don't know either.
That's true.
Exactly. So then how in the world are you trying to use it as evidence that you know anything?
I'm taking a scattergun approach, just saying why I believe that the Earth's probably a globe.
Well, let's do predictions. So if the Earth was a ball and the moon was a ball, and the one ball was casting a shadow on the other ball, that would result in a complex curve, which would be evidence with a sinusoid pattern, which is exactly how it looks if you take an actual ball and try to cast a shadow on an actual ball. So since you never see a sinusoid on the moon, it's not the Earth's shadow and of anything being a globe. It doesn't matter.
Is it like raw or what's it like?
It doesn't matter, dude. You made the affirmative case that has predictive power, and that these things are the shadows of one object and the other. It doesn't match actual modeling, so it's false.
If you say it's not, then shouldn't you at least try and?
No. I don't care. Okay, you could think that I should or shouldn't. Appeal to my motives is irrelevant. Your claim. No, I don't need to make a system. This is the problem with you.
It's like consistent.
No, I don't need to be consistent, dude. What do the heck? No, bro. See, in your interpretation, you think the name consistent means, or the word consistent means that if I debunk your claim, that I have to have some other claim. That's not true.
I'd say it would help to, for example, if you say that evolution isn't true, it would help for you to present a worldview in which what could replace evolution. For example, even if you say God did it, I can at least be sympathetic to that view because at least you're trying, as wrong as you may be. If you say that...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. If you have an idea about how something happened and somebody debunks your idea on its face, they don't need any counter story. Your idea is debunked. Okay, you may not. Listen, you can reject someone debunking your claim by simply saying, "Well, you don't have a different view about what's causing it, and that means you didn't debunk mine." That would be illogical and retarded.
Okay, so just to entertain the conversation, what would you speculate that it is?
What is?
That is causing a lunar eclipse.
Who knows, dude? But describe a lunar eclipse to me.
Well, it's basically when the Earth gets in the way of the...
Oh, no.
Sun and the moon.
No.
They line up.
Not give me a story about what you don't see. Describe what you actually see when you see a lunar eclipse. Describe what you actually see.
Well, it just looks like a body is passing over the moon.
No, dude, you're doing more inferences. Try your hardest to actually reduce it to the actual observation, if you can, sir.
I can't deduce it anymore.
Well, let me help you out.
It's passing over the moon.
No, it doesn't, dude.
All right, what does it look like then? Please enlighten me.
Okay, it looks like the moon, right, is bright in some parts and dark in other parts. That's what it looks like. And then the darkness appears to move across the face, and there's more darkness and less brightness. That's what you actually see. All the rest of the stuff you said was pure inferences and imaginations. You never saw any of that.
It's empirical observation. No, I can guarantee you I did. Else, what was that?
Okay, so your claim then is you saw a body in between, and you saw it moving. No, you didn't, sir. And if you say you did, we all know you're lying.
So, I saw something pass over the moon. It seemed like a body.
No, you didn't, dude. No, you didn't.
You can keep saying that, but you're not actually saying anything of.
No, we all know you didn't. So here's the thing, brother. In the arts, we practice this thing with the children. It's called draw what you see, not what you know. Okay, if you're going to draw a moon that looks like an eclipse, okay, what you're going to draw is you're going to draw a circle, and then you're going to color a portion of the moon in white, or whatever color you think the moon is, gray, whatever, and then you're going to darken the other portion. That's how you represent what's occurring. Nowhere in there do you have to draw another body, because it's not in the information present.
Okay. So if it's not another body that's obstructed, then
what?
If it's not a body that is obstructing the moon, then what is it, in your humble opinion?
Okay, let me help you out, friend. I'm going to tell you this answer, and this is the answer. And it is the true and genuine answer. And it has no bearing on the fact that I previously debunked your answer. So here's the answer. It's 3 simple words. I know it's hard for you to comprehend these words. It's called I don't know.
I appreciate that answer. Now apply that.
Now, since I said I don't know, hold on, friend, be honest here. Since I said I don't know, does me not knowing have any bearing on the fact that when you actually model a sphere, casting a shadow on another sphere, it gives you a sinusoid shadow, and you never see that type of shadow or form on the moon, and therefore it can't possibly be a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere.
Yes. So that answer you gave me it gave me a bit of hope. That was a stroke of sentience that I detected there that you don't know. Now, could it be possible that maybe you just don't know as much as you think you did, and you're the physical embodiment?
Hey, how about you answer my question about the fact that a curve casting a shadow on another curve results in a complex curve. We don't see a complex curve on the moon, therefore it's not a shadow in that manner. Oh, like a sinusoid, an S, a wave, instead of just a singular continuous arc?
Can you give me some evidence for that, please?
Sure. I'll also give you a demonstration that you can do. You take a ball and you take a light and then you cast a shadow on another ball and then you see what happens with your own two eyeballs in your head.
If I can share my screen, I'll do it live. And then if it works, I'll admit that I'm a flat earther. I've got a globe right
now. No, wrong,
allow
sir.
Me to share my screen. And
you will not admit you're a flat earther because we will not allow you to be retarded. We will tell you that what's occurring on the moon doesn't determine the shape of the earth. So we will not accept your conclusion that you're a flat earther because the shadow on the moon is not the shadow you thought it was.
Would you believe me if I said I was once a flat earther?
Not for those reasons.
No, but I genuinely not taking the piss. I once was as retarded as these people. I actually thought the earth was flat.
What?
Listen,
dude. Stop. Listen, hey, dude. Stop gaslighting yourself, okay?
I do. I'm not lying. I'll prove it. I'll actually prove it.
Well, what you might present is that you accepted the Earth is flat as a proposition for stupid reasons. That might be what you present. And then because your stupid reasons were contradicted, then you said, "Oh, I might as well just, get on my knees and take NASA in the face."
Yours. All right, I'll give you my reasons. The biggest one for me was the gas pressure argument. They said that.
Okay, fair enough. That's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Move on. That's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Move on.
I'm giving you my reason as to why I thought it could be flat. It's because they said that gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum, and I thought about it intuitively, and I thought, you know what? I think they might be fucking on something. How can it possibly exist adjacent next to a vacuum? But then I guess I just stopped smoking copious amounts of drugs and I came to my senses.
Okay, so you actually didn't think about it. You actually didn't think about it at all, and you gave no conclusion as to why it was certain that gas pressure requires a container, or that you reasoned yourself out of that position. You just said, "I stopped taking drugs and I changed my position." So that makes no sense.
I can explain it.
No, I don't care. I'll accept that you changed your mind on that because that wouldn't tell you whether the Earth is flat or not. So get to the part where you had a piece of evidence that convinced you the Earth was flat.
So that was one. The other was long distance observations. I thought things like the Chicago skyline was, given the maths, that's 6 inches per mile squared or some shit, 9 inches per mile.
Yeah, you got the evidence. You got the evidence that you were ever actually in this position, and you're not just retroactively creating a story to give yourself a sympathetic leg up in the conversation.
So frankly, why would I sabotage my reputation by admitting that I was a flat earther? I'm just saying this purely just
for sympathetic argumentation, dude. Duh.
So if I can share my screen, I'll show you the books. I've got 100 proofs that the Earth's not a globe.
Yeah, you're not sharing your screen, man.
But mate, well, if you want proof, I can give you proof.
Nobody fucking cares, man. You're just deflecting with a stupid fucking tangent to get away from all the points AI's making to you.
Yeah,
you don't actually ever answer anything. You don't address nothing, man.
All right, and present the question.
Oh, by the way, alcohol, bro. I did your art homework for you, and I'm going to give you the answers because, I realized you weren't a very good art student, and I didn't have time to take you through 3 years of art. So I just did your drawing for you, and I'll post it here shortly after you tell me your third reason why you were a flat earther.
What type of art do you do? Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm not trying to tangent. The third reason. Gravity was, again, this is why I say I was a manifestation of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I didn't know anything, so I thought this was simple. I thought, well, it must be flat. Because I didn't understand it, it seemed easy to me, and then I realized that it's all bollocks, and it's a lot more complex than I can possibly fathom.
All right, wait, one more time. Repeat that third one for a second.
Gravity.
Oh, gravity. What about it? What?
This guy should be banned for being a liar.
No, just like, what about gravity? All I heard was you just said the word. You didn't explain anything about it. Like, why is it relevant?
Yeah, so basically I just thought, why does like the three body problem?
You were a flat earther. Someone came along and said gravity to you again. You became a glober again.
No, I'm saying
if
if you tuned your ears in, you'd know what I'm saying. I'm saying gravity was my lack of understanding in gravity was one of the reasons I thought it was flat. I thought the whole
perfect. Right. So you have a more advanced understanding of gravity now. Can you go through it with us?
When I envisioned the heliocentric model of all these fucking marbles,
can you describe your misunderstanding of it first, actually, and then
let me get a sentence
give
out.
us the updated
This will go a lot smoother if you just let me get a sentence out.
No,
I imagine the heliocentric model of all these fucking tennis balls spinning around each other, and I thought the shit makes zero sense. How they don't interact with each other or collide, or so again, my understanding of gravity was one of the reasons.
I'm sorry, bro. You are a fucking larp, aren't you?
I'm just giving you my honest fucking.
Well, then I agree. You shouldn't have become a flat earther in the first place.
Off the drugs, by the way. You shouldn't get on them more.
Well, that's a whole different conversation.
Because do you know that someone that thinks that
gravity is because you were thinking about tennis balls.
One sec. Someone who thinks that they live on a ball can have that misconception as well, bro. They can have that lack of knowledge about the supposed dynamics of a solar system, of planets orbiting around the sun.
Sorry, I've just
so you should not have become a flat earther. If that was your basis for becoming a flat earther, you shouldn't have.
Yeah, no, I just realised what it was about gravity that didn't make sense to me. It was. I was thinking if gravity is that strong to hold all of the oceans to the Earth, how can like birds and butterflies and shit fly? Like, shouldn't they be like magnetized to the Earth? Again, I don't know if
Hey, dude. Hey, alcoholic. What you just demonstrated is why we're so scrutinous of each other in our forums. We don't let these retarded flat Earth arguments that supposedly have anything to do with the Earth being flat fly in our forums, bro. We scrutinize them to the umpteenth degree. That's fair, bro. Listen, I agree with you that that might have blow smoke up your dress, and for a fleeting second you thought you were something other than what you were versus a glober versus flat. Okay, we understand that, but those are stupid arguments. Okay.
Of course they are. That's why I'm not a flat earther anymore.
No, dude. None of those arguments, except maybe the long distance observations, has anything to do with the Earth being flat. It should have never made you a flat earther, nor should it have made you not a flat earther.
Of course it does. So flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
Can I tell you what made me a flat
God,
earther?
dude, you're dumb, dude.
Can I tell you what made me a flat
real quick, obviously, B, before you go on, I just want to point out to the audience, what he just said there is very telling. He didn't say what made me accept that the Earth is flat. He said a flat earther. This is what flat earthers say. So he was just associating with things a group says. All right, go ahead.
I'm saying what I believed, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, so precisely what made me realize the Earth was flat was that there is no curvature in reality. Therefore, we can't be on a ball.
What about the pictures from satellites and stuff?
Who gives a shit? Go out in reality, doesn't verify as what's in the image.
So it's up to you to disprove these pictures.
No, sorry, who gives a shit? Go out into reality, you can't find curvature. Doesn't line up with what's in the image. The image is bullshit.
So you're essentially saying, but what about this thing on TV, bro? And he's telling you about reality, going outside into directly experiencing physical reality, and you're saying, yeah, but the TV screen, bro.
Well, who gives a fuck?
Not necessarily. It's I think if you're going to say it's CGI, I think it's the burden of proof is on you to
I'm not
explain
saying it's
why it's
CGI.
CGI.
I'm not saying it's CGI. I'll give you it. I'll say, okay, this may be true. All right, let's go verify it. The image presents a spherical Earth, meaning there's curving surface, right, at a certain rate. We go and test for that. We don't find it in reality. So you make of the image what you will after that fact, right? And if you still want to assert it's real, then you might need to go in for like some tests. But that's to do with you.
Yeah, so my understanding is certain buildings have to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Can you address what was
incorrect? But find some supporting evidence for that baseless claim.
Yeah, it's baseless. I will try and find some evidence. Give me a sec.
Hey, make sure you find the article that I've already critiqued 100 times about the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, in which the guy doing the article specifically states that the variance was never actually measured in practical reality and they only applied a model. Yeah, make sure you find that article, bro.
I'm sure he will.
I don't care.
Alcoholic, you got a bad habit. Somebody asks you a direct question and then you deflect to something else. It's like you're your own ex-girlfriend.
You supposing I ever have touched a woman to begin with?
Well, to be fair, a lot of women have boyfriends who think they're boyfriends, but they're just using them, to take them to meet Chad. Can I get a ride?
Is it like your wife's boyfriend?
So yeah, alcoholic. In everything you said about your time as a flat earther, you never once mentioned the ground. That's pretty fucking stupid, wouldn't you admit?
Right, obvious. See your profile picture. What that is.
I'm not talking about my profile picture.
No, but just hear me out. Hear me out, please. This is very important.
No. Don't you think it's fucking stupid?
All right, go on.
That the very thing in contention was never even mentioned in your list of reasons why you were.
Well, he came close. He said long distance observations.
Please.
No, he said, no, I'm correcting him. He said no long distance observations. But he never.
Yeah, that was one of my.
He never substantively parsed that out.
All right, so hear me out.
I missed that part when you said that, so I retract what.
Yeah, because you've got selective hearing. You.
No, just missed it. Right, so I have just turned my attention for a second.
Very important.
Listening to everyone else.
It's very
gas pressure argument and then fucking tennis ball gravity.
I don't care.
Yeah, it wouldn't be such a big deal if you actually were a flat earther for them reasons. And you can tell us the reasons, and we say, yeah.
What reason do I have to lie about
their weak argument? No, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying if you would go about it a bit more respectfully, right? And you don't have to interject with things like I used to be just as retarded as these people.
Am I being disingenuous? Did I say
we would just, as I told you, said, oh, all right, yeah, you fell for some pretty weak arguments,
That's true, yeah. Hence why I came out.
Would you like us to tell you proper arguments that the Globers can't refute?
I'd love for you to explain your most convincing arguments as to why you think it's flat.
That's what I'm saying. If you would just come into this engagement like that, we'd be more than happy to.
Do you want me to hold your hand or something?
And yeah, you did turn it into, I used to be like you guys, with a bunch of pejorative connotations attached to it. That is what you did, my friend. And we all heard it with our own ears. But nice try.
Yeah, and we're explicitly not like you. We didn't fall for some dumb ideas and Dunning-Krugered our way into a belief in a flat Earth and then jumped out of it into a belief in a globe again with no evidence.
Yeah, cool. So, what is your best evidence that it's flat? And
ground is measured flat.
Can you back that up with a source?
Yeah, a bunch of laser measurements.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Because respectfully, I'm not just going to believe what you say. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to believe me. What I'm asking you to do is go out and check the ground for yourself. That's how we got all these laser measurements.
Well, can I see it? Can I see an example of it?
Yeah, I'm looking for stuff to drop for you in the chat.
Don't worry, alcoholic. While he's getting that, I told you I'd help you out. If you go scroll up to my last post there where I tagged you, I did your artwork for you, and I posted what the flat Earth horizon would look like if the Earth was flat.
Where's this?
Where you have the sky, you have the water. This is it's in the chat, dude.
That blurry ass fucking.
Yeah, dude. You said if it goes out, it's going to be blurry. There's going to be like a blurriness between the water and the sky. And so, like, I drew it for you because you were having trouble. So I just was helping you out.
More blurry than that.
Dude, that's really blurry, bro.
Essentially, what I mean is like a fade from blue to.
Hold on. Okay, dude. Let me help you out. I'll do it. I'll even make it even more blurry, okay? Good grief, dude. Give me a second.
Let's just reduce
hold on.
your pixel.
I know, yeah, just 1 pixel. A gradient of 1 pixel. 1 pixel gradient. All right, hold on, bro. I'm going to help you out. All right, now, okay. Now, you better accept this one, dude, or I'm failing you for my art class. All right, here it is. I'm not going to ping anybody. I'm just going to post it.
David
right?
Weiss video, man. Jeez.
All right, look at that, dude. That's the horizon on a flat Earth home.
Accept that.
All blurry, all really blurry. Okay, is that blurry enough for you?
It's close, but yeah, I'll accept it. I'll let you off.
You will? Okay, great. Now let me show you where I took that photo. Everybody, look in the chat. Everybody see what I did there? You got played, fool.
Oh, you little minx.
So what you showed us there was a building disappearing off into the offing and into the angular reduction limits and a blurry horizon, just like you said would happen if the Earth was flat. There you go. The Earth's flat.
Oh, what's your explanation as to why the building is disappearing bottom up?
I just told you.
Well, that's not an explanation, is it? You can do better than that, surely.
Yeah, well, here, step 1. People are mistakenly think that we see an ideal perspective. We don't. Ideal perspective is an artist technique. It only exists with perfect lines and rays. And in reality, light interferes with itself.
I'm really intrigued.
Let me see. Maybe I will. All right. However, okay. I got an artwork that I'll post here shortly, which is exactly analogous to what we're talking about.
No,
but the moral of the story here is that we don't see in perfectly linear perspective because light is actually physically present in the world and it doesn't exist as an ideal space. So light can actually interfere with itself. The available angles that you have in your angular field of view are limited. The available resolving power of your sensor is limited. The light interferes on the sensor. It also interferes when it passes the aperture, which is the hole, which is where the Rayleigh criterion comes from, which is what determines your angular resolution maximum capacity. You then have other effects, obviously, here, like the atmosphere, all kinds of compounding effects. It's not just one thing. But angular resolution loss alone is sufficient to make the bottom of something disappear once it reaches a critical angle.
Meanwhile, in order to reify the globe into existence, you must ignore all of that and just point and say, oh, it's a globe.
Well, I didn't do that, did I? Again.
Oh, yes, you did.
Yeah. Oh, right, I did. Yeah, cool. The analogy I gave of if you're standing above a table and you move a coin further and further away, that coin will never descend below your eye level. It's physically impossible. There's no law of perspective that will allow that to happen. Case closed.
Dude, what I just tell you? You completely glossed over the fact that ideal perspective laws don't apply to reality.
So what do they apply to?
Just like there's no platonic shapes in reality. You didn't know that ideals don't exist in tangible, three-dimensional, free space reality? You aren't aware of that? What, do we need to go back to school or something?
You're just saying a load of words that just think.
Oh yeah, I'm saying a lot of words. Are they too big words? You want me to do them again in Play-Doh?
No, he needs to go back to school.
Interpretive dance.
Yeah, if you can.
Here's another. I got another artwork for you, bro. Here you go. There you go. I gave myself an A+ since I'm a fully accredited art educator. There you go, A+.
No, right, that's good. I can work with that. Right, so from that perspective, the yellow dot, if you've got an object that's moving away, further and further away, it will never appear to descend below your eye level if the Earth's flat. It's just it's a fundamental fact. It's how.
It's very easy to show you. If you stand underneath a light pole, will that light pole ever appear to descend down below your eye level?
That's a really good question. I'm glad you brought that up because it highlights your abject spasticity. So it will appear. Oh, hear me out. Yeah, and let me.
All right, go ahead.
So the lampposts will appear to descend. Now.
Oh, it will.
Oh, Trace, please calm yourself.
I thought you said it wouldn't.
Oh my god! Fucking tune your ears, son. I'm not saying.
You don't even know, Trace. You don't even know how hard he screwed himself, but I'm going to let him do it.
Right,
go ahead.
Please. This will go a lot smoother. Just let me get a sense of. I'm not denying that things appear to descend due to perspective. What they don't do is descend below your eye level. So see the picture that guy put in the chat. What these lampposts will never do.
Yeah. Do you see the lampposts beyond the limit of his vision?
What they will never appear to do is.
No, you do not see them. So they're below what you think is your eye level. You think it's actually below your physical location, but it's actually just optically appearing that way.
It's always above. This is so intuitive that it actually hurts.
No, you're ignoring optics and how things perceive to your eyes, and claiming they're physically they're dropping below your eye level.
You're offending your own intelligence.
Yeah, listen, I understand what you're saying, brother, and what Drace has said is good. But here's the problem, friend.
It's offensive.
What you basically just said is that it is impossible for an object to not be projectively geometrically located in your field of view where its ideal geometry would have it located. Whether you realize it or not, what you just said
I'm obsessed with ideals.
Is that it's impossible for something that is below the curve of the Earth from your vantage point to ever be seen. Are you sure you want to accept that consequences?
I do.
Okay, great. So everyone heard him say that if something is below the curve of the Earth, it can never be seen. We all heard him say it. Now we all know. Hold on, my bro. We all know. We all know. Hey, dude, don't interrupt me to address things in the chat. Okay, super annoying. Type in the chat if you want to address the person in the chat. Now we all know. If he's claiming that you can never see something once it's gone behind the curve of the Earth, we could show him hundreds upon hundreds of images of things that should never be seen. And that would debunk his claim that the Earth is a globe. So he said he's willing to accept those consequences. Too bad, so sad. You sure you want to accept or you want to retract? The answer is you want to retract, and I'm going to do it for you as the judge because you're clearly incompetent to represent yourself. So What must be going on if what we see doesn't match ideal geometry? Let me spell it out for you, friend. Ideal geometry doesn't exist.
Man, calm the fuck
Does that
down.
help? Thank you, sir. I'll take my Xanax. Now that we all made it clear that ideal geometry doesn't exist, can we talk about reality? Okay, your rebuttal requires imposing artist perspective laws onto reality and ideal geometry onto reality. Since we know those two don't actually apply to reality, you have literally no point, sir. So take a minute, go to the back of the class, use a piece of scratch paper, come up with a better idea. If you need a para, I'll send one to the back of the room for you. Yeah, what's Fraunhofer versus Fresnel diffraction? What's near field versus far field? What's depth of field versus angle of focus? What's the Rayleigh criterion? What's the largest waveform of color? You know, actual real physics? What's total internal reflection versus specular or diffuse reflection? What's refraction versus Fermat's principle? Oh yeah, that's right. You don't know anything. I forgot.
I would love if you explain why the Earth is flat or rounded or I don't know.
Well, I would say that we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary as our primary perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, but we were all taught from a young age that it's actually a globe. It's actually, when we go to a large body of water, it's actually curving, even though it looks flat. But then when we go and actually test for the curvature over long distances, right, curvature that would have to be there, like a lot of curvature, like hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, it's never there. It's just completely flat over these distances where you would have to have a certain amount of curvature. And
But,
this has been...
I just have a little question.
Go ahead.
Why I see like the Earth and the sky like have how to say it, like connect in the very long distances, yeah.
Like when you see the clouds and it looks like the clouds are converging with the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just because of the way that
getting around or what?
No. It's just the way that your eyes work. It's just basic linear perspective. I can show you a video.
Yeah.
That kind of shows you what happens, right? So it's this guy. He's on a plane on the runway, right? He hasn't taken off yet, and you can see the clouds in the distance, and it looks like the clouds are converging with the horizon. Okay, it's a time-lapse video, and you'll see that when he actually gets up to the height of the clouds, it's just a completely flat cloud deck. Okay, because when you're looking at that cloud deck from the ground, it looks like it's coming down, 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 and it looks like the ground is ramping up, and it's meeting at your eye line, which is just basic perspective. But when he goes up to the cloud, the level of the clouds, you'll see it's just a flat cloud deck. I'll find the video, and I'll post a couple of other diagrams showing, what I'm talking about with perspective.
But I guess it's the same. If I can see the Earth flat from here, what gonna change from like 2,000 feet or?
No, you'll still see it as flat when you go up to 2,000 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so have a look. I'm just trying to explain how perspective works. Okay, for example, when you look at the clouds and they look like they're coming down and meeting at the horizon, or you watch a plane fly off in the distance and it looks like it converges with the horizon, that's just due to perspective. Okay, it's the same thing as if you look down a long hallway, for example, like I just posted in the side chat. Okay, it looks like the ceiling of the hallway goes down and converges with the floor, even though that's not happening.
So it's just a matter of perspective.
Yeah, it's just the way that our eyes see anything, right? Or if you look down a long street, and there's street lights going down the street, it'll look like they go down, even though they're not going down. It's just the way that we see. And most people don't really think about the way that we see because they're just used to it, because they've been seeing like that their whole life. But yeah, perspective plays a huge role in the way that we experience the world.
But what about like the sun and the moon?
Anything in the sky, right? Or anything that moves away from you, it's going to appear like it's eventually converging with the horizon.
Nice. Now, what about the sun and the moon?
Yeah, same thing.
How?
What do you mean how? It's just perspective. It's the same thing. It's just appearing to go down.
Excuse me. Just if I have a flat surface and I have like a lamp, how can I make the half on light while the other half is not on light?
How can you make it look like it's appearing to disappear from the bottom up?
Yeah, how can I make the night and day with the sun going up and down?
Well, night and day.
Yeah.
Okay, so the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, so we also have the intensity of a light decreasing as the light moves away from the light source. Okay, so as the light is moving away from the source, right, like the actual source of the light, and it's pushing through the thickness of the atmosphere, it's decreasing in intensity as it moves away, and it's also being absorbed and scattered by the atmosphere or the air. Okay, so here's an example. Just 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's completely black. Even if the sun is directly above you and it's the middle of the day, just 200 meters into the ocean, you can't see the sun anymore. You can't see any light from the sun at all because it's being absorbed by the water, by the medium. Okay, it's like that, but on a greater scale because the air is obviously much less dense than the water.
Yeah.
And the inverse square law of light, it will explain how much the light diminishes as it moves away from the light source.
Got you. So can we reach the borders of the Earth?
I would have no idea about that. No one's ever just kept going south to see what happens as far as we can validate. So I have no idea. I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
If we had the flat Earth, we should have borders too.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. When we say flat Earth, we're just talking about the description of the surface, not necessarily talking about the shape of the Earth.
No, but it's necessarily a thing. Like, if you have a flat thing, you should have borders. Otherwise,
maybe, but there's no way of testing exactly what's going on regarding that. So it would just be speculation.
Exactly. So saying that the Earth is flat is not accurate at this point.
Well, flat's just the description of a surface, right? There's context behind words. Okay, so if I say something smooth or bumpy or flat, I'm just describing the surface. Okay, so when I say flat Earth, most of the surface area of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. Okay, and then the water isn't curving over distance. So if you have a large surface area that's not curved, it's by default flat. So that's the context in flat Earth, right? That's very different to globe Earth, which is actually claiming a shape and a size and that kind of thing, an actual object, right? Flat Earth isn't claiming those same things.
So you're supposing that the Earth is endless?
No, I didn't say that. I said nobody knows. Well, I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. It's not something that I would claim. It's not something I choose not to speculate about things that I can't validate. Because that would be something you'd be like, oh, prove it. And I'd be like, I can't. I'm not making that claim. We just know it's not a globe. Right, and no one can find any curvature over huge distances where there would have to be a huge amount of curvature.
DJ, I don't think they would say prove it because they've never said prove it to anybody about being on a ball. I don't think they would say prove it to you at this point. They believe anything said to them.
So I guess having a proof will make it more logic or.
So we've gone out. We've got thousands of observations that have been done. Laser tests, long distance observation, infrared photography. All sorts of tests have been done, and they've been repeated over and over and over again, validating that there is absolutely no curvature. And then there's absolutely no empirical evidence that there is any curvature, unless you want to have blind faith in space agencies and things like that, right? Which you can never validate, whether it's real or not real information.
Actually, for me, it's not completed because I don't have the things I should have to be 100% with the flat Earth. Because I guess if we have flat Earth, at least we can discover new places because it's flat. It must have endless, or at least a big surface. So I guess
maybe.
So I guess while we don't have that information, I guess flat Earth isn't accurate.
Yeah, flat is just the description of the surface not having any curvature. So it's about context, right? So obviously it's not perfectly flat.
Got you, yeah. But to have a flat, you must have another criteria. Is that correct?
Well, not really. What if I was just a little bacteria on a giant flat surface on a floor? Okay, and I can never get to the edges, or I don't know anything. I can just measure that it's flat everywhere I can measure, right? I could say that the surface measures flat, right? And that wouldn't be.
At least the bacteria can discover more places because.
But that doesn't mean that the surface. That doesn't mean that bacteria is wrong when he says I measure the surface flat.
Yeah, but isn't complete if he supposed that it's flat, but he didn't discover other places or validate that.
No, he doesn't, because flat's not a shape, right? We're not claiming to know the entirety of the system that we live in.
Yeah.
Just the surface, right, which is mostly covered in water, doesn't have any curvature. Water needs a container. Right, like the low spot in the land, or the water gathers, and then it's flat across the surface. And we can reconfirm this over and over again over massive distances where there would have to be many, many hundreds of feet of curvature. It's not there. It would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
I have final question. I like to see the sky at night, and I have a small telescope. And I just see other planets like Mars and the Moon. Isn't it illogical to have more than planet around a globe planets, but the Earth is flat?
If the heliocentric version of the universe was correct, then yeah, sure, that would be a logical thing to say. But that's just a theoretical, conceptual model that you've been taught. You can't. When you look at little lights in the sky through a telescope, you have no idea what they are. How far away are they? How big are they? What medium are they in? Are they in a space vacuum? Are they in a big giant space vacuum chamber? you can't confirm any of these things, right? You just have to kind of like blindly believe the story that's attached to the little blurry light that you're looking at in the sky.
Well, I guess so.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it, bro.
You too.
W's for DJ.
Hey, Roots, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, fella? Yeah, likewise, man. Good to see you too. Always nice to listen to you go through it with the ones with questions.
Yeah, we've been getting a decent flow of people asking questions in good faith in the last week in the English Hub.
That was very professional. I don't have as much patience as you.
He's a pro now. Hey DJ, what's your tag? Zerk. That's new. Is that a chess?
Oh yeah, that's from Lichess.
Lichess.
Lichess. It's Zerk. It's Berserker. It's like a feature on Lichess.
Ah, cool. Yeah, I used to have Lichess. I used to play quite a lot, but just forgot about it.
Yeah, it's like if you're in a tournament, you can hit like this little button and it halves your time. Like say it's a 3-minute game, all of a sudden you just get a minute and a half and you've got to try to win in that minute and a half and then you get like an extra tournament point.
Oh, that's Berserker.
Yeah, Berserk mode or something.
Cool. Yeah, I did used to like the speed chess. You know, just bang a quick game out. That was always fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I like playing 1-minute games.
Yeah, they're exciting. Yeah, I got my son like 20 chess lessons, so we downloaded Lichess. We were playing for a while, to be honest, but yeah, he's too busy with football and iPad now. It's a shame, really. I wish he was still into it.
It's good. It's good, like strategic training, I guess. Thinking about how to strategize and whatnot.
Yeah, sure is. There's like a million analogies for life within the game of chess. I love it.
Yep. Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, it sounds like we've got a few people joining.
Yeah, welcome new people. Ben, welcome. Pun. Rago.
Welcome to Chess Club. I mean, Flat Earth.
Hello, guys.
What's up, Ben? What brings you into the channel?
Just want to know what is Flat Earth. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, it's good to question things, right? It's good to have a critical thinking mind. And yeah, it turns out that when we go and test the surface of the Earth for curvature, we can't find any. So that led to flat earthers, basically. I mean, all ancient cultures were flat earthers, but along came this concept that the Earth's actually a big spinning ball flying through a space vacuum. And most people just blindly believe that. Okay, most people don't really know anything about it. They were taught it from a young age. They've never questioned it. But it turns out that it isn't true.
Okay. But yeah, I have one question, but maybe out of this topic. Do you think there is another species outside of this Earth?
Probably not, but I wouldn't have a clue. I don't think you can really. I don't think anyone's really going to ever know that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, like in this channel, we try to stick to empirical evidence and not necessarily to speculate about things that we can't validate.
Oh, yes. It's like based on evidence or something like this, right?
Yeah, like measurements and long distance observations. That's it's kind of like a form of measurement. Okay, so if the Earth were a globe, if we went to a 20-mile section of water, okay, like a giant lake, for example, there should be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth is a globe. Okay, we can calculate that based off the radius value of the globe. Okay, so it turns out that over 20 miles, there should be about 260 foot of curvature, which is like 120 meters of curvature over that distance. So we can go out very easily and test for that curvature, and it turns out that it's never there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sharing it.
You're welcome.
But that's it. Don't you have any questions? How did we come to the conclusion? What does that mean? Nothing else? Come on, dude. You've got to have a follow-up question to that. Guess not.
Yeah, for many people, that's all it takes, right? Just like, hey, man, Earth is flat. Oh, really? Yeah, man. Oh, okay. Thanks.
I think that's a sign of non-believing. It's a sign of nervousness, not knowing how to take the information, something like that. No judgment, but yeah. It's the kind of response I give to my kids when they tell me something that I don't think's true. I go, oh, really? Okay. Sure. Meanwhile, we've got observations, we've got laser tests, we've got experiments, we've got everything you can think of empirical to show that there is no curvature or no motion of the Earth. And the Globers have got pictures from NASA. Fantastic.
Yeah, they've got models, mathematical models of what the globe ought to be. And then they take physical measurements and they conform them to the models. And they call that increasing precision. They call that practice improving accuracy. Meanwhile, empirically, they remove the globe model for precision at the local level, they say. We've got so many documents from the field of surveying and related disciplines regarding this, that they can improve accuracy by removing the globe model and treating Earth as flat, just as it was before they applied the globe model.
I feel like we need a new topic discussion point, a new topic for the channel. Fallacious models or empirical evidence? Which one wins? Because that's what their models are, right? They're based on fallacious reasoning. Assumptions.
Yeah, they believe it so wholeheartedly that it has to be true that they will take their real world measurements of not a globe and conform them to what ought to be true as a globe.
I think that's called begging the question, maybe, with a sprinkle of circular reasoning.
Supporting a concept reification fallacy.
Oh, they've got a holy trinity. I love it. Or unholy trinity, as I should say. Yeah, I don't mean to sound sarcastic, Globers. We'd love to talk to you. Don't be put off by my tone. We're very friendly. Shout out to Rago. I don't think we've spoke to him yet. Pun Pun. I like that name. Oh, more people joining. Welcome to the channel. Yoda, any developments with INS systems, Schuler tuning, anything else you've discovered recently?
Yeah, I guess so. A couple things I've been talking about over the past few weeks, which is recent. So there is how to present this. I guess when an airplane is undergoing pre-flight check. Okay, listen, I'm not a pilot. I'm not an aeronautical engineer. I'm not an aerospace technician, but from what I gathered, when an airplane goes through pre-flight checks, there are calibration procedures that take place. One of them is called an inertial alignment calibration procedure. It's also probably known by other names than that, but the idea is airplanes gyros, the ones that are fixed to the airframe itself, it's called strap down to the airframe. These are optical gyros, kind of like the ones that from Thanks Bob. Okay, they operate on the Sagnac effect. I don't know the ring laser or fiber optic; it doesn't matter, but they operate under the same principle. These gyros undergo calibration procedure, and supposedly, what this calibration procedure is doing is it's trying to filter out all the noise showing up on the sensors in order to detect Coriolis, so that the Coriolis can be subtracted out and the airplane can produce basically localized local frame pitch, roll, and yaw data without Earth's motion impacting it. That data from that initial calibration process is not public. It's hidden behind trade secrets, patents. It's hidden behind, even in some cases, national security, ITAR compliance. ITAR compliance is basically in the United States, if you have a technology that can be used for weapons of war, then it may be subject to export controls, which means you're not allowed to share it with anyone in foreign countries. Actually, Honeywell Honeywell's INS system. I think it was Honeywell's. I better not get this wrong. Either Honeywell or Boeing's INS system was improperly transferred to a third party in another country, and they were slapped with a huge fine for violating export controls. But this data sits inside the black box. It is a black box within the black box, and nobody seems to have access to it. Nobody can independently confirm that what is actually going on with these pre-flight inertial navigation system initial calibration. Which is funny because this is the data that would help establish whether or not Earth is a rotating globe. Isn't that weird? What we also have is we have information describing the process that after this data has been filtered, all the noise taken out, it's been processed. It is then fed back into a software system where the globe is reapplied. The globe is reapplied after it's taken out, and it's done to conform to WGS-84 latitude and longitude spherical coordinate system. What they have is what they claim is local flat Earth measurements after they've been processed out from a globe, is what they say, that they then apply a model to of the globe in order to conform it to latitude and longitude so that it works interoperably with GPS systems, with flight trackers, and everything else that uses the same coordinates, which kind of makes sense on a practical level. But if Earth is really a globe, why couldn't they just measure it? Yeah. So simple process is they claim to go from detecting a globe with this stuff to stripping out the globe for raw, post-processed but raw flat Earth measurements, and then they reapply the globe so that it can be conformal to all the coordinate systems that everybody uses.
So let me just ask, so they're obviously using these calculations within the computing, right? So do they make any claims as to how they're actually, the computer or the INS system is physically changing, I don't know, pitch, roll, etc., etc.? Do they go into any of that detail? Do they make that claim? Or do they just sort of skirt around it?
Yeah, well, so what's going on from what I gather, like the pitch data from what we know and love in this community, from that 777 flight between Hawaii and San Diego or something, San Francisco, thousands of miles, that pitch data is localized to the local reference frame of the airplane itself, and is not with respect to an absolute Earth frame. So in other words, it is not designed, it is not intended to pick up a rotation vector with respect to where the plane started takeoff on the runway. It is instantaneously at every second, every moment in time, constantly updating to the local gravity vector and measuring pitch off of that. Kind of like if I were to take a torpedo level that I use for hanging pictures in my house with, the little bubble in it, and if I were to take that and slap that onto if I were to slap that down onto a tray in my car and drive around the Earth, that bubble would always stay centered. It wouldn't show any deviation with respect to a globe because the level itself is rotating with the gravity vector of the globe. That's what they claim, and therefore wouldn't produce any deviation from an initial or an absolute frame of reference.
So it's making
the same principle at work here.
Yeah, so it's making second by second calculations, delivering that information to the INS system, and these adjustments are being made.
Yeah, they say
every second.
Anything either way. Oops, I got to step out for a minute. Hold on.
Oh, I had a killer question for you. I'll wait.
Yeah, just in case he's still listening, which he probably is, but he stepped out. Sounds to me like so it's making these adjustments. Like like you said, more like a bubble, like a local bubble than long distance or whatever. So then what? Like that local bubble feeds it to a computer, and that computer feeds it back to the gyro, and then the gyro is corrected balance. That's a very weird.
Sounds like it. But my question is, my killer question is, so if that's the adjustments needed for Coriolis and gravity, what happens when you turn off the INF system, or you're flying a plane that doesn't have an INF system? Because
I think I know how he'll answer that. We can't answer that. We can't get to that box, so we don't know.
No, but what I'm saying,
it is a good question.
Who's making the adjustments and the calculations? Obviously, the calculations would be in the head of the pilot, but is the pilot having to fly the plane any differently, than straight and level? Because then, if not, and the pilot can just fly straight and level, then why can't the INF system do the same? Why do we need these calculations if we treat the Earth as flat?
I don't know. To me, it sounds like there's a math equation built into the algorithm that we just don't have access to in the computer.
Sounds to me like they're doing fuck all, but pretending they are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. Like the cochlea in your ear, right? The liquid in your ear that adjusts for the balance and help you to maintain perpendicular to horizontal, right? I mean, that's no different than a local bubble also, if you ultimately really think about it. So the pilot making adjustments is just going to fly according to what their senses are giving them anyway. And ultimately, it's a matter of like, how are they adjusting for the curve with this device? Because the device is supposed to act independently of our senses, right? It maintains that rigidity. And so, yeah, I would love to see. Somebody once mentioned like having like all the different various gyroscopes all on one plane at the same time, and then flying like 14 hours, 18 hours, and seeing what happens. Do they all maintain the same drift, or do the mechanical ones act differently than the ring laser?
Yeah, that's a great question. You're on the next step there. Yeah, well said as well. Well put. Kind of put that into context. I just find it unbelievable that, because we're in the reference frame, we don't need to make the adjustments. This is all like, happening within the pilot's body to the point where it's not conscious. I find that just so bizarre and unrealistic. Because if the pilot, within the reference frame is, like you said, his vestibular system, etc., is already doing this, then I don't know. I just don't see how we can prove. There's never going to be any proof there. They've got like a circular argument there that cannot be. It's unfalsifiable, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. At the end of the day, it's unfalsifiable. We don't have access to those things that they say are proving the thing. Like you said, it's behind national security, it's behind patent, behind so much red tape, that I don't know. I said it's unfalsifiable. Hey, Roots, Yoder says there's a video in the server. He dropped a link. Do you have bot abilities?
I believe I do. I've never used it though. DJ, are you there?
Yep.
Oh, it says you can play uploads.
Do you know? Oh, you've responded. Can we play these videos? Do you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to right-click on the video, click copy link. Well, yeah, I'll just try it out.
Thanks, bro. I got to make a quick call, so I'm going to have to watch these afterwards, but yeah, appreciate that.
You know, when we hear the term black box, we usually picture this perfect, indestructible recorder, right? Something that captures the raw, unfiltered truth of a flight. But what if the truth it records isn't the raw truth at all? What if it's a story, a narrative that's been shaped by a secret, pre-programmed map of the world, hidden deep inside the plane's brain? Well, today we're going to pry that box open. Okay, let's just dive right in. At the heart of this whole thing is a question that seems super simple. When a flight data recorder says a plane's pitch, its nose up or nose down angle, is, say, 5 degrees, what does that actually mean? You think it's a direct measurement, right? Like taking a protractor to the plane? But the reality? Well, it's way more complicated than that. So here's our game plan for this explainer. First, we're going to bust the myth of raw data. Then, we'll take a peek inside the plane's brain. After that, we'll uncover the unseen globe model it uses, figure out why it's really a systemic black box, and finally, look at the big problem this all creates, the verification gap. All right, first stop, the myth of raw data. Let's really dig into that common assumption that a flight recorder is basically just a high-tech tape recorder for the plane's sensors. So get this. This is the absolute key to understanding everything else. That pitch angle, that heading, all the data you see in an accident report, it's not what the plane is physically feeling. It's the final answer to a really complex math problem. It's an interpretation that's been processed, filtered, and shaped long before it ever gets saved. Okay, so if the data is being transformed, how does that actually work? Let's follow the signal, right? From a raw physical sensation inside the plane, all the way to a polished, recorded fact. Everybody meet the ADRU. This little box is basically the aircraft's navigational brain. It's this incredibly sophisticated system that takes in all the raw feelings of motion and force, and its one job is to compute the plane's orientation, its speed, and its location. This is where all the magic and all the mystery really happens. This slide just lays it out so perfectly. On the left, you've got the raw sensor input. This is what the gyros and accelerometers are physically detecting, the real forces acting on the plane. But on the right, that's what the flight data recorder actually logs, a final calculation based on a pre-programmed, assumed model of the world. A whole lot happens in between those two columns. And these raw sensors are just incredible pieces of technology. I mean, ring laser gyros use beams of light to detect the tiniest rotation with mind-boggling precision. Accelerometers, they're directly measuring physical forces, like the constant pull of gravity. These are the plane's true senses, its direct connection to the physical world. So, if the output isn't raw data, then what is it based on? This is where things get really, really interesting. This brings us to the core secret of this entire process, the system's hidden, pre-programmed map of the world. And this right here is the secret sauce. The ADRU doesn't figure out what's level by, looking out the window at the horizon. It calculates a virtual level plane. It's called the local horizontal reference frame. And here's the kicker. This plane is defined as being perfectly tangent to an assumed globe model that is hardwired into its software. The system literally starts with a globe to define its own reality. And here's the assembly line for that data. First, the raw physical measurements come in from the sensors. Then the system applies all these corrections for things like the assumed curvature and rotation of its internal globe model. After that, these super sophisticated algorithms, called Kalman filters, smooth everything out, getting rid of any data that seems noisy or inconsistent. And only then is the final polished number sent to the recorder. And what's so wild is that the software is designed to force this to happen. The source material explains it perfectly with this quote. The filtering is so aggressive that it literally forces the outputs to align with that pre-programmed globe model. It essentially smooths over any raw data that might not quite fit. In other words, it's designed to trust the model more than the raw sensation. Okay, so now we know what's happening to the data. But the next logical question is, why? Why is this whole process so secretive? Why can't we just get a look at the raw inputs? Well, this lack of access isn't some accident or oversight. It's a structural feature. I mean, look at this table. It's like a fortress of barriers. You've got federal regulations that don't even require raw data to be recorded. Then you have legal protections because the algorithms are priceless trade secrets. This system's own design is built to hide faults. And then, layered on top of all that, you have national security restrictions. And believe me, these barriers have some serious teeth. For instance, those security and export controls we just mentioned, the manufacturer Honeywell was fined $13 million for violations. These aren't just gentle suggestions. They are very real, legally enforced walls. And on the commercial side, the trade secrets are protected with incredible veracity. A jury awarded $81 million in a verdict against Boeing for misappropriating another company's tech. I mean, with that kind of money on the line, the incentive to keep these algorithms under lock and key is absolutely massive. It just prevents any kind of independent review. So you add all of these barriers together, the regulatory, the legal, the financial, and it all leads to one critical, fundamental problem: a profound verification gap. Because at the end of the day, if you can't see the inputs, you can never, ever truly validate the output. This table just shows the problem so clearly. On the left is this mountain of rich, raw data that the ADIU is actually working with inside its own circuits. And then on the right, you see the handful of simplified process numbers that actually make it to the flight recorder. All of that detail, all of that nuance, it's just gone. It's a total information chasm. And what this does is create a situation where we just have to trust the black box. Independent researchers can't reprocess the data to double-check the system's math. They can't audit it for hidden flaws. As the source points out, they can't even test it against different geophysical models. Real verification is basically impossible. So, what's the solution? Is there a way out? Well, the analysis does propose a few concrete steps forward. Things like changing the regulations to mandate recording of key internal data, creating a secure data escrow so independent auditors can look at it after an incident, and even encouraging the development of open source navigation simulators so the logic can be studied out in the open. You know, when you really step back, this isn't just a story about airplanes. This deep dive into one little component is a perfect metaphor for our modern world. From our cars to our social media feeds, we are surrounded by black box algorithms making decisions for us. So the quest to understand what's really going on inside the ADRU is part of a much, much bigger question. In an age of invisible code, how do we build systems that we can actually truly trust?
We think a plane's black box tells the truth. But what if that's not the whole story? So here's the big question. Is that data raw reality, or is it just a computed story? And this is key. The flight data you see isn't a raw recording. It's a calculation. All this happens inside a box called the ADRU. Think of it as the plane's brain. So the ADRU senses the real world, sure, but what it writes down is its interpretation. You get raw sensor input on one side and a calculated model-based output on the other. And it all starts with some amazing hardware. We're talking ring laser gyros and accelerometers. To figure out which way is up, it creates a virtual level based on a globe model. Now check this out. Before it even takes off, it needs your lat/long to define Earth's spin. See the problem? The system needs the globe model as an input to prove the globe model. And once it's flying, it's constantly making these ghost corrections based on that spinning globe model. So you're probably thinking, just look at the raw data. Well, turns out, you can't. And why not? Well, there's a whole wall of barriers, regulations, trade secrets, even system design. And these barriers have teeth. Honeywell got hit with a $13 million fine over technical data. Boeing got an even bigger one, $81 million for misusing trade secrets on this stuff. This all creates what you could call a knowledge gap. The raw data is never even recorded. So what you end up with is a system that just confirms its own assumptions. It's self-validating. The research team put it perfectly. It's a system that just agrees with the model it assumes. And this is a big deal. It affects accident investigations, transparency, you name it. So, I'll leave you with this. If the core assumptions can't be tested, how much can we trust the data?
Hey guys, what are you guys up to?
Hey, what's up, Cryptic? Not much, man.
Any new global, any new info like that happened?
Not really. I mean, we had some good conversations with some guys earlier, but it's been pretty quiet. Still no globe. No globe proof. Still waiting.
I just want to know, like, I have a bunch of questions, but I'm gonna start off with like, when you guys came to the realization of the flat Earth, right, and like how the Globe One is like a failed model, and like how you know, the heliosphere model doesn't make sense, and like how they, you know, use lies to purport the heliosphere model. Like, did you guys tell anyone, and what was their reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, I've told a bunch of my friends about it, and some, you know, you need to know if the person's going to be receptive of that type of information before you even bother talking to them about it. So it really depends on who you're talking to and what you know about them. You wouldn't want to just, you know, just start talking to someone that's definitely not the type of person you know to give that information to. They might just think you're crazy, or just, you know, just not be ready to take in that kind of thing.
Yeah, one thing I've realized is that like the fastest way to make people think you're retarded is to tell them about flat Earth. Like, for some reason, it's like you can tell like a religious person why their God may not be real, and like how you think you know, science disproves that and all that. But the moment you tell someone about flat Earth and what you think about it, like the reaction is way more adverse than like a religious fanatic. Like, it's way more strong. It's like this religion is more powerful than anything else ever created.
I mean, you could talk to someone, even like talking about gray aliens would probably be, you know, accepted better by a lot of people than bringing up the flat Earth topic, because the way that it's being combated, right? Flat Earth has been combated by the media is by ridicule, not by attacking the arguments and saying, okay, this is what flat earthers are presenting and saying, right? And giving the honest arguments, right? That's not what's happening, right? It's a bunch of propaganda, you know, and it's been sort of labeled that flat earthers are a bunch of crazy people making crazy claims, which isn't quite the case once you look into it, as you've realized.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Like your point about aliens, right? Like, I always used to think the conspiracy theories were about, oh, the government's hiding these aliens in like some lab, and people are trying to find them and stuff. But if you think about it, right, if aliens were actually true and the government was actually hiding like aliens, they would never let this kind of like propaganda spread. If you think about it, a lot of the movies, a lot of the television shows, a lot of the conspiracy theories are all about aliens. The government would never let that happen if aliens were actually true. Like, they silence anyone talking about extraterrestrials instantly. But when it comes to flat Earth, which actually is like, if you think about it, less crazy than aliens. Like, no one's seen aliens before. Not even people like ancient humans have like documented proof about aliens. So like, aliens, if you think about it, are actually like way more crazy than flat Earth. But then in our society, they're way more accepted, even if there's no definite proof. There's no definite proof about aliens, but like, if you ask any scientist, if you ask like any normal person, they'll be like, oh yeah, aliens probably exist out there. But the moment you say flat Earth, like, even though we have like some proof that flat Earth, like the heliosphere model is fake and all that, even though we can show them the evidence, but then there's no evidence of aliens, they believe, most people would choose to believe aliens over even considering flat Earth any day.
Facts. That's a great observation, dude. People are more inclined to accept aliens from space that they have no evidence of whatsoever than to just listen to a conversation about the horizon. It's really weird.
Yeah. Okay, I want to talk about like I watched like a couple of videos, and like I watched like half of this movie called The Principle. It's supposed to be like a documentary, and it talked about how like there was this scientist, what was his name? It was before Galileo. There was this guy who had this model of the solar system, and it started off with everything revolving around the Earth. The sun, the stars, the planets, everything's revolving around the Earth. And then I think it may have been Galileo that came along, and then he suggested the heliosphere model with like the sun and like the planets moving around the sun and the Earth not being the center of the universe. I think it was either Galileo or Galileo's friend. I'm not sure. But then after that, people realized that there were moons, like moons of Jupiter, that were orbiting Jupiter, and then they realized that the Earth could be the center of the solar system. And then Isaac Newton came along, and then he suggested that the rule of thumb is not a smaller planets orbit the bigger planet. It's that like any object can occupy this thing called like the center of mass, and then based on that, like any object, it like doesn't have to be a small object orbiting a bigger object, and like any like a bigger object could orbit a smaller object. And then I think that may have been suggested as proof that the heliospheric model is fake. Like, and like like the Earth is the center of the solar system, and then the other stuff like the gas pressure stuff and like the gas pressure stuff and the horizon stuff leads to the Earth being the only environment, and then there not being anything else out there.
Yeah, kind of. Nothing we can verify. Okay, so we got to stick with what we can actually empirically validate. And even the geocentric model's just junk as well, right? Because that requires Earth curvature and a globe.
Yeah.
But yeah, the principle is good. It's there is some beneficial information in that, in showing some problems with the heliocentric model.
This guy, right, Josh Ingersoll, I was looking at his LinkedIn, and like he's like an aerospace engineer, right? I think he's in the VC. Josh, if you don't mind, could you shed some light on your work and how you think the Earth is a globe? I'd like to hear it. Anyways, I'm starting to get why you guys, don't talk about flat Earth with everyone and protest and all that. Like once I haven't fully realized like the whole flat Earth thing. I'm still like looking into it, but I think once you start to really question the heliospheric model that was presented, like you start to realize like why do I need to tell anyone this? Like I can just keep it to myself, like
that's exactly right. Yeah, we can hear you. Your volume's a bit low though.
Okay, one sec, let me change my
that's all right now.
Yeah, I'm just mumbling. Yeah, no, I'm gonna hang back here. I don't, Cryptic, you've been here a lot. I also, folks expect me to listen more than I talk in here, so I'm gonna stay in that mode for a while. Happy to chat at a later date, though.
Okay. Yeah, so this okay, so we've rejected the heliospheric model, right? And when I say heliosphere, we mean like the planets moving around this Earth or the Earth moving around the sun, like both are rejected, right?
Yeah, any globe, any models or whatever that would require the Earth to be a globe, right? Or where everything's within a vacuum, a space vacuum.
Yeah, you guys are actually quite different from what I thought flat earthers would be, because what I heard was the beliefs of flat earthers was that like, this was like a circular plane shaped Earth, and then there was still like celestial objects outside, and like there's like an ice wall around the circumference of the Earth with NASA employees guarding it or whatever. That's what I heard, and obviously I thought that was crazy, right? Like, yeah. But you guys first of all reject the whole like premise of this orbiting stuff, like like the Earth orbiting around the sun or the sun orbiting around the Earth. It's just the Earth is like a terrarium-like environment, and you have these planets or whatever that's like above us, and they're like clockwork for us, like, right? And there's no ice wall. There doesn't even, in your model that you have suggested, there doesn't even need to be an edge. It could be like, it doesn't have to be infinite, but it like, how do I say this? It's like how
well, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of unknowns that would require heavy speculation. So rather than just speculating, right, we like to just say nobody knows that, right? We can't validate that. Anything that's too far for us to empirically test, then you're gonna have to apply a bunch of assumptions and speculations, which is fun to do. And we do that sometimes. Like we do have sometimes on Sundays, we call it Speculation Sunday, where we go over and talk about speculations and things like that, because it's fun to do that, but it is speculating at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But what we're claiming is what anyone can test, anyone can validate what we're claiming. It's not, there's no crazy claims being made, right? Like water needs a container. When at rest, the water is flat on the surface. Gas pressure requires a container. These kind of claims, right? We experience the Earth as flat and stationary. These are all just things that everybody experiences in their everyday life.
Exactly, yeah.
And you know what they say, like, if someone makes an outlandish claim or an extraordinary claim, it requires extraordinary evidence. And when there's no empirical evidence, or evidence that anyone can go out and put to the test in reality, then we can kind of dismiss those claims. In a sense, it's not dismiss them, but we've asked and asked and asked and asked, and we're not getting any empirical evidence. These are things that should be easy to provide, right? Like all of these claims, they say they know everything about the universe. Well, not everything, but you know what I mean. They're telling us, it rains diamonds on Neptune and Uranus, and it rains sideways glass on this exoplanet, but they can't find 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles of water here on the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's the part where, because like I've seen, like before I met you guys, I've seen like a ton of like YouTube videos on like why flat Earth isn't real, and then the claims that they all go through is, oh, there's like this ice wall that they believe in, and they believe the Earth is like a circle plane shape, whatever. Like, you guys don't even care what shape the Earth is. Like, for all intents and purposes, we simply don't know what shape the Earth is. Like it's like asking a fish that lives in the ocean what shape the ocean is.
Yeah, I mean, things, what's a shape at the end of the day? Like, what shape is a tree or a lake or a pond anyway? I mean, you could say the Earth is Earth-shaped. Like, it doesn't have to be a diamond or a circle or a square or something like that necessarily, and I just don't think it's something that we can validate. Like, no one's ever just kept going south. Isn't that interesting? Tons of people have gone in an easterly or westerly direction roughly and come back to roughly where they've started. But east and west are circles, and that would also work just fine on a flat plane. But what wouldn't work on a flat plane is if someone started in the north and they traveled south and they kept going south. On a globe, they would do a great circle and they would come back to where they started again. They would do a north to south circumnavigation. But when you look into it, tons of people have done the east to west thing. Nobody has ever just kept going south, as far as anyone can validate. Okay, the only claimed north to south circumnavigations, if you have a look at the route they took, they kind of start it in the north, they go down to the south, and then they just turn around, right? They take kind of like a U-turn and come back up again, rather than just keep going south.
Yeah.
So what's beyond the far south? I don't know. It's actually not so easy to freely explore beyond 60 degrees south. Okay, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty.
Okay.
Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty. You can look into it. I can show you a little documentary that goes over it all. Okay, so you need very, very, like a very strict permit that has a lot of terms and conditions that go along with the permit to be able to travel beyond 60 degrees south. It's very expensive and it's very dangerous, and you're not allowed to do a bunch of things like carry fuel and.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. It says it prohibits military activity. It's supposed to be for scientific investigation and cooperation, but I think a lot of stuff is restricted in Antarctica. Like, the people that can go there are also restricted, I think.
And then us, someone like Josh, right? We've got Josh here. You can ask Josh. Josh is this is 2.5 polar circumnavigate. Hold on, someone's interrupting. Who is that? Yes, I will mute. That's correct. You are mute. All right. Yeah. So have a look. I'm just guessing what Josh has posted. It's probably going to be some space circumnavigation or something. Let's click on his link. Yep. There we go. Right. So Spaceman Josh, right, who seems like a very nice guy. I like Josh. But just as I expected, have a look at his evidence of a north to south circumnavigation.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
It's what I would consider it to be absolute junk.
Yeah, he sent this I don't know, this video of he sent this video of SpaceX's Dragon orbiting the.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah.
So you should check out this. It's actually really funny. Back in 2004 or 2005, they actually tricked a whole group of people into thinking that they went to space. Have you heard of that? I guess you could call it a prank. It was a reality TV show called Space Cadets. And for just $6 million budget, they literally tricked an entire group of people into literally thinking that they went to space and were looking out of a space capsule at the Earth from space. That's how easy it is to trick people. And that's actually like tricking actual people, let alone just faking some footage, right? This footage would be so easy to fake. But yeah, they just for $6 million, they tricked a whole group of people into thinking they went to space with 2005 technology. Imagine with a $80 million a day budget, what kind of stuff you could pull off.
Yeah. But it kind of makes me angry.
Yeah, look, the main thing with the space stuff, it's like we don't even need to would say, oh, look, we can prove that this is fake, right? It's just faith-based, right? You can never prove it's real. You can choose whether you want to believe it or not, but you're never going to be able to validate it regardless. Whereas everything that we're presenting, anyone can kind of go out and repeat it, to a certain extent themselves if they have the means to do so, which doesn't require a huge amount of money or anything like that. It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, but when Europeans sailed to Australia, right? Was it like north to south? I mean, north to east. Oh wait, no, like west to east.
Oh, sorry. When who did what?
When Europeans sailed to Australia, was it like west to east or north to south?
Well, I don't think they did a circumnavigation, really, did they? I think they just... You're talking about Captain Cook?
No, I'm talking about how did Europeans end up in Australia?
Well, it was discovered by Captain Cook. I'm not sure if his exact route that he took.
Oh, I see. But because like on the globe Earth that they provide, Australia is like at the very bottom. So is New Zealand. So like it's like according to the model they provide, if they didn't do a circumnavigation, it would be quite hard to get to Australia.
We'll think about it like this, right? Think about a big lake, and then you've got continents like islands within the lake. And then you would just be going from one island to another island and then back to the island that you came from. So it wouldn't really be circumnavigating unless you went around the lake, right? You could still go around the lake and come back to where you started. But that would be essentially kind of like an east to west, roughly an east to west or west to east type circumnavigation, because east and west are just circles around a north pole, or like a magnetic north point. Right, like if you were on a football field and you put a giant magnet in the center of the field and then you get a compass and then you want to go east or west, right? You could start at one place in the field and then do a big circle and came back to where you started, and then you've circumnavigated the football field. But you couldn't go like south, right? You couldn't have that football field with the magnet and then just go in a straight direction south. And then come back to, you couldn't circumnavigate that way on a football field with a big magnet in the middle. That wouldn't be possible. Same sort of thing with the Earth.
Could someone provide like a sort of a illustration of the model that you guys believe in, like how the continents are positioned from each other in this environment? Like, is it similar to like what we know, or like I need an illustration?
It would have to be similar to what we know, but what we know, like what do we really know when it comes to the exact placement of continents? We know that if you get on a plane and you go in a certain direction, roughly it takes a certain amount of time to get to that location.
And like how like for example at the equator the weather always stays the same, right? But then the sun, it like when it moves over the earth, like in a year, in like 365 days, it goes from like from the top of the earth to the bottom. That's how like winter comes about, because there's less sun shining in like certain parts of the earth at certain parts of the year, except for the equator where the sun is always shining. So like
Right.
How does the sun move over the earth based on what we have
everything in the sky moves in cycles, right? And those cycles reset. They always reset. So I mean, we can only know like what we can observe. We don't make specific claims about exactly how the sky works. There could be some mechanisms taking place that are far beyond the like human comprehension, our current knowledge. Okay, so it would be crazy to make definitive claims about exactly what we're looking at. But what we all observe is that, like, just say I'm in Australia, at summer, like when it's summer, the sun at midday is directly above my head. Okay, so it's taking an east to west path. It rises in the east, sets in the west, and then as it gets towards winter, every day the sun at midday, it'll get a little bit lower in the sky until in winter it's actually quite low in the sky. Right, it's not above my head, but at the same time, someone standing in Europe will be experiencing the exact opposite of what I'm experiencing in Australia. So when it's the middle of winter in Australia, someone standing in Europe, when it's midday for them, they'll have the sun circling directly above over their head during summer. So wherever anyone is on the earth in summer, like the sun will be much higher in the sky, and in winter it'll be much lower in the sky. But 12 hours later, right, someone in the north or in the south, right, it'll be summer for them or winter. Maybe I made that a bit confusing. But does that make sense?
Like what I want to know is, based on what we have observed, like what's the angle that the sun sort of moves relative to a singular point on earth, such that there's like for example, here in my country it's always summer, right? So the sun always passes over here. But then like in like say someone living in Canada, or like North America, like in the US, they would feel winter like in like December, right? So that means the angle which the sun, there's got to be an angle.
Yeah. So I'm in Poland at the moment, and it's getting really cold here. And when it's midday, the sun isn't high in the sky; it's very low in the sky. So the sun isn't taking a path over the earth that's very close to where I'm at, and it's just gonna keep, cycling further and further away from me until it gets freezing cold here, and the days are getting shorter and shorter. Whereas where my family is in Australia, right, it's like the sun's getting close, like it's taking a path that's much closer to Australia, and it's getting warmer there. So it's kind of like roughly, right, to give you a rough idea of a way to think about it, the sun cycles between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn every 6 months. And that's what creates the seasons. But I think there's a lot more to it. But that's essentially what we observe, right? If you're standing at a particular location, that's what you'll observe roughly happening. But I think that there could be a lot more to the way the sky works, right? Because there are anomalies as well. Yeah. So, I think there's a lot more. That's why we speculate. Like when it comes to the sky, it's speculating. I'm speculating right now. We can only see what we see in the sky. Everyone sees the same thing, right? But I don't think anyone truly knows exactly what the sun is, or what medium the sun is in, and how the sky mechanism works in totality.
Yeah, I think they pretty much just invented most of the stuff to be able to discredit religion. Like the moment they discredit religion, I'm not necessarily saying the moment we don't use the heliocentric model, there's like absolute proof of a creator, right? But it makes a creator much more likely, because Earth and humans and everything on Earth would be at the center of all we know, right? So like the moment people believe in a higher power and not the government, then they can't control people.
Yeah, that's there's probably a whole bunch of reasons.
Yeah.
And like to replace, people put a lot of their faith and trust in religion and God, and these people in power, especially the people that this heliocentric model / religion originated from, right? They thrive on control and power, and they almost wanted seemingly to replace God with themselves. So people put their faith and trust in whatever they get told by their leaders rather than anyone else.
Yeah. So about religion, right? I have some friends who are Hindu, and they say the Hinduism predicted like the heliocentric model of the universe long before Europeans did it and all that. And I've never really looked into it, but I've been looking into it now, and it says that like scriptures like the Veda and like some other scriptures in like Hinduism, they say that they kind of describe a sort of heliocentric model, and that some of the verses they describe gravity as a force holding the planets in orbit and depicting the Earth and other celestial bodies moving in space around the sun. Like,
is that the original text though, or is that later texts that have come and been interpreted by more modern people? Because what
I can answer that. I read like the Vedas, the original ones, and in the original Vedas, they don't really go with the heliocentric model. On the contrary, they have an inertial realm of existence where we live upon 7 layers above and 7 below, encapsulated in a giant circle or dome.
Wait, what does the original Veda say?
So in the original Vedas, right, and in their depiction of our cosmology and what we live upon, they have the level plane of inertia or flat Earth, right, in the center. Then they have 7 layers above it, like in almost like archways or domes, right, with each planet being in one of those places, in one of those 7 layers. And they have 7 layers underneath. And all of that is in a giant sphere, torus, circle, whatever you want to call it. But there is no depiction of a heliocentric model.
Wait, so okay, so basically Earth is like the bottom of the model, is it? And then there's like stars
Middle.
and like the sun and all that above it.
Middle. So 7 layers above and 7 layers below.
Oh, what's the 7 layers? But wait, let me check. Let me Google it.
Guys, the Earth is not flat; it is round. All people are here stupid. Earth is round. It is scientifically proved, and
okay, bro.
Keep preaching there, buddy. Keep preaching.
The Earth
Okay.
No,
calm down.
No chanting, please.
Yeah, dude, that guy literally sounded like a freaking Matrix robot, bro.
Is he still here? Should we see what happens if we challenge him what he says?
He left. I did mute him.
He was just trolling. He was just trolling. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the thing that the Vedas say, and yeah, it's 7 layers above, 7 layers below, and yeah, it looks like a bunch of flat planes.
Yep.
Arranged.
The extent of the Earth, let's call it circle, I think it's within the millions, maybe billions of miles. I had a conversation about this the other day. I looked into Vedic cosmology around 2016, 17, and the Earth is depicted, this realm, as a huge wide circle encapsulated by mountains, and above and below there are similar circles of different realms where different gods or different inhabitations are around. I can't remember the Vedic gods. Maybe my friend here could help me with those. But as you get higher, it's a higher state of consciousness.
So let me add upon that for you real quickly. When it comes to like Vedic cosmology, astrology, and then the Vedas in general, right? Hinduism. There's a misconception, firstly, that it's a polytheistic religion. It's not. It's a monotheistic religion. Brahman that's like just God, right? All the other deities are attributes or characteristics of the one, right? So imagine you have white light, then you have the colors of the rainbow, right? Those colors of the rainbow still come from white light. They're just aspects of white light. Put it like that, right? And now, depending on what planet you go to, every planet is governed by a deity, right? Let it be the sun is governed by Surya, stuff like that. They're all governed by a deity, right, or aspect of God. I can talk a lot about it, but I don't know exactly what you would need clarification on.
It's just understanding that within this conceptualization of reality, it's flat. It's not a sphere orbiting around the sun. That's all really we need to know.
That is a most definite given facet. Like that's in the Vedas, right? And if you read the Vedas and you read any other scripture, right, parallelly, you're going to see how they're pretty much saying the same thing, right? Slightly different due to language barriers and time frames, right? But it's in essence the same thing. Let it be, in the beginning was God, with him was the Word, and the Word was truly God. That same verse can be found in the Rig Vedas, or I should say the Bhagavad Gita, right?
Yeah.
One of the interesting things I found about Vedic cosmology, especially when they look at the stars to, as we in the West would say, horoscopes, right? Basically using astrology to figure out the characters and future and past of people. Apparently, the Vedic idea of doing it, which is with an Earth-centered system, the Earth isn't in any motion around the things in the sky. It's all measured from a flat Earth. It's just with regards to what we see. Apparently, it's the most accurate type of horoscope, to use a Western term, that there is around. Vedic cosmology gives very accurate readings, apparently, and it's centered on a flat Earth.
We won't go too much so we don't stray away from the topic, but what you just stated, I can, I'm not going to affirm it, right? Because who am I to affirm things? Everybody should do their own research. But from what I've studied about Vedic astrology and seen practitioners who know their stuff, it is very, very scary how accurate these people can be. Extremely scary.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. Ultimately, the point is, from a flat Earth, it's more accurate from a flat Earth. To use, say, Western astrology and like horoscopes and things that you might find in the newspapers, that has an Earth in motion when you read the stars in the sky. So the houses and this, that, and the other. There's two ways to do it. One is with an Earth-centered system. The other way is to have, I think it's a sun-centered system. I might be incorrect. But ultimately, there's different ways of mapping the sky to do astrology. Yeah, astrology. And the Vedic seem to be, like our friend said, a little bit more accurate than the Western one, where we've got a moving Earth ball.
I'll make a quick disclaimer when it comes to even Western astrology. It's not that it's focused on moving on a globe, right? Because in essence, that's not it's just tropical and sidereal astrology in essence, right? One follows the tropics and where the sun is exactly every single day and every single year, while the other one is following the precession of the stars, so the background of them. Right.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for I'm only speaking up because it's interesting, and I want you to fill the gaps. And if I say something badly, but again, I appreciate you saying that.
I don't take any offense, firstly, and I love learning and helping people, learn something new. So it's my pleasure. But astrology in general, this what I will say, and this connects back to flat Earth. The only reason that any type of astrology can work if it is based off a geocentric, non-rotating stationary Earth. That is the only way. Otherwise, everything goes into chaos mode, and if there's chaos mode, you can't make predictions because nothing ever stays the same. There are no patterns to be recognized. Well, within the geocentric model or flat Earth model, you have that paradigm.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that.
Much obliged. Gladly.
So okay, so far the empirical evidence that I know for flat Earth is the gas pressure argument, the horizon stuff, like that's one, and then there's one more.
Yeah, long distance observations, gas pressure argument, no validation of anything globe, like motion of the Earth, etc.
Yeah.
It's one of the biggest killers, right? Is the lack of empirical evidence for the globe.
Okay. All
But the
right,
long distance observations, that's a real killer. You should look at more, look a little more depth into the long distance observations.
Yeah, I definitely will. It's just that actually I could actually do it much more easily, I think, because like there's a lot of shipping containers and like a lot of shipping boats or whatever that pass through the Singapore Strait. Like it's a ton of them, but I can only go so far. But I like if I could station myself at the beach, I can see like a ton of ships passing by the Singapore Strait.
Problem is you have like really, really crazy humid weather all the time where you're at.
Yeah.
Look up
Is that
what's the average visibility, in the region that you're in, or anywhere in Southeast Asia. It's probably not a huge distance. Like some of the best long distance observations are done in really dry environments where you don't have a lot of humidity and whatnot in the air. You've got like really dry, like Utah, like giant lakes, like the Great Salt Lake in Utah. We can see all the way across the Great Salt Lake, 21 miles across the lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake from just a 5-foot height.
Yeah.
Because it's a very, very dry environment. Like you have really, really good visibility. Sometimes when you've got a lot of temperature fluctuation, like in Southeast Asia, for example, around the equator, you have a lot of distortion, heat distortion, and things like that when you're looking vast